In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. How are you guys? Let me make sure I can be heard. Let me remove the kitty. Hey, okay, great. You guys can hear me. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate all who are here. Liz, I hope your husband feels better soon. Dr. Sophie, it is always good to see you. Bernice, thank you for coming by. Grand Rising, Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Rudy Iharta, I think it is, with Autism Homestead, Grand Rising. Thank you guys for being here. If you can put a like, hit the like button, it would also be appreciated. And don't forget that my goals are to give you some information. If you have learned something new here that you can import into your daily lives, those are my goals that you find important to you and how you live your life is the only reason I am here. Okay, let me put my goal in. Okay, my goal is now set. Okay, I hope you guys learned something with me today. A lot going on. First, first of all, I don't know. It's a lot going on on the YouTube streets, but uh, Is it old? Is it new? Is it just ridiculousness? I don't know. Hey, no pressure. Grand Rising, it is good to see you. Um, Let me see something right quick. Okay, here we go. It's some, you know, it's not much I can say, um, about what's going on in the YouTube street because there's nothing to say about what's going on in the YouTube streets, really. Um, um, yeah, I have nothing. I have nothing. Absolutely nothing. Okay, so do you guys have anything to say about what's going on in the YouTube streets? Is there anything you guys want to talk about? No? Okay. Okay. I hardly watch. Okay. So let me get started. Okay. So there's a lot going on in what I am interested in, however. So yesterday, 4547 making his has made his trip over to the Middle East. So while in the Middle East, um, we get to see a couple of little things. We get to see that they bought in a McDonald's 18-wheeler truck. You know, the truck where it's basically a whole restaurant. So they made sure they had some McDonald's there for him. And I was watching, I think it was Lawrence O'Donnell. I think it was Lawrence O'Donnell, and he had a great point. And I was looking at, I am always in awe at the beauty of other nations, other countries. I okay, but something doesn't compute. Liz, maybe you'll be able to help me with this. Something does not compute. They say that America is the richest country in the world. This cannot be true. What am I missing here? This cannot be true. Liz, can you help me out? Because every time I see cities in the Middle East, they are so much they are so much more beautiful than any cityscape, any landscapes that I see in the United States. Especially when we go into the regular neighborhoods of the United States, I it's like trash compared to these other cities that I see. It's not like, oh well, yeah, I've seen a major part of a lot of these cities, and they're not trash like the United States is trashy. So you cannot tell me that we are the richest country in the world, and this is what our cities look like. Grand Rising, Madison. Oh my God, I didn't know that. I was reading about Lisa Ray's daughter. She passed. So sad. Oh, didn't her daughter just recently have a baby too? Let me Google this. Thank you for telling me. Uh, I didn't even know this. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, yeah, I think she did have a daughter. Oh, wow. Let me see if I can find. Hold on. I have to sneeze again. Okay, let me see if I find something that I can share with you guys. I'm trying to find a news channel. Mm, horrible news. I hate to hear that. Let me try this one. Hold on 1 second. Okay, here we go. I'll share this link with you. We're finding out together. At 57, Lisa Ray McCoy left in tears, saying goodbye to only daughter.
At 57, has been forced to say a final, devastating goodbye to her daughter after a tragic diagnosis shattered their world. What happened? How did this beloved star's family face such unimaginable pain? And what does this mean for Lisa Ray's future, both on and off the screen? Stay with us because what you're about to hear will break your heart and reveal the untold strength behind the woman we all thought we knew. Welcome back to the channel where we uncover the most emotional, controversial, and headline-grabbing stories from the world of celebrities. How has Lisa Ray responded publicly and privately? What are fans and insiders saying? At 57, Lisa Ray has been forced to confront the unthinkable. Her daughter, who she has often called the light of her life, has been struck by a tragic and life-altering diagnosis. This isn't just a story about celebrity heartbreak, it's a story about family, struggle, the behind the scenes details, and the moments that will leave you in tears. You don't her joy and her most personal trust, it was easy to dismiss. Extreme fatigue, occasional headaches, and some unexpected serious health symptoms. Symptoms that at first seem minor but quickly escalated. At first, it was easy to dismiss. Extreme fatigue, occasional headaches, and some unexplained weight fluctuations. Like many young women, Kai chalked it up to stress or busy schedules. But Lisa Ray, being the protective mother she is, urged her daughter to see a doctor, pushing her to get blood tests and scans just to be safe. The initial results were inconclusive, but things took a dramatic turn when Kai collapsed one evening at home. She was rushed to the hospital, where specialists began running urgent, in-depth tests. Days later, the family was delivered a diagnosis that would shatter their world. Kai had been diagnosed with an aggressive, rare autoimmune condition that attacks the body's own tissues and organs. This wasn't just a minor setback. Doctors explained that the disease was progressive and, in Kai's case, had already reached an advanced stage before they caught it. The family was told that while treatments could slow the progression, there was no known cure. For Lisa Ray, this news was earth-shattering. She went from red carpet events and business meetings to spending sleepless nights by her daughter's hospital bed, grappling with fear, uncertainty, and heartbreak. Those close to her say she withdrew from public life almost entirely, focusing all her energy on supporting Kai through medical treatments, consultations with specialists, and looking for any possible miracle cure. But here's where things get even more emotional. Despite the grim diagnosis, Lisa Ray and Kai faced the news with remarkable bravery. They didn't go public immediately, choosing instead to handle things privately. But as the months passed, and as Kai's condition visibly worsened, Lisa Ray knew she had to prepare herself, and her fans, for what lay ahead. Lisa Ray McCoy is no stranger to the media. Over the years, she's faced her paparazzi photos showed her looking tired, wearing oversized sunglasses, and avoiding reporters. Rumors began swirling online. Was she sick? Was she facing financial trouble? Was there a family crisis? Finally, after weeks of speculation, Lisa Ray posted a heartfelt video on Instagram. Sitting in what looked like Kai's hospital room, Lisa Ray appeared raw, vulnerable, and stripped of the glamour her followers were used to.
Hold on, because she's wearing me out. Let me see if I can find her Instagram uh, comment. This sometimes these people make these go a long way to make these videos extra long. Let me see. She's like, "But bitch, you shouldn't have used my video. You should have found it." Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. It's the real Lisa Ray. Let me see if I can find a post. I see no post from Lisa Ray. Let me see if I can find it in a regular news item. Okay, let me see. Well, it seems like her daughter passed away from an autoimmune disease. I don't know when. I get whole lot of these videos, these AI videos. So I hate these AI videos. There's a lot of AI videos. Uh, Let me see. Hmm. I don't see any articles. Let me see. I see a whole lot of these AI videos. Behind the public image, Kai battled a rare autoimmune condition that changed the course of her life. Despite a devastating diagnosis, she chose grace over fear and love over despair. This tribute not only captures her final days, but hours her legacy of purpose, connection, and deep maternal love. This is one of these AI videos. I just wish I could find a news video, but there are There are none that I can find. Yeah, it's a whole lot of this AI shit up here. Let me see. Let me see. If anybody has a link, you're more than welcome to drop it. She just lost her mother in 2023. Lisa Ray lost her mother in 2023. Then she loses her daughter in 2025. Okay, I don't see anything. It's unfortunate. I guess we'll hear more today. So she passed away from an autoimmune disease. I don't know when. I don't know if it was this week, last night. I don't know if it's been a while back. Uh, mm-mm. Nope. I don't see anything on her Instagram page that touches on it. Um, just happy times, um, living her life. So thank you for giving me that information, Liz. Hey, Ray Black. Good to see you, Grand Rising. I was just talking about Lisa Ray McCoy. She lost her daughter. Uh, there is no like real news information about it. Hey, DC Kool-Aid, it's good to see you. Um, it's there are no news outlets that have it. It's a whole lot of those AI. Hey, remembering Lisa Ray. You know, Lisa has been known for, and then they repeat, and known for her tenacity in the industry. Those type of YouTube videos, no news reels that I see. So as far as I could get in the repeating of the AI bot YouTube video, is that her daughter passed away from an autoimmune disease. So prayers up for Lisa Ray McCoy. Um, that's some sad news indeed. Shakila Dixon, Grand Rising. Good to see you. Okay, so thanks, Liz, for giving me the heads up on that story. Um, hey, Church Mouse, Grand Rising. Now, I did hear that the Diddy trial has started. I'm uninterested. I'm really not interested. I heard that they started with the two strongest people that they're going to bring up, Cassie and someone else. There, I did hear that there are alleged four uh, women he dated that they are going to try to coil the story around because these are people who were really in his life, and so there's that. And I didn't hear any of the details, but in the reap. I know that there is a channel that follows it, and they tell you verbatim exactly what is being said in the court. But I'm not interested. I'm just ugh. So uh, I don't care. I don't care. Um, who didn't know? that if you carry yourself so lawlessly and disgusting, uh, that it would all catch up to you. It always does, especially as a black man. I don't know what he thought he was doing. Um, so you you get what your hand calls for, and now it's time to get back. So there's that. Grand Rising, my mod, very Carrie. It is good to see you. Yeah, I'm not interested in the Diddy case. Prayers go up to Lisa Ray McCoy. Okay, very Carrie. I don't know if you were in here. Liz let me know that Lisa Ray McCoy's daughter had passed away. I couldn't find much information other than she discovered that she had an autoimmune disease, and you know, I don't know what it seems like it was a short period of time uh, between finding out and her passing away from it. It seems like once she discovered it, the onset was rapid. I don't know, but it's hard to find any news articles about it or anything. Good morning, Queenie. I'm still cracking up on Bobby Kennedy twerking. Girl, did you hear about Bobby Kennedy taking his uh, uh, grandchildren down to some contaminated little stream somewhere in DC and swimming in it? And right there, and this is who's over our Health and Human Services. And right there, there's a sign that says there's overflow of raw sewage that pours into this stream. Lisa Ray, my deepest condolences to your family and friends. Prayers going up. Just Diddy case is just too disgusting to me. Prayers to all the victims of Diddy. Yeah, so I concur. I do concur. I'm not. Oh, I want to know what was he up to? Uh, he was up to some illegal, vulgar, disgusting, demonic type of stuff. Hey, Grand Rising Jill's comfort zone. That Kennedy family a hot mess to say the least. Now, I didn't. No, I didn't know that he was married to the chick who played Larry David's wife on Curb Your Enthusiasm. I was so shocked that she walked in there in his confirmation hearings and was sitting behind him as his wife. I did not know that. Let me find Robert Kennedy swimming in contaminated a contaminated lake in DC. You guys got to see this. Let me see. RFK Jr. His whole family, they sitting there in a shit full filled pond. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, RFK Jr. Is criticized for swimming in bacteria contaminated Rock Creek Pond. Oh yeah, in Rock Creek Pond, doing it in the park, doing it at the dock. Oh yeah, in Rock Creek Park. Okay, so it's in Rock Creek Park. I don't know if this is the part that the song is made out of, but this is absolutely who is over our health and human services. Let's take a gander. Let's watch. Why don't we? Okay. Oh, this is on one of my faves who did the story. Here it is. That's where I saw the story. Of course. Let me share the screen with you. Uh, Here we go. Did I hit the video? Let me, yeah, let me hit the video. So this is who 4547 decided to put over our health and human services, and who has closed down many of the offices that he didn't know. I didn't know they were over there. And now we know why his voice sounds like that, because it's full of cockeye and all other types of bacteria I didn't know. Okay, so then let me let you guys hear a little of this.
F. Kennedy Jr. on a Mother's Day hike with
Mother's Day.
Pictures over the weekend of HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on a Mother's Day hike with the family. And he was taking a dip with his grandchildren in Rock Creek Park in Washington, D.C. Now, I used to live right near that park. And when I saw this, my first thought was, oh, that's amazing. They finally cleaned up Rock Creek. Because I remember walking through that area, park on hot days, and wishing I could dip into the water, but it was notoriously polluted and unsafe with high levels of E. coli. In fact, raw sewage spills directly into the creek. Alas, they have not cleaned up the water in Rock Creek Park. It is still so contaminated, the government bans swimming in the creek, as it has since 1971. Combined sewage overflow, never words you want to see. That's what's on the sign. But this country's top health official doesn't appear to really believe that germs make you sick, so he took his grandkids swimming in that stuff. Dr. Peter Hotez is professor of pediatrics and the dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine. He's also co-director of the Center for Vaccine Development at Texas Children's Hospital, author of The Deadly Rise of Anti-Science, A Scientist's Warning, and he joins me now. In the grand scheme of things, this is not the most pernicious or destructive thing that the Secretary of Health and Human Services has done, but it does seem to me to utterly epitomize the approach, which is like, if there's some group of public health experts who have taken water samples, gotten together and made some determination, this is not safe, the default is that they're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why he made that decision to go into Rock Creek Park. I also used to live in Washington.
And it's kind of interesting that he would do that as being over the Department of Health and Human Services, who want you to believe that all of the medical science that has been put in place to protect you is pocketcock, shall we say. It's not you don't have to follow it. And so to be as bold as to see, I go there myself. You know, they tell you this water is contaminated. I go there. I take my grandkids there to put down a seriousness about what is in our waters, and to, this is the deregulation president to make you feel like when he says that he doesn't care what type of chemicals and things that are being pumped in our water from these big manufacturers. And we're going to get into that today, because they had, I don't know if you guys watched the hearings on, what was it? The hearings on energy and regulations and stuff on energy that was in the budget. You would understand that they are offering companies who just pay $1 million a fast track to getting what they want. And if they pay $10 million, they don't have to do any permits. They don't have to follow any regulatory rules that have been set up. If they pay $10 million for, it's just for to expedite the startup of said business. So they are looking for Just give us money, and you don't have to do none of this. That regular business. You don't have to follow any EPA guidelines or anything. So that's why I find it and RFK is wholly unqualified to be over the EPA. So I think this is trying to get a foothold to soothe the public into all of the EPA regulations that they don't mean anything, and they shouldn't mean anything to you. So this is what I connect this with. But I digress.
In DC, and you knew not to go there. But the point, Chris, is this is follows a steady stream of public health disinformation that he's been pushing, whether it's about measles vaccines, whether it's about autism, whether it's about safety of our vaccine supply. First it was comparing that we're in the middle of this terrible measles epidemic here where I am in Texas. And in the middle of it all, he starts saying, well, you can get the MMR vaccine, or you can get this useless cocktail of nutritional supplements, vitamin A and budesonide. And then, he says the hospitalizations were due to quarantine. And then, it goes on. Then he says the MMR vaccine is a leaky vaccine. Who knows what that means? And he actually quoted this false number. He says the immunity to the MMR vaccine declines 4% per year. Where does he get that from? It barely declines at all. There's one study that suggests it may decline 0.04% per year. So it's 100-fold less. Or, saying that childhood vaccines are not tested with placebos, or saying the MMR vaccine contains aborted fetal material. It's absolute nonsense. So it's all wrong. It's all wrong, and it's every few days. It's consistent.
There's two things here. I mean, one is being wrong on the facts and how destructive it is to be wrong on the facts, both when you oversee the nation's health infrastructure, which he is currently dismantling, like in the actual guts of budget cuts and things like that, and scientists and clinical trials, and also the public messaging. But then there's something deeper and more pernicious to me, even below that, which is a worldview that frankly feels unsettlingly eugenicist. And I want to play something he said about measles that I found to be one of the most disturbing things I've heard from a public official. He's talking about measles. Take a listen to what he says.
If you brush your teeth twice a day, watch this.
Measles in this country, even in 1960. No kid should die of measles in this country. Even in 1963, before the introduction of the vaccine, there were 400 deaths a year, and there were up to 2 million measles cases. So it's only very, very sick kids should die from measles, and nobody should.
And your big point is a choice for people to make informed choice.
Exactly. And now, whatever your choice is, you're human, you're entitled to compassion, you're entitled to the best quality health care, and nobody should die of measles.
So he says three times, he says nobody should die of measles. He says no kid should die of measles. Nobody should die of measles. But sandwiched in there, there's a sentence he says, and I think he catches himself. He says 400 deaths a year in 1963 from 2 million cases. So it's only very, very sick kids that should die from measles. And then he realizes what he said and said nobody should. But when he cites as positive, hey, only 400 deaths in 1963, I found that an appalling thing to say. What is your reaction?
Well, Particularly, Chris, in West Texas, we've had now 2 measles deaths in perfectly well school-age kids whose only problem was their parents made an executive decision not to vaccinate them with the MMR vaccine. So to say that in the middle of 2 measles deaths in this raging epidemic that's been going on since January, to the point where if this continues, we could even lose our measles elimination status in the United States. This is a big epidemic. It's gone from West Texas up into the Panhandle, into Kansas, into Oklahoma, neighboring New Mexico. It's spreading across the Great Plains, and yet he continues to minimize the measles and continues to exaggerate the very, very rare side effects. That's been his modus operandi ever since I've known him.
You I've been on God damn it, I have been on mute all that time. Oh my god. Okay. So what he's saying is herd vaccination is the only vaccination that is needed. The whole herd gets the vaccine. Get the disease, and the strongest will die. They will fall off. If the herd is 2 million and 400,000 die, that makes the herd that much more stronger because those were the weaklings of the herd. So that's what herd vaccination is. So this is what this man really believes in, and he had to catch it. He has to catch himself from saying what he really believes. Eugenics, the strongest survive. That Darwinism theory, uh, survival of the fittest type of shit. This is who's over Health and Human Services, and let's understand that this measles outbreak happened in a Texas border town originally. What does that tell you? That tells you people who were coming over the border from countries that don't immunize their children are the ones who brought this disease over here. And instead of just putting vaccines available to these people, we saw who R.F. Kennedy wanted to applaud as one of the great doctors who were treating these measles patients. Come to find out, this doctor was an anti-vaxxer himself, who said that he had the measles vaccines twice in his life, and obviously it wasn't working. And he had a full case of measles as he's in his office working on these people who are being affected by measles. He's working with measles on measles patients, abject, abjectively spreading his measles onto the families that he's treating. So that's why it's important that you look at RFK with a side eye, because he's crazy. All of this shit is crazy. You know that we stomp down measles by making sure that every child get vaccinated. So if there is a sudden uptick in measles, if these people are in our country, you make sure these people get vaccinated. Don't talk about vitamin A, and people are overdosing their children in vitamin A until their livers are dying down, and just because they are listening to a crackpot talking about how vitamin A can stop your child from getting measles. A crackpot, a whole crackpot. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. Uh, yeah, I heard about that. I just added that to my description box. Go in my description box and say it's under swimming in boo boo in the description box. So uh, let's move on. Okay. I wanted to Now, you guys know, I was really on this story about United Healthcare. United Healthcare is the most profitable health insurance company in the United States. Uh, I can't remember. Uh, I think they made over $900 billion in healthcare last year. Don't quote me. And that was up from 800 and something $billion the prior year. And they have increased in profits. This is an insurance company. And the reason why I was on it is because when that Luigi guy unalived that United Healthcare CEO, that CEO was the one who brought up the good idea how you can put some AI into approving care for patients. You can set up an AI system, and of course, the AI system denied the claims or denied the referrals of doctors at 90% of the time. This was his brainchild, and it was for. Why is that important? Because their data and all data shows that most people after they get denied they don't call for a review. They don't go any further. They just say, oh, well, I was denied. Oh, I couldn't get that treatment. They do nothing. Uh, it's what, and if they do nothing, what happens then? They the insurance company that you're paying to pay for the things that you need medically that is prescribed by your doctor who is in their network, then hey, they save money. And that, what does that mean? That means that they have more money to give to their shareholders. And the guy who was unalive, that was his brainchild. And Medicare Advantage is for uh, older people. So it's just like, nah, let's try it out. Why are we paying so much for these old people? I don't care if their doctor says they need it. Okay, so this CEO who brought up this brainchild, guess where he was on his way to that morning? He was on his way to a stock holders meeting to give them the good news about how much money United Healthcare had made. So uh, he didn't make it, but they didn't call off the meeting. They still wanted to know how much money they made as he laid out on the sidewalk before he could get picked up by paramedics. Okay, so let me share with you. I also shared with you. I also shared with you what the CEO of the whole company said. United Health. What is it? United Healthcare and United Health something. The whole over the whole company. He said that he would make sure that the good work of this man would be followed, and he would not burden the system with he is the only person who would decide what medical procedures are unnecessary and just a waste to boggle down the system. No, it would be, but if you had to pay for these things, it would boggle down the amount of profit you guys were getting. So Andre Whitty, he is on my thumbnail for a reason. Hold on, did he say 2 deaths? No. What he said was he is going to be the only United Health Group. He's over the United Healthcare is under the umbrella of the United Health Group. When the CEO got shot down in the street, he said that he will make sure that his work is continued. The work that denies 90% of claims, AI bot denies 90% of the claims, and many people do not appeal their denials, and therefore they know this. This is factual. When we were talking about this, I showed the data of how they know that once a claim is denied, a high percentage of people don't dispute it. And then when they get the second denial, even less people dispute it. So what do they know? They know that they will make higher profits because they do not have to pay out for your medical claims or what your doctor is prescribing, or test, or a procedure that your doctor is prescribing for your health. The doctors who are in their own networks. So let me play a little bit of this for you guys. I think this is important for us to know. Now, Mr. What is his name? Uh, Liddy. Is it Liddy? I think it's Liddy. I forgot. I just said his name. Now he has stepped down from the United Healthcare Group. Uh, uh, Nobody knows why. He gave no reason. He has stepped down. United Healthcare is makes the largest profits of all insurance companies. And I'm gonna in this little news clip. It also will let you hear what he had to say about how he's going to secure the company from making um, kind of like worthless uh paying off worthless claims, and he's going to decide what procedures people get. But he's not a doctor. He's an executive. He's a CEO. He's a CEO who ran a drug company that had to pay out billions of dollars, well, millions. I think it was a couple billions in settlement payments for the bullshit that they were doing at the pharmaceutical company that he worked at. He's about getting his money. Fuck your health care. Fuck what you think. And we're not going to even run it past a human being. We're going to deny you with an AI bot, and we're going to continue this good man's work who's laying out on the sidewalk dead, and we're not going to interrupt our meeting to let our shareholders know how much money we made this year. Okay, Whitty. His name is Whitty, Anthony Whitty, or something like that. Let me share this with you guys. So he has stepped down, and he didn't give a reason. He didn't give a health reason. You know, after all of this happened, all of these medical CEOs decided that it would be good for them to ramp up their security. They just can't walk down the New York City streets after having uh, uh, blanket denials of people medical needs that the doctor recommend. They just can't walk down the street all willy-nilly. And I don't know. Let's check this out. Let me share my screen with you. If you are not familiar with status quo, you may want to go over there and check their page out. They do great real world reporting. They are reporting on the continuing Columbia marches. And if you guys don't know, if you guys just watch regular media, they are still protesting for the Palestinians at Columbia, and those police are doing some of the most dastardous things to these peaceful protesters. So if you want to go watch Status Quo, I think I would recommend it. That's all I'm saying. Okay, here's the story.
only independent outlet on the ground covering what the corporate media covers up. Hey, it's Jordan with Status Quo. I am technically on parental leave after the birth of my incredible, beautiful son, River Sheridan, but I needed to step in here because we have breaking news, and my wonderful rock star colleague, Ashley, who's been doing incredible work as our new reporter. She's currently en route to cover the horrific ICE detention center. She'll be on the ground in Newark, New Jersey. So I'm stepping in here to give you an update on a good day.
Hey everybody, it's Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi. I have a question for you. If you had to make a choice between having massive impact
for the United Corporations of America. Andrew Whitty, the vile vulture vampire CEO of United Health Group, which is the parent company of United Healthcare, is stepping down for personal reasons. Can't say I wish him well. United Health CEO leaves abruptly. Company pulls forecast, financial forecast, that is. As shares sink. Stephen Hemsley, who was the longtime CEO and another for-profit predator, he was the CEO for a long time. He'll be replacing Whitty. United Health has been struggling, according to them, with higher medical costs. United Health has basically canceled its 2025 financial forecast, but expects to return to growth, they say, in 2026, and its shares have slid.
Oh, I hope I wasn't on mute for that entire thing. I was answering Ray Black that I thought that it could be a nefarious reason why the measles are coming back up, but I think it's from the border street people crossing the border from different countries that don't routinely use the shot for everyone. But hey, like the coronavirus, the people over here were saying that it was a a manufactured virus, a man-made virus. I don't know, but at this time, I'm thinking it's from different countries that don't routinely vaccinate their citizens, and they are crossing the border. It could be something else. I don't disagree with you that it could be something more nefarious. Now, about this Witty guy, I hope that his health is okay. I hope that he doesn't have to, if his health is not okay, he does not have to well, he's a billionaire. Of course, he wouldn't have the problems that the vast amount of people who are insured by people like under United Healthcare would have to go through with their insurance company. So, cash is king. He's not going to be treated like a regular person that made him flush with cash by denying their fucking medical procedures. So I don't know why he's leaving, but to say that they're not going to report their earnings this year because it has gone down. You're making over $900 billion. If it goes down a little, so what? I mean, $900 billion off of denying health care. You should be proud based upon how that made people sick. You should be glad if it went down. That would make it seems like you've saw the error of your ways, and you're putting more of the people's insurance premium towards helping ensure that they get the doctor care that they need. It seems like it would be a good thing if your profits have gone down. It seems like you would be sticking your chest out and saying, "Hey, look, we're not taking so much profit. We're trying to make sure you guys get the doctor recommended treatments that you need." But no, they've lost money. He's hiding. He's stepping down. Can you imagine the brain melt in this motherfucker? Are you serious? Okay, that's what I wanted to say.
Over 11%. On this news, United Health Group CEO Andrew Whitty expects to return to growth, they say, in 2026, and its shares have slid over 11%. On this news, United Health Group CEO Andrew Whitty is stepping down suddenly on Tuesday as it has suspended its 2025 forecast due to surging medical costs, sending its shares plunging more than 11% in morning trading. Former CEO Stephen Hemsley, who has been with the healthcare conglomerate for 28 years, is returning to the top role after stepping down in 2017. Whitty chose to leave for personal reasons, the company said. I don't know what his personal reasons are. I tend to be a good person, so, I guess I could say I hope he's not dying or something, but short of that, in my view, fuck him, because he and his cohorts are responsible for the murder of who knows how many people, and the shortening lifespans of probably more than they're acutely murdering. We're going to get to Mr. Whitty's record here with United Health Group. Obviously, United Health has been in the news for the last 5 or 6 months after United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was gunned down, allegedly, by Luigi Mangione. The outcry from that has not actually been against Mangione, but against United Healthcare and the predatory for-profit health insurance companies that are killing and mass amounts of people through their predatory denials of care. But if you never saw this, I want to show you. This is
And if you guys have been over here with me, you guys know that I talked extensively about this. I don't have my clips loaded up, but he's going to give you the data on what United Healthcare was doing to their customers, who they were supposed to be giving their customers good healthcare insurance. But that was far from what United Healthcare was doing. And thus when, what is it, deny, what was it? They had the deny, what is it? Oh, God. Deny, they had a deny, what was it? You, how did they deny the care? They denied it under some type of review. I forget what it was called. And that's why the bullets that had denied something and something else on them, that was the status quo for what they would do. They would deny your care they would deny something and depose, deny your care up until the point that you had to go to court to sue them to have to do a deposition. So that was their thing, and you would have to get prior or authorization. Prior authorization is the cute thing that they have put into um, their systems to deny you. You have to have prior authorization. Your doctor is the one who is authorizing that you have this, but they deny you because you need prior authorization. They have denied patients who have had different stages of cancer. Their cancer has come back, and they tell them that they need prior authorization to clear this. To get these tests done and all of this, and people have actually died waiting uh, for their claims to be readjusted, for their claims to be approved, so they can get treatment after knowing their prior health situation. So that's this.
Andrew Whitty, who just stepped down, this is him and his response after the death of or the murder of.
This used to be a Boeing manufacturer once upon a time.
She signed on with Seattle-based
and the murder.
The murder of the CEO who got shot. Okay, so I want you to pay close attention that he says that he is trying to protect the company and who is going to decide what medical care is given.
Murder of Brian Thompson. Listen to his words and tell me that this is not a predatory vampire of the worst degree. Let's take a listen as he paid tribute to Brian Thompson and waxed poetic about the important role that companies like United Healthcare play.
And there are very few people in the history of the US healthcare industry who had a bigger positive effect on American healthcare than Brian. And we are going to make sure that we not only acknowledge and honor that legacy of Brian, but we will continue it. Our role is a critical role, and we make sure that care is safe, appropriate, and is delivered when people need it.
But we're going to honor, let me make sure my mic is on. We're going to honor the role that Brian has created, and we're going to continue it. And we are the ones who are going to determine when healthcare is safe, appropriate, and needed. But you're not a doctor. You are a profiteer. That's what you are. You're a carpetbagger. You are not a doctor. So, of course, you're going to continue Brian's work, because Brian was the one who set up the AI box to deny 90% of the claims that come through of senior citizens. Let's be clear. Let me take that back a hair.
But we will continue it. Our role is a critical role, and we make sure that care is safe, appropriate, and is delivered when people need it. And we guard against the pressures that exist for unsafe care or for unnecessary care to be delivered in a way which makes the whole system too complex.
We guard against care that is unsafe or unneeded. Why? Who are you to decide that what the doctor is recommending is unsafe or unneeded? Because it boggles down the system. It makes it too difficult. Too difficult for what? For y'all to steadily reap in the profits. United Healthcare, health insurance company, they are the top in profits, and their profits are more than the first 6 healthcare companies combined. That's how much money they're making over their competitors. The first 6, okay, say if we take 7 out of 10. Let's say if we put 10 healthcare providers up there. Number 1 through 6, their profits combined do not total what United Healthcare profits total. Is my point. Okay, I'm not going to interrupt anymore.
The pressures that exist for unsafe care or for unnecessary care to be delivered in a way which makes the whole system too complex and ultimately unsustainable.
So, Mr. Whitty,
too complex and ultimately unsustainable. You cannot sustain your profit. That's the only thing that's unsustainable. Is making the profit margin that you steadily increase. It just makes it unsustainable, unsustainable, unsustainable. They cannot. We can't do this. We cannot make less money and billions of dollars than we did the last year. We're here to make money, and if it's money off of your medical treatment, so be it, bitch. We here to make money.
this brave warrior guarded against his integral role at the top of the ship of United Health was to guard against unnecessary care, meaning to deny millions. United Health is the biggest for-profit health insurance company in the United States, in the United Corporations of America. Get your United Corporations of America gear at the Status Coup store, statuscoup.com/store. I digress. His role was not to guard against unnecessary care, but to make necessary care unavailable to millions of human beings. That's what his role is. That is the system we have in a democracy. That is the system that we could talk about Trump, who's not going to change the system. Trump is awful. His little gimmick that he's cutting prescription drug costs. Yeah, we'll have to look at the fine print on that. But remember, Joe Biden was the president who said if Medicare for all was passed by Congress and came to my desk, I would veto it. The Democrats during the 2020 primary and 2016, they were the ones that said we can't pay for Medicare for all. And we have to protect the holy, sacred right of Americans to choose and have the choice of their United Healthcare for-profit private health insurance that
Scanning for
Hold
AI
on,
assistance.
hold on. A lot of commercials in this one.
they hoodwinked the masses, and the media hoodwinked the masses into thinking was actually good healthcare. It's not. It's killing people. These people like Andrew Whitty are killing people. Let's go down the list of investigations, fraud committed by United Healthcare. I just
want you guys to hear and know exactly who we're talking about and what this man has been over. It hasn't been health care. Let's go a little bit further, and then I'll let you watch the rest on your own time.
under Whitty. Credit to the Wall Street Journal, who broke this story a couple months ago. The Department of Justice investigating Medicare billing practices at United Health, i.e. fraud. A civil probe, surprisingly, under the Trump Department of Justice, was launched into the extra payments that United Healthcare was getting for its Medicare Advantage plans. The Justice
Medicare Advantage, that is the senior Social Security plan. That's for the seniors. Okay. When you hear Medicare Advantage, understand that this is what they're doing to seniors. And there is also a report that the reason when it's time to enroll in around the end of the year, around the fall, when it's time to enroll in all of these private plans, that you see an influx of these commercials with people living great lives and playing with their grandchildren and so much more, is because they're trying to get you to choose one of these private plans, whether it be United Healthcare, whether it be what's another one? Kaiser, whether it be whatever healthcare plan. They're trying to attract you to these plans. But they say that if you go just with straight Social Security, your straight Social Security plan, you would get a better outcome than choosing one of these for-profit insurance companies. So for any seniors in your lives and for anybody who is about to retire or whatever, they say once you choose one of these private plans, you cannot go back to the straight Social Security plan as well. So once you choose a private insurer, you cannot go back to the straight Social Security plan, which will then give you a better outcome, and you will get more for your money as in regards to your health insurance.
Department has launched an investigation into United Health Group's Medicare billing practices in recent months. People familiar with the matter said the new civil fraud investigation examining the company's practices for recording diagnoses that trigger extra payments to its Medicare Advantage plans, including at physician groups the insurance giant owns, which is a giant conflict of interest and shouldn't be allowed anyway. A series of articles from Wall Street Journal last year showed that Medicare paid United Health billions of dollars for questionable diagnoses. Attorneys with the Justice Department, as recently as January 31st, interviewed medical providers named in the articles. Let me give you more details. Again, this was from the Wall Street Journal, so credit to them. Good reporting. United Health's army of doctors helped it collect billions more for Medicare, i.e. defraud Americans. But no one's going to go to jail for this, I promise. The biggest Medicare Advantage insurer presented physicians with checklists of potential diagnoses. I didn't think I was obese. Like most doctors, Nicholas Jones prefers to diagnose patients after examining them. When he worked for United Health Group, though, the company frequently prepared him a checklist of potential diagnoses before he ever laid eyes on them. United Health only did that with the Eugene, Oregon family physicians Medicare Advantage recipients, he said, and its software wouldn't let him move on to his next patient until he weighed in on each diagnosis. The diagnoses were often irrelevant or wrong, Jones said. United Health sometimes suggested a hormonal condition, secondary hyperaldosteronism, sorry if I'm mispronouncing, that was so obscure, Jones had to turn to Google for help. I needed to look it up, the doctor said. The government's Medicare Advantage system, which uses private insurers to provide health benefits to seniors and disabled people, pay the companies based on how sick patients are to cover the higher costs of sick patients. Medicare calculates sickness scores from information supplied by doctors and submitted by the insurers. In the case of United Health, many of these doctors worked directly for United Health. No conflict of interest there, right? More diagnoses make for higher scores and larger payments. A Wall Street Journal analysis found sickness scores increased when patients moved from traditional Medicare to Medicare Advantage, leading to billions of dollars in extra government payments to insurers. What we call that, folks, is fraud. Patients examined by doctors working for United Health, an industry pioneer in directly employing large numbers of physicians, had some of the biggest increases in sickness scores after moving from traditional Medicare to the company's plans. According to the Journal's analysis of Medicare data between 2019 and 2022, sickness scores for those United Health patients increased 55% on average in their first year in the plans, the analysis showed. That increase was roughly equivalent to every patient getting newly diagnosed with HIV, the virus causing AIDS, and breast cancer.
Hey everyone, big heads up. Paleo Valley's running a sale on all their meat sticks right now. You can get 30 sticks for $36.
That far outpaced the 7% year-over-year rise in the sickness scores of patients who stayed in traditional Medicare. Across Medicare Advantage plans run by all insurers, including United Health, scores for newly enrolled patients rose by 30% that first year. Translated down, United Health was coming up with bullshit cockamamie sickness scores and diagnoses so that they could get more money from the federal government.
And so they were making doctors. Let me make sure my shit is on. They were making sure the doctors fill out these bullshit questionnaires about your health, things that didn't have anything to do with why they were treating you, but they couldn't go. They had to answer these questions, a yes or a no about something that made it appear as if you were sicker than you really were. To answer questions just to go on through the procedure of what they were trying to do. They had to answer these questions. And funny thing, the questions that they asked, that they had to be answered, would make it seem like many people had things that they didn't have. Many people were obese, or they used like their chart for obesity wasn't the regular chart. It was their own in 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 store chart for obesity. I forget what the metrics is. If you're have some a certain amount of fat, you're considered to be overweight or obese or morbidly obese, and so they would their scales were tamped down to make somebody who could be considered just overweight to be obese. So then you're in a whole different category, and they're making a whole different amount of money. You so if you're obese, they could put you in a morbidly obese categories, which means that you are susceptible to more different health issues like uh, diabetes and heart failure and all of this. So you're in a whole different bubble of patients there. And so it's going to cost them more to treat you. So they treat you accordingly. You get it? Um, Shit, we want to live. Three diabetics pens cost me $54. Well, shit. You should be happy for three pens, $54. I heard of I heard of this man. Um, they wanted to charge him like $95 for one diabetic pen. Hold on one second. Okay, so that's what I wanted you guys to check out. And it's apropos that this report came out yesterday because today they're talking about taking people off of Medicaid. Medicaid insurance. You remember 45, 47 was like, oh no, we're not taking people off of Medicaid. We're not we're not taking people off of Medicaid. Oh God, we'd never do that. So now I don't know if you guys watch these the hearings that they had yesterday about 45, 47's budget, where they said, in fact, that there will be 17.5 million people who are going to lose their Medicaid. 17.5 million people who are currently on Medicaid will be losing their Medicaid. In addition to that, these people who are going to be kicked off of Medicaid, they will not be able to buy their own health insurance via the Affordable Care Act. Not only are they kicking you off, they are also preventing you from joining the Affordable Care Act with your own money, if you have any, but you ain't got none because you're on Medicaid already. So now, not only that, it's just not the people on Medicaid. Y'all think that this just is about the people on Medicaid, and let's understand, this is all in an effort to give the top 1% lifelong tax cuts that already has us in a hole already has us in a financial hole from the last time 45 or 47 was in office. We are in debt from that temporary tax cut. Now he wants to make it permanent off the backs of 17.5 million people losing their health care and not being able to buy any. So what else does that mean? That also means that people who already have their own, who are not on Medicare, your insurance rates are going to go up too. Why my because who the fuck you think is going to pay for these people to use emergency rooms for their primary physicians? You and me and everybody else. Your insurance rates are going to go up as well. So i uh, I hope you guys watch these Senate hearings. If not, I got a little treat for you. Now, what's that guy's uh, name? He wears an eye patch. He's such a big liar. He challenges people to fights. He's just so inappropriate. He's a I think he's a former a, a, a former vet. What is it? Cock something. What is his name? I almost had his name. His name is something to do with cock, of course. Come here. Come here. Um, what is it? Hawthorne or Hawthorne. Anyway, so he's sitting up there and he's saying who's the Democrats are lying to you and this, that, and the other. And then it's time for someone else to talk. And it's time for someone else to talk. And the guy says, well, they say that we're lying, but I'm telling you who's lying. It's the Republicans. It's 45-47. And then they have a whole uproar in the Senate, like he can't use the word lie. Of course, it's a black man, and of course, he's saying that they're lying, and they have talked all morning long about how the Dems were lying about what was in this bill, and come to find out the CBO actually said that this is amount of people that are losing their health care. So let's go through this a little bit. And so they have a whole big thing about lying, and it was okay to say that the Republicans, the Democrats was lying, but God forbid they were lying. So yeah, I'm going to admit that the Republicans were saying something about lying, but it's been bought up now, so everybody just don't say lying anymore. These people are insane, and then only to find out that he was right. They were lying. Let's walk through. And what's peculiar about this bill, at the same time that they're having the hearing about what's being taken out as far as Medicaid, they're also having the hearing. They're having them simultaneously. So you have to choose which hearing that you wanted to be in. You couldn't be in both at the same time. So they're trying to do that as well. Let me see. Where is this? Where is this? Let me ask a question. Double Jeopardy. This is under let me ask a question. Let's start. This is the full committee markup of the budget reconciliation text. This is the first time that they're getting the full a markup of the reconciliation budget, and they got it 24 hours before this. They should have gotten it earlier, but they are waiting down to the last minute, hoping that people will not find different things that they have in the budget. I don't know why they thought that was going to happen. So let's hear the opening statements of this So you can see where the Republicans are coming from, and let's see how the Democrats are catching their asses. So he wants to eliminate the waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicare. But y'all said Medicare. Y'all said that Medicare is not going to be cut in this budget. Y'all had already had Doge looking for waste, fraud, and abuse. So why is this in the budget? And who have you guys? Uh, who have you guys arrested for said waste, fraud, and abuse up until now? Absolutely nobody. But let's continue. Uh, am I sharing my screen? I'm not sharing my screen. Let me share my screen. I was like, why isn't the black dot over here? I apologize. Let me share my screen. That would be helpful. Here we go.
And elderly Americans. We've worked diligently to meet this target by ending wasteful Green New Deal style spending, supporting the rapid innovation of American industry and federal agencies, and eliminating the waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid that jeopardizes care for millions of women, children, people with disabilities, and elderly Americans. To ensure American energy dominance, we will secure our energy infrastructure by taking the steps to refill our strategic petroleum reserve, which strengthens our energy security and supports our national security. In order to support the abundant energy production that will be necessary to secure our grid, and in order to increase revenue, we will expand the use of user fees to help streamline the siting and permitting of new oil, gas, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen pipelines. We can save $172 billion over the next 10 years by repealing the burdensome Biden-Harris administration regulations, and over $100 billion by eliminating the EV mandates imposed by the vehicle emission and CAFE standards that have failed to serve the American taxpayers. And through investments to modernize
consider as serving the American taxpayers by repealing these regulations, these clean air regulations. It doesn't make the government money, so therefore it is useless to America. Let's continue.
As the Department of Commerce, we can integrate AI systems to make the department more secure and effective. To protect the integrity of this project, and we're implementing guardrails that protect against state-level AI laws that could jeopardize our technological leadership.
Okay, so we're making sure that tech is okay. We're going to introduce AI and make sure the tech industry is okay. But fuck your air and water. Let's continue.
Our legislation will raise $88 billion of new revenue through a historic agreement reauthorizing the FCC Spectrum Auction Authority, or protecting U.S. national security. The Biden-era inflation has left Americans struggling to access affordable health care. The issue has been exacerbated by the decisions of left-leaning state governments to spend dollars on illegal immigrants. We make no apologies for prioritizing Americans in need over illegal immigrants and those who are capable but choose not to work.
Okay, so now they're saying that I know was it in California that they Gavin Newsom definitely wanted to put all illegal immigrants on Medi-Cal. They call it Medi-Cal in California, but it's the same thing. It's Medicaid. It's called Medi-Cal in California, and I don't agree with that. I don't think that that should happen either. But he's trying to make it appear as if every state has been doing that, and I don't know if they just voted to do it and never implemented it in California. I know they definitely approved it in California, but I don't know if it had been implemented yet. So what they're trying to say is that all across this country, that they are undocumented immigrants who are getting Medicaid. Now, The peculiar, the strange thing about this is that they are making like if you have a child here that is born here that is an American citizen here, that child has to used to just have to have a social security number to get Medicaid, but now they're making it that the child and both parents have to be able to get a social security number for the child to get Medicaid. And why is that? Because if you are an undocumented immigrant, your child is no longer going to be able to get Medicaid. So that's why.
Our priority remains the same: strengthen and sustain Medicaid for those whom the program was intended to serve: expectant mothers, children, people with disabilities, and the elderly. We are prepared to stop the billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program by beginning to rein in the loopholes, by ensuring states have the flexibility to remove ineligible recipients from their rolls, and removing beneficiaries who are enrolled in multiple states. These are all common sense policies that will return taxpayer dollars to middle class families. Medicaid was created to protect health care for Americans who otherwise could not support themselves. But Democrats expanded the program far beyond this core mission. That's why we are establishing common sense work requirements for capable but not working adults in the expansion population.
But see, here's another question. They are establishing work requirements
Let me be clear.
for people to get Medicaid, and are we not aware that people are working right now who are on Medicaid? If you are creating and establishing rules for Medicaid, why are you allowing corporations such as Walmart, such as the Dollar Tree and Family Dollar are all owned by the same company? Why are you not requiring them to offer a medical plan for their employees? I mean, how come you're not doing? See, they can sit up and make up rules for the poor, but you can't make up. So they are supposed to go out and get a job, sick or whatever. In Are we saying that there's a job for every poor person in the United States? Is that what we're saying? But I just want to know, just because you're poor, does that mean that you can find a job? Is that what they saying? I guess that's what that they mean by black jobs. Maybe you can go out to one of these farms and there was a ad to pick berries for 10 hours a day, uh, for 7 days a week for $11 an hour. Maybe you can get one of these black jobs. I guess that's what they're saying. There's a job for every poor person. So therefore, if you want to see a doctor, you're going to have a job. Okay, so you're not making these employers have health insurance plans for their employees. That would take a lot of people off the Medicare rolls. If you really wanted to take people off the Medicare rolls, like the Walton family, the largest retailers in the United States who don't have health care insurance for their employees, and make sure that they give them just enough hours to not have to give them health health care plans. How come you're not working on that? Let's continue.
Work requirements would only apply to able bodied adults without dependents who don't have a disqualifying condition, encourage them to reenter the workforce and regain their independence. All of this is part of our effort to strengthen Medicaid for the people that need it most. When President Trump delivered his second inaugural address, he promised a revolution of common sense that will launch a generation of growth, prosperity, and health. This reconciliation bill is critical to that promise the president and congressional Republicans made to the American people. Today, we bring before the committee a package that unleashes American energy dominance, advances innovation, and protects access to care for our most vulnerable. Each of these is a core part of our effort to respark the American dream and ensure our country will always be the land of opportunity. I have no doubt that we'll have some robust discussions today about these proposals. These discussions are important, and I look forward to using this time to address the issues that matter most to the American families we serve. So I thank you all for your hard work as we continue our work to serve the American people. I now yield 5 minutes to the ranking member, my friend from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me.
That's protesting. That's protesting. They had about 25, 26 people in their wheelchairs in there protesting. And I hated to let you hear this boring stream of lies, but I had to let you know where they think that they are coming from. And now we finna get to the fight. Now we finna get to the fighting in the committee. We finna get to the good part. Look at his face. Look at his face after shooting all that shit up y'all asses. Look at his face. Okay, let's continue.
The committee will come to order. The chair will advise the audience that disruption of a congressional business is a violation of law and is a criminal offense. Please come to order.
And what's the first thing the Republicans say? It's against the law and it's a criminal offense. That's the Republican threatening them with jail. Okay, let's continue.
The chair advises the audience that violations will not be tolerated and the violators will be removed from the room and may be subject to arrest.
Now, I want you to see them pull these people out of this committee room. These people are in wheelchairs, and he's threatening them with being arrested. Okay, because they're saying no cuts to Medicaid. You have the right as a citizen to protest your government, and where else to protest your government is right here. Let's continue. Now, these are the protesters. You see them taking the protesters out? Okay, let's get a little forward now.
You want to sign up for the Affordable Care Act, further hurt with their
Okay, here we go. And now this is the Democrat, what he has to say about after all the threats to arrest these people. You're going to hear the Democrat. What
The committee will come to order.
Hey, Sandy.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for his 5-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to say that I think hopefully everyone understands that these demonstrations the people feel very strongly because they know they're losing their health care and the cruelty that comes from the Republican proposal that makes them lose their health care and their health insurance. But I would just ask that to the police, I don't know if they're in the room, that we not arrest people if possible because many of them are disabled and I don't want to see them further hurt with their disability in the process of being arrested. But for months now, President Trump and Congress.
Okay, so he has the decency to request these cops to not arrest them. What is the first thing the Republican tell? You will be arrested up until he wants them arrested. And I don't know if certain types of arrests you could lose your Medicaid altogether. I'm not sure how that works. But you hear what the Democrat says. So I wanted you to hear that. This is important.
Republicans promised the American people they would not cut Medicaid benefits or strip away people's health care. In February, President Trump said, and I'm quoting, Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched. House Speaker Johnson doubled down on that promise, stating, and again, I'm quoting, the White House has made a commitment. The president has said over and over, we're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. We've made that same commitment. Now, I have to say, Mr. Chairman, those are promises that Republicans made to the American people, and it's clear that they have broken that promise. And I just want to reference on.
And it's clear that we know that 4547 is a liar. But okay, so he's over in Saudi Arabia making all of these billion-dollar deals for himself. This is what they call him, Trump two dolls, who said that maybe your kid will only have two dolls, and that's really all a kid that really needs. While he's over in Saudi Arabia, talking about taking a $400 million flying palace from Qatar as his Air Force One. We're going to get into what he's doing over in Qatar while they're talking about cutting 17.5 million people off of their Medicare, their health insurance over here in the United States. So can somebody make this make sense? Can somebody tell me why there are any pledges to this motherfucker? Let's continue.
Sunday night, Mr. Chairman, in a Wall Street Journal interview, you actually said.
And let's not forget, we are only discussing this because he wants to give tax cuts to the 1%, the billionaires. We wouldn't even have to be discussing cutting this from the poorest of the poor people unless he wanted to give tax cuts to billionaires. Make it make sense. Permanent tax cut to billionaires.
That that the Republican plan to trim Medicaid spending, you were commenting on the Republican plan to trim Medicaid spending, and you said, and I quote, "We're going to go as far as we can go to get 218 votes." Well, I think the bottom line is you're going pretty far here in either trimming or cutting, however you want to call it. You refer to it as trimming Medicaid. You don't have to take my word for it. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office own analysis shows that at least 13.7 million Americans will lose their health care coverage as a result of Trump and congressional Republicans' action. The Medicaid and Affordable Care Act cuts included in the Energy and Commerce bill will make up at least 8.6 million of that total number. So 8.6 from this bill alone will lose their Medicaid coverage, and another 5 because it's obvious from the reconciliation bill that you're not going to reauthorize the assistance, if you will, for those who are on the Affordable Care Act in the marketplace. And so you add another 5 million, and you, by the end of the year, will have over 15 million Americans who lose their Medicaid. So you can call it a trim, you can call it a cut, call it whatever you want. The bottom line is these people are going to lose their Medicaid. That's why we have so many people. That's why there's so many people here today demonstrating. Now, let me be clear. This is not a moderate bill. I've heard you and others say this is a moderate bill. It is not focused on cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Instead, Republicans are intentionally taking health care away from millions of Americans so they can give giant tax breaks to the ultra-rich who, frankly, don't need them. Medicaid is a life-saving program that 80 million Americans count on every day. It provides health care to 1 in 3 Americans and nearly half of all children in the United States. It covers close to half of all births, and it's the largest source of funding for long-term care for seniors and people living with disabilities. With this bill, Republicans are essentially telling millions of Americans, gotcha, no more health care for you. I looked at this, and it's like as if someone who was disabled walked in the room, and I said, gee, rather can I help you, it's like, how can I make sure that you don't access Medicaid, you don't access health care? Well, I'll say that maybe you can't fill out the red tape and the paperwork, but I'll make you do it once a month. And if you miss that, you're not going to get your health insurance. Well, if you want to sign up for the Affordable Care Act because you didn't fill out the paperwork for Medicaid, then you're not going to be eligible for the Affordable Care Act because we won't let you do that. So everything is being done to make it possible that people get kicked off so you can save money by not financing the health care. Now, a lot of us are going to talk about individuals today, and I would like to talk about my individual from my district. Her name is Lauren, and she has a daughter named Donnie, who is disabled. And Lauren is concerned about how devastating Medicaid cuts would be for people with disabilities. She has said, and I'm quoting, Without programs like Medicaid that help them get out of bed in the morning, they will literally be stuck or worse out in the community, unsafe and victimized. Lauren worries that cuts to Medicaid will take away her daughter's life, and she says that Danny doesn't deserve that. That's Lauren on the left, and this is Danny, her daughter, on the right. And Lauren is right. Danny doesn't deserve this. And that's why Democrats will fight this cruel bill. Cruelty is the point, that will strip health care away from millions of Americans just so that Republicans can give their very wealthy friends and large corporations a tax break. It isn't right. It's cruel. We shouldn't be taking away health care from all these Americans. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, so I like the way that the Democrats, they all have a picture of someone in their district as they're talking about these cuts. So let's move on to where I know the fights are. I did watch this myself. This is a Republican licking ass. This is an old woman who is demanding that they not cut Medicare. Another Republican. I like her. I think she did a good thing. Let me see. Let me get to her.
To fill. It sets devious paperwork traps to force families like Sam's to jump through hoops to help to get coverage. The math is clear. $800 billion gouged out of our healthcare system means $800 billion less care to go around. With this bill, Republicans are choosing to rip away healthcare and abandon the American people, all to pay for temporary tax cuts for the wealthy and to keep fueling corporate greed that's making life harder.
They're not temporary tax cuts. They're looking to make these tax cuts permanent. So I don't know why she's talking about temporary tax cuts.
For everyday Americans. I'm here to fight for these Americans, and I'll be here as long as it takes. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition. Seeing none, the gentlelady from Florida. Gentlelady from Florida, you're recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Tony McLaurin is a spirited 7-year-old from Wesley Chapel, Florida, a part of the world that my colleagues Gus Bilirakis and Laurel Lee know very well, north of Tampa. He is an athletic kid. He loves to play and watch football with his father, Ronnie. He loves math and playing video games. He is sweet and respectful. But last December, his mother noticed that Tony didn't have the same energy. And on the morning of his football championship banquet, she took him to the emergency room, where after a number of blood tests, he was diagnosed with leukemia. Since then, Tony has been in and out of St. Joseph's Children's Hospital for chemotherapy, where he will be undergoing treatment for the next 2 years. Pauline, his mom, is a 5th grade teacher, and she had to quit her job when Tony was diagnosed. Now it is a real struggle for them to pay their bills on Dad Ronnie's electrician's salary. When Pauline was forced to quit her job, and to take care of Tony, the family lost their health insurance that was tied to her mother's teaching employer. But thankfully, St. Joseph's helped them enroll in Medicaid, which covers the whole family and helps provide all of the chemotherapy that they need. Pauline feels hopeless, scared and uneasy about the prospect of losing Medicaid. She said, "It's not like I have a second option. Medicaid is the second option." Medicaid insures 1 out of every 3 children diagnosed with cancer in the United States, and without consistent Medicaid coverage, some children with cancer likely will die. Even a gap in coverage or costly red tape requirements will cost lives. Studies have shown that children who experience interruptions in health coverage before or during their cancer diagnosis are less likely to survive. There is a new worry, though, for Pauline and Tony and the family. See, the priority of the president and Republicans in Congress is to give a massive tax giveaway to Elon Musk and billionaires that's going to be paid for by Medicaid cuts. It's outrageous. And at a time of so uncertainty, driven by what the president has done and Elon Musk's heartless actions, when the cost of living is so high, when cancer research is under attack, the last thing a parent with a child diagnosed with cancer needs is to worry about affordable health care. Musk already torpedoed a bipartisan piece of legislation at the end of the year that would have helped children diagnosed with cancer by speeding development of new drugs and treatments. Does he and all of his billionaire buddies really need more in their bank accounts while kids and the vulnerable and families across this country have to deal with them ripping coverage away? Don't be the committee.
Thank you.
It makes it more difficult for our neighbors to get medical care for children with cancer. Be the committee that supports
friend's
children
time
like
has
Tony.
expired.
Affordable, consistent
Young lady's
coverage,
time's
so
expired.
Tony can return to the
Young
sports
lady's
he
time
loves
has
and live a
expired.
fulfilled life.
And I want to remind my colleagues on the committee that the House Rules Committee rules refer to people by name. So my friend from Florida, my colleague from Florida, congressperson friend from Florida, but calling each other by individual names is not in accordance with House rules. So I appreciate that. And the gentleman from New Jersey wants a couple of seconds to introduce a friend.
Well, I'll say my friend from New Jersey, or colleague from New Jersey, Senator Booker's here. Thank you for being here. And I know how sincerely you are concerned about what's happening to Medicaid. Thank you.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady will state her parliamentary
I
inquiry.
believe under the rules, you can mention someone's name. You just can't address them personally. So you could say, for example, so-and-so,
Okay.
Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, this person.
Let's go move forward.
To represent our districts, to pass legislation to better protect and improve the lives that would lead to at least.
Let me see.
To represent our.
That during his first visit to the hospital, he remained admitted for nearly a year. That during his first
allows us to work. To lose it would be awful, not only for our family, but also for the people we serve through our work. They explained to me that when you have a child with complex medical needs and disabilities, you are constantly navigating systems to advocate for your child in education settings, in healthcare settings, and in dealing with insurance. Noel described how, as a parent of a child with disabilities, you're often pushing through all the red tape for your child's need to be respected. Let's not add more red tape for this family. Noel has described how Medicaid provides Nathan and her with a breath of relief of thinking about these supports for Isla as she gets older and enters adulthood. Noel shared a friend's sentiment that Isla doesn't need to change for the world needs to change for Isla. I could not agree more. Noel asked members of this committee to rethink these devastating cuts and instead provide respect and provide dignity for families and individuals living with disabilities. On behalf of Isla and her family and families like hers across my district, across New York State, and across our great nation, I demand that we reverse course on all cuts to Medicaid and additional red tape that would hurt so many people. With that, let's say no to lining the pockets of billionaires and yes to providing access to affordable health care via Medicaid for so many. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I want to say I appreciate my colleagues' concerns, and we share them. Every example that has been mentioned, or the people we're trying to strengthen Medicaid for, not one of them will lose coverage under our bill unless they are able-bodied workers or they're in the country without.
He's absolutely lying. You hear that 5 million people will lose their insurance if they are insured by Medicare under the Affordable Care Act. He's lying. Let's continue.
Without a legal presence. So there's no one on the Republican side. Gentlelady from New York. My colleague from New York is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to begin by sharing my story of my constituent, David. This is David, one of the many faces of Medicaid. David is a 55-year-old Brooklyn resident who's been living with congestive heart failure since 2016. Once a full-time worker, his diagnosis sadly forced him to stop working and rely solely on Medicaid for his health care. His condition was so severe that during his first visit to the hospital, he remained admitted for nearly a full year. Medicaid covers all aspects of his medical needs, including the daily medications he has to take, regular cardiac monitoring, and hospital-based care. That extended hospitalization was entirely covered by Medicaid, and it saved his life. He was able to receive this life-saving cure at SUNY Downstate, and some of our constituents are here from SUNY Downstate in our audience today, a vital hospital in my district that also heavily relies on Medicaid dollars to provide high-quality care to their patients, just like most healthcare institutions across this nation, from rural to urban areas.
I just wanted to give you a grasp of how many ranges of people, from young kids to middle-aged kids to teens to adults to seniors who are going to be affected by this. Is it 17.5 millions of people who are going to be cut from Medicaid. So now let's get to the BS of it all.
The 10 lowest in the country.
And to all my colleagues who say you're cutting waste and fraud, Medicaid is 22% more cost effective than any private insurance plan. We have to protect George and other children and seniors in nursing homes and people with disabilities. And please don't say you're not going to hurt them, because many things in this bill are a backdoor way of doing so. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady goes back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For months, literally months.
Point of
Oh,
order.
I'm sorry.
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Texas.
This gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I just want to respond. Look, I have a young daughter, and
Crenshaw. Yes, Mr. Crenshaw with the eye patch, who is going to tell you a blatant lie that there are no cuts, even when the CBO, Congressional Budget Office has already came out and said emphatically that people are going to lose their Medicaid. That he's going to try to tell you something different, and they already have the paperwork from the CBO. It is not a left or right leaning organization. It is a numbers organization that gives you the numbers and the fact. But let's hear from Mr. Dan Crenshaw, who likes to challenge people to fights, the Republican who likes to challenge people who are testifying before his committee to fights. Let's hear this lie. Let's continue.
and I would be fearful.
Gentlemen, would you start? I'm sorry. Mr. Vesey was from Texas too, so I just want to clarify. I was recognizing Mr. Crenshaw, so I have to say his name. It's all right. Mr. Crenshaw is recognized for 5 minutes. Sorry.
Some might say there's too many Texans, but I don't think there's enough. I mean, at least we could agree on that, Mr. Vesey. Look, just to respond here. I mean, look, I have a young daughter, and if she was on Medicaid and we were at risk of taking that away from her, I would share that fear. The problem with this narrative is that there's no reason to have that fear. I think crime here is scaring someone like George. No, you don't, because
yes, they need to have that fear, because they may be one of the 17.5 million people who are definitely going to use. If I was on Medicare, but you're not on Medicare because some stupid motherfuckers voted you into office, and you have the gold star of health insurance. So shut the fuck up about if your daughter was on Medicare. If your daughter was born with a penis, she'd be your son. So what point are you making? If don't mean shit. We're talking about facts. Let's continue.
Well, I'm sorry. I am sorry that. Here's my apology to you. I am sorry that people lied to you. I am sorry that so many people in the media and on the left have lied to you about what's in this bill. George, I want to tell you.
So many people in the media and on the left have done what to you? They've lied to you. People in the media and on the left. Keep that in mind. He said, I'm so sorry that so many people in the media and on the left have lied to you. And is anybody up in arms about him saying that people on the left have lied? No, not one person said a motherfucking word. Let's continue.
You have nothing to worry about. You're Medicaid.
About lying, and now all of a sudden they're objecting.
All right.
Or poor people. So
I am sorry that. Here's my apology to you. I am sorry that people lied to you. I am sorry that so many people in the media and on the left have lied to you about what's in this bill. George, I want to tell you, you have nothing to worry about. Your Medicaid is not going anywhere. I'm sorry if they flew all the way here from Michigan. I'm sorry for that. That's not fair for people to be lied to and to be scared on purpose for political reasons. Read the bill. I know it hasn't been out that long, and I know it's complicated stuff, but over the next 24 to 28 hours, we're going to go through it all. And I just want to say, George and his family, you're going to go home feeling a lot better.
And so he's just sitting up here telling them to read. I know it's complicated. I know we just put it out. I know you haven't had time to read the bill. We're going to go over it in the next 24 hours. Have you read the bill? Do you know what's in this bill? It seems like some of your counterparts do. However, you want to sit up here and lie to the people about them not losing their insurance, so you can't have these people protesting in the middle of your hearing. It's not going to happen because people know what the Congressional Budget Office has already said about this bill, and that up to 17.5 people will be kicked off of their health insurance for the poorest of the poor people, to ensure that the 1% get a permanent tax break. The top 1%, millionaires and billionaires.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the other gentleman from Texas, Mr. Veazey.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. You are going to hear a lot about lies. Let me tell you who the biggest liar of them all is. That is Donald Trump. Yes. Donald Trump promised he wouldn't touch Medicaid. That was a lie. My Republican colleagues, my MAGA colleagues swore up and down that they wouldn't touch Medicaid. It was a lie.
Objection.
Now, hold on a second, Mr. Chairman. Everybody over here has been hollering about lying, and now all of a sudden they're objecting.
All right, gentlemen.
Come on now. Come on now.
The objection is a reference to the President of the United States in relationship to lying, which is in violation of the rules.
They've been hollering about lying the whole time, and now I'll get into my spiel, and then they want to make an objection about it?
Chairman, lying generally is acceptable. Lying specifically is not.
Come on now. Come on now.
All right, the gentleman will suspend. So
Can I resume, Mr. Chairman?
all we're saying is members of Congress, members of the Senate, and the president are in our speech and our debate is protected from insult. So we should not use the word lying and so forth moving forward. I get it. I've heard it.
So you just heard this Crenshaw dude said, I'm sorry, the left and the media has been lying on you. So they can't say MAGA is lying, and when they are actually lying. Let's continue.
Said before.
You guys have been saying it the whole hearing. You guys have been saying the word lying the whole hearing. Excuse me.
It's not
this
generally
is ridiculous.
your
Mr.
points.
Chairman.
Point of clarification,
Let's just
Chairman.
not use the word lying as we
Mr. Chairman.
each other. I'm just saying in general. I'm
Mr. Chairman.
Point
of order.
Just
point of order.
Gentleman's recognized for a point of order.
I have a question for you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
In your opening remarks, you talked about Joe Biden.
That's right.
So can you explain to me the difference there?
Okay. I talked about the Biden-Harris policies. I didn't say Biden-Harris lied to the American people. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything like that. So
Your members have called us liars in the last 15 minutes.
I've asked everybody to suspend on the word line. We will go forward. And so, Mr. Veazey, you're recognized to continue, unless my friend, you're recognized to continue. But let's try not to use it. You're right. I admit the word line has been used. It's been brought now as a point of order has been made on that. So let's all suspend using the word line for each other. So, Mr. Veazey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Donald Trump, my Republican MAGA colleague.
We can do it, but you can't do it.
Stop capping. Stop capping to the American public. This is a betrayal. Republicans are butchering Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, and they're carving it up. So billionaires, so literally billionaires like Musk.
Yeah, that's right. Get woke on these motherfuckers. Tell them motherfuckers to stop capping. Stop capping. They don't even know what that is. Oh, he's down there. You know, they probably going to try to throw him out. They're going to probably try to censure him. He was using woke rhetoric on the floor. We want to censure him because we don't know what that means. He told them motherfuckers, stop capping, motherfucker.
And Bezos and the others can have a tax break. So the good old boys can have a tax break, and the people that are out there struggling cannot have Medicaid. It's terrible. It's arson, and Republicans are the arsonists. And who are the targets? The targets are children. The targets are mothers. The targets are seniors. The targets are people with disabilities. The targets are hard-working Americans. And again, $884 billion. Think about that. Those are the three people that I just talked about, those billionaires. It's so they can have a tax cut. And it's so people like Carla, who is a cancer survivor that lives in near the district that I represent. And Carla wants to tell you her story. She's someone whose life was saved by Medicaid. But I'd rather have Carla share her story. Carla, can you share your story?
Yes, thank you, Congressman. My name is Carla Prothrow, and I'm a 7-year lung cancer survivor and the daughter of a World War II veteran who I know.
You can't play a recording on a.
It's not a recording. It's a live call, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So they're not going to allow him to play a testimony from a phone call. So this is how this went. Let me see who else made. All of these people made good points. They talked about the people in their districts. You see all of the different people who are affected. Now let's get to AOC. She took it home for many different reasons, but let's check this out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 13.7 million people, 13.7 million Americans will be cut off from their health care and made completely uninsurable by the bill that Republicans are presenting today. You know, there's a lot that I've been hearing. I've been listening to my Republican counterparts here today and what they've been saying about this bill. And the math is not adding up. They're trying to convince people that they are cutting millions of undocumented people from payroll, from Medicare, acting as though this is what's going to save it. Even if you believe everything that Republicans have said today, they are identifying 1 million, their claim, which I dispute, but if you believe them, their claim is that 1 million undocumented people are on Medicaid. So why are they trying to cut 13.7 million Americans off their health care? By the Republicans' own Energy and Commerce tweet this morning, their claim is 7.6 million people are somehow ineligible for health care. So why are they cutting 13.7 million Americans off their health care? They've asked us to read this bill, and we have. This bill bans the people that they kick off of Medicaid from even buying their own insurance from the Affordable Care Act exchange. So once you are kicked off Medicaid, you then can't even buy your own health insurance. It increases costs for people who they deem eligible and who are low income and forces them to pay even more. And if you have a private insurer, don't worry, you're getting screwed over too, because your healthcare premiums are going to skyrocket from the disaster that is happening from this bill. We've done assessments, because if you live in a rural community, you're going to be hurt too. In New York 23, 25% of people are on Medicaid in this area of upstate New York. Westfield Memorial Hospital will be at risk of closure. UPMC Chautauqua is at risk of closure. Schuyler Hospital at risk of closure. California 23, where 46% of people are on Medicaid. Redlands Community Hospital at risk of closure if this passes. Victor Valley Global Medical Center, Loma Linda University Medical Center, all at risk of closure. Colorado 8, 24% of people in this community are on Medicaid, and Platte Valley Medical Center will be at risk of closure if these cuts pass. Who do you believe? The people who are trying to cut this, not, by the way, to cut from quote unquote undeserving people to give to deserving people, but they are cutting these Medicaid care and these Medicaid dollars to pay for tax cuts for Elon Musk and billionaires. So this money isn't even going towards funding better care for people who are eligible. This money is going, and we are cutting money and healthcare from people and families who are suffering to pay for tax cuts for the rich. It is a crime happening in front of the American public right now. And I yield back.
For an open statement.
Mr. Chairman, I seek to be recognized.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for his open.
That they're lying, but not a single person in 8 million able-bodied adults choosing not to work or volunteer in their communities will be affected. 1.2 million recipients who are not eligible will no longer receive coverage. That is because we want to protect these programs for the very people that have been mentioned today by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We stand with them to protect the program for those people, but the status quo cannot continue. We cannot continue to keep spending 90% of every dollar on able-bodied adults choosing not to work and only spending 70% of every dollar on the vulnerable traditional people, the disabled. disabled, children, pregnant women, and seniors. It is not right. We are trying to fix it, and I urge my colleagues to stop the scare tactics. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The
Mr.
gentlelady
Chairman?
from
What I said is this. Thank you. What I said is this is not about no able-bodied people not working, because you have able-bodied people who are working that you still are already still paying Medicaid for, because these fucking rich companies that employ people, they just make sure that they give them just few enough hours that they don't have to offer them health insurance. So you already have people, able-bodied people who are working, that you're not complaining about paying for their Medicaid. You're not complaining about paying for their Medicaid. So you're gonna act like there's a job for every able-bodied person in America? Oh, is that what we're gonna pretend that there is a job for every able-bodied person in America? Oh, so and therefore, if you can't find a job, then if you get sick, you are left to your own devices. You are left to using emergency rooms as your primary healthcare physician, increasing the cost of medical care for everyone in the United States. Is that what we're doing now? This is bullshit this cunt talking about? Let's continue.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to place into the record Section 401 of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act that was passed in 1996, that's titled Aliens Who Are Not Qualified Aliens Ineligible for Federal Public Benefits, which says that people, if they're here illegally, are not eligible for Medicaid.
without objection, so ordered. Anybody else seeking recognition for opening?
So she had to put that in the record because they are trying to say that illegals are getting Medicaid, and she had to put that in the record so they can quit using this lie. Well, we're trying to save it. We're kicking people off who don't belong on there, and this is no. You don't have to do any of that because it is already in the books that undocumented immigrants are not allowed Medicaid. It's already on the book. So all of this, we're cutting people off who not supposed to be on there is hockey puck. Let's continue.
Gentlelady from Florida, you are recognized for 3 minutes. Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all my colleagues. This is going to be a very, very long, possibly 36 hours. With that in mind, I think it's just important to lay out that we've heard a lot today in the last few hours that is not rooted in reality, because the facts tell a much different story. The posters that our colleagues on the left have held up are touching. The stories, they're very emotional. And I agree that we want to protect those most vulnerable. As a pregnant woman, I want to make sure that pregnant women, expectant mothers have access to resources around the country. Unfortunately, that's not happening in this situation. You know, I don't want to say that they're lying, but not a single person in those posters is going to be impacted by this legislation. Not one. Not one. And I encourage you to read the bill if you don't believe me.
All right. Now, she said not a single person in those posters is going to be affected. How do you know, bitch? Bitch, how do you know who's going to be affected by these cuts? Now, she can guarantee that not a single person is going to be affected. This is such bullshit. I thought she was somebody I wanted to hear. Come to find out she's not. So we're going to keep on going.
The facts are in black and white. I heard from one of my colleagues that there's just not enough waste, fraud, and abuse to reform the programs.
Whether they're Democrats, Republicans, or Independents, they've all voiced opposition to cutting, or as you said, trimming Medicaid. And therefore, for those reasons, I move that the committee adjourn and that we not consider these additional changes, cuts, or trim, however you rephrase it, to Medicaid. I move that the committee adjourn.
The motion to adjourn is not debatable. If there's no discussion, therefore, all those in favor say aye. All the opposed say no. No! The gentleman asked for a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lauda.
In at least 19 states have hiked rates as much as $40 per month just since the Trump administration began because of so much of their chaos and confusion across the agencies. In 5 months now into this Congress, the Republicans have not brought forth a single bill to lower energy costs for hardworking American families. Instead, what they're offering today is a handout to big oil companies and polluters, and the impact will be to raise your electric bill. They also, when you dig into this bill, they're getting clean air protections, clean water protections, all to fund their massive tax giveaway to billionaires. This is in stark.
Oh yes. Oh yes. This is also a part of this bill that they are going to discuss. Let's continue.
Contrast to what Democrats did a few years ago. We actually focused on consumers and on your bottom line. We passed energy rebates. We funded help for working class Americans to pay their heating bills, or in my neck of the woods, their AC bills. So what my amendment today says, rather than strike right at the heart of what you're doing, let's just analyze what's going on here. If you say, Mr. Chairman, that this is going to be so good for consumers, you'll pass my amendment. It will delay any provisions in this bill from taking effect until the Energy Information Administration studies the impact of the bill and the actions taken so far on the Trump administration, so that we can ensure what you say. You say, oh, this is going to lower electric bills. Nothing in here really proves that. We're all very skeptical because time and time again, you side with big oil CEOs and electric utilities and polluters. I mean, right now, just look at what's happened. When we were in charge, we passed home energy rebates. The bill they have on the floor today will take away the training grants that helps make that possible back home. 49 states across the country have applied for those Department of Energy rebates that will help working class Americans save on their electric bill. But now they want to rip those away by not allowing that to happen. In Florida, my home state, we're supposed to receive, my neighbors across the state are supposed to receive about $346 million to help. Wouldn't that help a lot of people save on their electric bills, buy food and groceries, afford the rising cost of living, maybe some of the tariff-induced price increases? But no, the Trump administration, Elon Musk with that chainsaw has said, no, we're not going to let those monies flow to hardworking people. Instead, we're going to create greater chaos. Oh, Democrats also thought it was important to help with transmission across the country. Building those big transmission lines is an incredible undertaking, as Mr. Peters has pointed out. It helps lower electric bills. So you know what they do in this bill? They take away the funds that would help transmission lines get constructed. You know why they're doing this? Is because right now the cost of cleaner, cheaper energy is very affordable. Solar, wind, battery storage, it's created a lot of jobs across the country. The big oil companies don't like it. So they're willing to say to you, you get to pay more while they get a gift and they get a pass. And this helps them in their calculation for their big tax giveaway to billionaires. So you're getting hit a couple of times. You're getting hit on your health care. You're getting hit on your electric bills. When you look out across the decades ahead, you have kids or grandkids, it's going to be a lot hotter. We could use those energy rebates for our AC bills. But this bill, moving forward, is going to cost everybody a lot. So I'll yield back, but I'm not finished discussing this because people need to know about this. You can't rush a bill like this with such a large impact through without people understanding what it means. I'll yield back.
Thanks. The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment adds a section to the subtitle relating to the
Okay,
impacts on
we're
energy
gonna
costs,
move
requiring
past
the
him,
Energy Information Administration to certify energy
and we're
costs
gonna
will
go
increase.
to AOC
The
one
best
more
way to
time.
lower energy
I
prices
like
is
how
to
she
expand use of America's abundant energy resources,
she
gas, oil, coal, hydropower,
simplifies
that provide affordable.
these bills.
Amendment offered by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, page 29, beginning on line 6, strike paragraph 1. Add at the end the following.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an amendment that I hope we can all be able to support today in terms of it at its core being an anti-corruption amendment. In my time here in Congress, I have participated in investigations of large corporations that have poisoned communities across the country, whether it was Deloitte and 3M that dumped PFAS in communities where so many women and families dealt with reproductive cancers, whether it was other kinds of pipelines near and sited near populated communities that then leaked toxic chemicals into water supplies. And even in Flint, Michigan, where we saw so many children that experienced developmental delays due to exposure to lead. A lot of times, these communities were poisoned due to large corporations that were exploiting corrupt loopholes in the law in order to poison the most vulnerable communities in America. And I deeply fear that there is a loophole and similar provision in this bill. This bill allows gas companies to pay $1 million in order for their project to bypass the traditional permitting process to be just simply deemed in the public interest. In fact, this bill also allows natural gas pipeline projects to pay a fee of $10 million to cut the line and also bypass the normal permitting process. Now, I think that it's a bipartisan priority for both of us, for all of us, to try to tackle permitting reform. But allowing massive corporations to simply cut a check to bypass the very real reasons that permitting exists in the first place poses a deep and grave danger to people across the country. In fact, in New York, there was something called the Northeast Supply Enhancement Project. It was a gas pipeline that would have involved putting 17 miles of pipeline in New York State's waterways before surfacing in Queens, a gas pipeline in waterways. The state determined that the pipeline would have significant water quality impacts and could potentially contaminate the state's waters with toxins like mercury. Mercury is a toxic metal that can cause a range of health problems, from neurological issues to kidney damage. And so as this project moved through the permitting process, environmental experts as well as energy and financial experts all agreed that the project was too dangerous to proceed. But this bill would have allowed Williams Companies, the corporation behind this pipeline, to simply ignore and bypass all of that and just pay a fee in order to put gas pipelines and site them near highly sensitive water supplies. And this isn't something that's just a risk here in New York. It is a risk across the country. And again, I do believe that it's important that we discuss permitting reform, but to allow all of this to be bypassed completely is profoundly dangerous. That's why today I am introducing this amendment that requires that the Inspector General of the Department of Energy certify that the bill will not result in increased risks of corruption that jeopardize the integrity of our permitting process. Our permitting processes rely on inputs from energy experts, medical experts, and from environmental experts, as well as local communities who bear the brunt of these impacts. But we cannot allow polluters to bribe their way around these processes. We have seen families in Flint torn apart. We have seen Army and naval bases, families and communities around Army and naval bases exposed to PFAS that have had their lives torn apart. We cannot fast track corruption that allows massive corporations to put people's lives at risk. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Ohio, recognized for discussion of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is not necessary. All the federal permitting processes will remain intact under these provisions. The language explicitly requires.
Okay. This is pissing me off, child. So, let's be clear. This is what's going on yesterday, today, to approve this big, beautiful budget that 47 wants to implement starting this October. See, it takes more to report on the news. You have to actually know what the news is. To pull clips, they have to be pertinent to what's actually going on in the world we're in today, tomorrow. This is pertinent stuff that I'm trying to pull up for you. The link is in my description box. These are the two things that they were talking about at the same time yesterday, trying to divert your attention from one thing, hoping that you miss one thing or the other, because they were having two different hearings at the same time. So I have this in my description box, but let's go to the next hearing. Why don't you? And see what they were talking about over there. very important stuff that they hold these hearings so that the people will be aware of things. But some people don't like to be aware of anything but bullshit. But let's go over to this next hearing happening now. House Ways and Means panel considered Trump's tax cuts. So let's see what's happening over here with Sugarfoot right here.
Who worked countless hours restoring power in the aftermath of devastating natural disasters in places like North Carolina and my home state of Missouri will no longer pay taxes on overtime pay. Seniors like my aunt, who had to take a job as a door greeter at our local Walmart to supplement her Social Security income after the loss of my uncle, her husband, will receive much needed tax relief in this bill. Working families will be spared.
Okay, so this bill, this hearing is about the tax cut in particular, and they have someone there to actually answer the questions in real time. So he's waxing poetically about how this tax cut for the millionaires and the billionaires is going to affect his broke ass auntie who's on Social Security and got to take a job as a greeter in Walmart is going to benefit the poor people. Is he fucking out of his mind, or he think we out of our mind?
From a $1,700 tax hike. Parents will benefit from a 25% increase in the child tax credit that will grow with inflation and get help with the high cost of childcare, adoption, and education. Americans will pay less.
Okay, so let's hear about how much these child tax credits would benefit people. Let's go here.
The SALT cap to the $20 billion voucher plan to just one provision after another. And under House Rule 16, Clause 7, it is designed to help the members of Congress properly legislate by knowing what's going to be considered before we act. I have people in my district who will spend months researching a $40,000 car. We're being asked to consider a $5 trillion tax bill where we don't have the information since this bill deviates so much from the one that was filed Friday night. I have Mr.
Oh, so they are presenting them with a brand new bill. They were presented one to look over on Friday night, and then Tuesday before the hearing, they got a whole different bill that they don't even know what the fuck they got put in front of them. Are we clear? Are we clear that they are even trying to fool the people who are voting on this tax cut bill? Presenting one bill and then 3 days later presenting a whole different bill? Let's continue.
Chairman, the House Practice Manual, and it makes very clear that on page 565 that the burden of proof is on the offerer of an amendment that deviates so fundamentally, and that this applies to amendments in the nature of a substitute. So I just ask you to clarify, perhaps your broad definition of germaneness, if that is your position, will be applied similarly to any Democratic amendment that would be offered. But I'm trying to ensure that we don't have one standard that applies to your amendment and another standard that applies to mine or the others that might be offered. So,
you know you're going to have one standard that applies to Republicans. And if the Democrats are to do the same thing, they're going to say, oh, we can't acknowledge your amendment because of the rules and this and that and the other. So he went to his congressional little book and said on page 507, paragraph 2, paragraph 2, sentence number 4, it says here. Okay.
Perhaps you could just explain why you think this is germane to what you offered on Friday night.
Globally, we emit over 50 billion tons of carbon dioxide into the air per year.
The House substitute that we provides with all House rules.
He's stuttering already.
And so the gentleman is more than happy to discuss any of the conversations when we move forward within the substitute.
So your position is that our amendments, for example, to deal with the Affordable Care Act enhanced credits, though they're not dealt with directly in your bill, that germaneness will permit us to debate all of those matters on the merits.
We'll consider case-by-case basis as we move forward.
Sometimes you're considered.
We'll consider it on a case-by-case basis. I can't say a yes or no answer to something simple. We fucked up, but when it comes to you, we'll consider it on a case-by-case basis, which means that when someone whispers in my ear and say, no, don't talk about that, I'm going to say, no, we can't talk about that because it's not within the rules. And he's such a...
Consideration tends to run a little one way.
You stated your objection. We're going to move on.
All right. Well, my objection, I raise a point of order that
State your point of order.
the amendment in the nature of a substitute is not germane to the base bill because it includes multiple provisions, SALT, the vouchers, the denial of health care.
The gentleman will suspend for a moment.
Surely.
The amendment as a nature of a substitute hasn't been called up yet, so it's not timely to raise a point of order at this moment on.
Well, you're about to make a unanimous consent request that we dispense with any objection. So if you want to make that request, I will renew.
I was about to say the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point if there's no objection.
Are you referring to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
He don't know what he referring to.
We are not there yet.
Yeah, he got to let a bitch tell him what he referring to.
Objection, and it will be somewhat similar to the one I just stated.
Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time,
see, these Republicans have nobody in here who know what the fuck they doing. This bitch behind him is telling him, "Oh no, he can't talk about that right now. Oh no, he can't do this right now. Oh, but you're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing." Let's continue. Let's continue.
I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with the green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the
Mr.
amendment.
Chairman, at that point, I would reserve an objection and raise a point of order.
And that is the appropriate time.
Thank you very much.
That is not the appropriate time.
That is the appropriate time. That is not the appropriate time. Now the bitch in the back got to tell him what he should be saying.
Does the gentleman wish to reserve a point of order on germaneness?
I reserve a point of order under the House rule that I cited, hoping that we can comply with the rules, or if you're adjusting the rules, that it will apply the same to Democrats as Republicans. House Rule 16.
Don't tell me what I'm protesting. No, I'm protesting what I just told you I'm protesting, bitch.
Clause 7.
The committee is complying with all House rules, and we will continue to comply with all House rules.
Mr. Chairman, you're not complying with House Rule 16, Clause 7, which applies to amendments in the nature of substitute of this type. And it's obvious from your expansion from 28 pages to 8.
Would the gentleman suspend?
Surely.
Don't know what the fuck he's doing. Got busted and is trying to make it go away. And we're gonna treat you guys however we feel that we can say it is not in the House rules.
After I read this next line, the gentleman will have the opportunity to make the
Thank you.
objection. So,
Sorry to jump
or
the gun,
to
but
raise
it's
the point of order on germaneness. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment.
Mr. Chairman, at that point, I would reserve an objection and raise a point of order.
This is the time you need to raise it, not reserve it.
Well, I'm reserving it because I'm hopeful that you'll give me an explanation that germaneness would apply the same way to Democratic amendments as you have applied it to your amendment in the nature of a substitute. And if that's not the case, and there's some possibility that our amendments will be rejected as non-germane, while yours, which is obviously non-germane, is okay to consider, I'm willing to withdraw the objection. Really was hoping to get more insight from you about your approach to germaneness and the vast change in this bill from Friday night, which gave us almost no time to prepare amendments or to be prepared to discuss its multiple provisions of a big, beautiful bill. I'm hoping.
Oh, a bait and switch. They gave them a bill on Friday, and then came in yesterday morning with a whole different bill that did not give them time to read through it and write objections to the bill. This is what your government is up to.
The House rules will be followed more closely than the rule of law has been followed by the administration.
So the amendment in the nature of a substitute is germane, and we'll move forward as it being germane.
Mr. Chairman, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the amendment and request a vote on my point of order as described, that the amendment in the nature of the substitute is not germane to the base bill. It legislates on a different subject matter. It has a different fundamental purpose from the bill that you noticed, and the burden is on you to show germaneness, and you've done nothing to show germaneness here. You've not only not met your burden, you've not even offered an explanation as to why you deviated from a bill of 28 pages and went to 389 pages with more new provisions than you had old provisions.
Okay, so the chair is prepared to rule that this is germane, so you're objecting to that and you want to
I want a record vote on it.
okay, so
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
you can't entertain another point of order while this is pending.
Can I ask a question about this vote before us before we vote?
It's not debatable or discussion. We're going to it.
We've been lied to. This is the worst I've ever seen it. This is a place where people are so angry, so frustrated, so.
No discussion of germaneness, in other words. You're just going to rule on germaneness with no discussion.
Does the gentleman wish to be heard on his point of order on germaneness?
I do.
Proceed.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I believe you are taking a very expansive view of germaneness when you add multiple provisions that are wholly unrelated to the 28 pages that you presented us on Friday evening. That Friday evening presentation seemed to be designed to minimize scrutiny of what you were doing, but not included in that 28 pages is any mention of assault whatsoever, a matter that seems to have gendered some discussion in not only the Democratic caucus, but in the Republican caucus. Your expansive definition includes an entirely new $20 billion voucher system that seems to encourage parents to abandon our public schools. You help throw millions of Americans out of their health plan. You repeal all the renewable energy credits. That was not in Friday night, which have been generating so many new jobs, especially in Republican districts. You've given the Trump administration dangerous new authority to impose capital punishment on nonprofit universities, civic, and charitable organizations. And you have established a new category of tax-preferred savings accounts, which were not in the base bill. House Rule 16, Clause 7 is designed to help all of us on both sides of the aisle, as members of Congress, be prepared to legislate. It's designed to prevent hasty, ill-considered decisions. You know, Mr. Chairman, last Tuesday, it was Speaker Johnson himself who said that the legislation that we're considering right now would, quote, be the most important, the most consequential legislation that we'll ever be involved in our lifetimes, and arguably one of the biggest in the history of Congress. Shouldn't a matter of such importance, according to the Speaker, be in full compliance with the rules of the House of Representatives? At such a momentous measure, we ought to be complying with the House rules, and the precedents are clear. Under the House, there have been bills brought to the floor that have been rejected because they did not comply with the House rules. On Friday night, you set out what we were supposed to be prepared to legislate on Tuesday. And then hours ago, you totally altered it. If, as you and the president have been describing it, this is one big, beautiful bill, I have to say it's certainly hidden beauty. You certainly didn't want anyone admiring the flawless beauty very closely. By introducing a new subject matter not contemplated in Friday's base text and changing the fundamental purpose of measures before us today, this proposed substitute is manifestly non-germane. If you're rejecting the bill that you introduced on Friday night and asking us to consider this monstrosity, that is your right. But it is a right that can only be exercised after proper notice to us, which means giving members the requisite time to read, to understand it, and to prepare any necessary amendments, and to have the information that the ranking member referred to that we lack from the Joint Committee on Taxation.
Now, a 28-page bill that they gave on Friday has turned into a more than 300-page bill, and they are supposed to pretend that this had the 28-page bill had all of this stuff in it for them to consider, and they cannot readdress or make some amendments to a bill that they are getting on the day that they are sitting down to discuss the bill. Bait and switch, and that's why he was so trying to cut him off and with Robert Rules of Order and parliamentary procedures that he is not even familiar with himself. Are you kidding me? This is what was going on in your committees yesterday about this big, beautiful bill to give tax cuts to the millionaires and billionaires. Hide what is going to happen to the rest of the United States. Let's continue.
Mr. Chairman, I would just particularly address your attention to page 565 of the discussion of this rule in the House Practice Manual, which I brought along with me. Since under the House rules, You as a sponsor of this gigantic new amendment bear the burden of proof that it is germane to the underlying 28 pages. I would just ask you to explain how it is germane and assure us that if you're applying what appears to be a very liberal interpretation of germaneness, that you do the same for any amendment that may be offered by any member of the committee.
The chair is prepared to rule. The gentleman from Texas makes the point of order that the amendment proposed is non-germane. The amendment is in order and the point of order is overruled.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I would ask for a record vote.
Can I have a point of clarification, please, Mr. Chairman?
You have to appeal the decision.
I'm appealing the decision of the chair and asking for a record vote on that.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of clarification.
It's no discussion, a pending motion.
I can't ask for a point of clarification?
No. What is the, I mean, we can. What is the clarification?
Hey, look at, he don't know what the fuck let's just vote on that. I said no. He can. How come she not sitting in the chair? Who is this? An attorney? Who is this bitch?
Clarify why the bill that you put in, the amendment in the nature of a substitute, is germane.
Because it is germane. Mr. Buchanan.
So there's no rationale.
No rationale, because it is germane. What is germaneness? Germane is relevant to a subject matter under consideration. So he says that the over 300 or 200 and some pages that they added to the bill that they gave them to review on Friday night is germane. It relevant to the subject that is under consideration, even though the stuff that they added was not in the 28-page bill that they received Friday to consider. Make that make sense. Okay, let's continue.
Behind it, just because you say so.
The gentleman, Mr. Buchanan, is recognized for a motion.
I move to table the appeal.
Because I said so?
Chair.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
He said it's germane because he said so. Did you hear him? He said because I said so. Let's get through this commercial.
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska.
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes.
Let's see
Mr. Kelly.
what
Mr.
I
Kelly,
don't want to
yes.
hear all this.
Also modify,
make
permanent
Let's see where,
almost all
where
members
they
of the committee
came
you
out
have before
with
you
on
several
the
joint. Chairman Smith, yes.
Mr. Tally.
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 25, the nos are 19.
There being 25 yeses and 19 nos, the appeal is tabled. I will now turn to Tom Bartold, Chief of Staff for the Joint Committee on Taxation, Josh Sneed, Chief Trade Counsel, Patrick Dumas, Staff Director of the Subcommittee on Health, and Sean Freeman, Deputy General Counsel, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after their presentations.
Chairman Smith, Mr. Neal, members of the committee, you have before you several joint committee documents, JCX 18, 19, and 20, which describe the mark as noticed and more relevant for today's proceeding.
I'm going to go straight to the questions. I'm going to skip their opening statements. The whole video is in my description box under can I ask you a question? Double Jeopardy.
JCX 21.
Double Jeopardy, since both of these committees were going on at the same time.
JCX 22 tax deduction for qualified tax regimes.
In the window?
Mr. Neal, in the routine.
This provision of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to ask a technical question? Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barfold, let me start with a simple question. What has the JCT reported as the fiscal impact of this bill that's being considered by the committee today?
Mr. Neal, as reported, the tax provisions only are in JCX 2225R, which is made available to all the members. And we reported the total for fiscal years 25 through 2034 as minus $3.819 trillion.
Thank you. As you know, it's the standard practice for JCT to report the cost of tax bills over a 10-year budget window. I noticed that the document that you cited, and in one of those 10 years, it included fiscal 2025, even though that fiscal year is now almost over. Would a bill that is being considered in May of 2025 normally include 2025 in the budget window? And similarly, wouldn't that score instead include the year 2035 in the window?
Mr. Neal, in the routine course, we would report through 2035, consistent with the Congressional Budget Office macroeconomic baseline for the budget period. The reporting here is under the rules for the current budget reconciliation provision.
Instructions.
Resolution. Yes, sir.
Instructions? So let me ask you this, then, Tom. Has JCT prepared an estimate of what this bill would cost under our standard budget window rather than the bespoke budget window that's been requested by the Republican colleagues?
I do not have that at this time. We will be working on that, and it will be provided to all the members of the committee as soon as
after you're out of committee. You tried to do a bait and switch, and he noticed it, and now you're working on that. You should have. You notice how these people who come to committee are never prepared. Like Kash Patel went to the budget committee and didn't have a budget to present. Go figure. The big beautiful bill. Let's continue.
We are able to do so.
So looking at those numbers, Tom, it seems clear that if my colleagues use the standard budget window, the cost would be well in excess of $4 trillion. And that's not even counting the gimmicks that have been used to make much of the policy temporary. So let me move on to the Republican claims that, notwithstanding the eye-popping JCT score, which, by the way, is even higher than I thought, of this bill, that they're being fiscally responsible. Now, one of those ways in Republican claims that these tax cuts will drive so much growth that they will increase revenue. In fact, Mr. Barthold, the chairman of the Budget Committee, claimed that the tax cuts that you see here would drive so much economic growth that it would generate $2.6 trillion in additional revenue. Let me ask you this, Mr. Barthold. Does the JCT believe that the growth from these tax cuts will generate $2.6 trillion in revenue?
Mr. Neal, under House rules, this legislation, before it be considered major fiscal legislation, it require us to undertake a macroeconomic analysis. We have started that, so it's probably inappropriate for me to prejudge.
Oh, so you don't have those numbers in front of you, but you put a number down on this budget that you want them to consider, but you can't even say that it will bring in the $2 trillion that you have on the paper. You're working on it. Okay. We got you, sir.
Which is the result of that analysis.
So how about $1 trillion?
But again, I shouldn't prejudge the result of the analysis.
How about $500 billion?
Again, I should defer and let my colleagues do their work, and we will report.
Well, why do you have a number in this budget analysis? Why? Why is there this number? Okay, that's
that we will report that to the House.
So you're pretty good at this. Worked with you for a long time. The effects of these tax changes on the economy are really not in front of us right now. But there's no one I'd trust more about cutting the edge of the research that's done by JCT. So with that in mind, maybe you might be able to name a respected economist other than those that are on this dais.
Hey everyone, big heads up. Paleo Valley's running a sale on all their meat sticks right now. You can get 30 sticks for $36, which comes
other than you motherfuckers.
That is, anybody suggested that these tax cuts being considered today would raise $2.6 trillion in revenue?
Mr. Neal, I have read news accounts from economists who have said that there would be large increases. I believe the White House's Council of Economic Advisors.
Oh, not the White House. Not the White House economic advisors. I know you're not quoting these lying motherfuckers. Let's continue. This is what's going on in your government right now.
I do not recall the specific.
That's really important. That they
And you can't even recall the specifics. So why are you even talking about them? He asked you who said that they will raise over $2 trillion in revenue, and you want to reference the White House budget analysis team, and you can't even recall how much they said it would raise. This is what's going on in your government right now.
say that. Yes. Okay. So let me ask you this. Have you even seen a CBO score that's done a study showing that what these deficit finance tax cuts will actually reduce growth?
Mr. Neal, I have read the report that you're referencing. The issue is...
So the CBO said that they will reduce money. A congressional budget office said they will actually reduce funding. Let's hear that again.
Republican claims that these tax cuts will drive so much growth that they will increase revenue. In fact, Mr. Barthold, the chairman of the Budget Committee, claimed that the tax cuts that you see here would drive so much economic growth that it would generate $2.6 trillion in additional revenue. Let me ask you this, Mr. Barthold. Does the JCT believe that the growth from these tax cuts will generate $2.6 trillion in revenue?
Mr. Neal, under House rules, this legislation, before you'd be considered major fiscal legislation, and require us to undertake a macroeconomic analysis. We have started that, so it's probably inappropriate for me to prejudge the result of that analysis.
So how about $1 trillion?
But again, I shouldn't prejudge the result of the analysis.
How about $500 billion?
Again, I should defer and let my colleagues do their work, and we will report that to the House.
So you're pretty good at this. Worked with you for a long time. The effects of these tax changes on the economy are really not in front of us right now. But there's no one I'd trust more about cutting the edge of the research that's done by JCT. So with that in mind, maybe you might be able to name a respected economist other than those that are on this dais. That has anybody suggested that these tax cuts being considered today would raise $2.6 trillion in revenue?
Mr. Neal, I have read news accounts from economists who have said that there would be large increases. I believe the White House's Council of Economic Advisors.
Well, you're wrong there. He said a respected economist, and I don't think that any economist from the White House would be respected in this matter.
Advisors has. I do not recall the specific.
That's really important that they would say that. Yes. Okay. So let me ask you this. Have you even seen a CBO score that's done a study showing that what these deficit financed tax cuts will actually reduce growth?
Mr. Neal, I have read the report that you're referencing. The issue is does additional borrowing, particularly in the short term, crowd out some potential for private investment, which could diminish future growth.
So I'm assuming, Tom, that when this analysis comes in way, way, way below 2.6 trillion, our colleagues across the aisle will accuse you of having no idea what you're talking about. But let me say this. We value the honesty that has come from JCT, and the facts still matter to us. This is going to blow another massive hole in the budget debt because of the borrowing from 2017 to the $4.5 trillion that will be borrowed when they raise the debt ceiling because of this legislation. You're back.
Hey, Z Sarah, you are absolutely correct. They put a budget in their hands on Friday that had 23 pages, and then now they are looking at a budget that has over 300 pages, and they're saying that everything is germane. Everything is in this over 300 page budget is germane, is the things that were talked about in the 28 page budget that they were given Friday, even though obviously there are many things that were not in the budget that they were given Friday. And they just want to push through as if everything in this 300 page budget is germane to the 28 page budget. And so, therefore, the Democrats are not able to review the bill and put up amendments to the bill. This is what the government is up to. See, it takes more to report on news. You have to know what's actually going on in the news. You just can't pull clips from some bullshit. You have to know what is going on that is going to affect the people and the lives that they are actually living today. Let's continue.
My time, Mr. Chairman.
Additional members have technical questions. I'll recognize myself for a technical question. Mr. Barthold, I want to ask you a couple questions to make sure we all understand the scope of the no tax on overtime proposal that's within the legislation. A good friend of mine in Missouri is a hardworking lineman for the electric co-op. He makes $40 an hour for an annual salary of just a little over $75,000 a year. Under this policy, is my friend eligible for the new overtime tax deduction?
Yes, sir. He would be, because the only taxpayers that would be excluded are those that were considered highly compensated as defined in the prior year. Highly compensated, I believe the threshold at present is $160,000. So your friend, the lineman, would surely qualify.
So he often has to work overtime. Last year, he worked more than 300 hours of overtime. If I have this right, he could claim a deduction for his premium pay, which would be $20 per hour, multiplying that by 300 hours, and you get $6,000. He could claim that $6,000 deduction in addition to the standard deduction. Mr. Barthold, do I have that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That is real tax relief for one of the hardest working people that I know in my congressional district. And there are millions and millions of workers like him across the country. Additional technical questions.
Okay, I have a technical question, bitch. I have a technical question. What about the waiters and waitresses who are not even being paid minimum wage because they want to count their tips as part of their salary? There are people in the United States who are waiters and waitresses that are making $2 and $3 an hour because they want to add their tip as wages. We're not talking about your friend who's a longshoreman or whatever the fuck you said he was, making $40 an hour. What about those people? Since I have a question. I have a friend. Is this friend bending you over and giving you 40 bucks worth of dick at night? Did I go too far? Let's continue. Let's continue. What did you say, Bernice? Ronnie Q, good point. Yes. All smoke and mirrors. It's bullshit.
Mr. Snyder.
This is horrible. Missing teeth causes a range of different problems in a person.
Thank you, and Mr. Barthold, thank you. I'm grateful that Ranking Member Neal clarified the so-called official score of this bill, significantly underestimating the true cost. Just to emphasize, what is the standard window normally used in evaluating legislation? How many years?
We hew to the Congressional Budget Office's 10-year baseline, which would the present macroeconomic baseline runs through fiscal year 2035.
And just to be clear, that's not what's done here. It's a shorter window on this.
Under the budget resolutions instructions, we're looking through fiscal year 2034.
So cutting off a full year of what this would actually cost. I think there's other real costs.
Why
my colleagues on the other
why
side.
are they cutting off a full year of what it would really cost? Because they want to make it seem like it would cost less, even though it is. They saw the hole that it is creating in debt, and so they wanted to make it seem less than a huge hole that it is already adding to the debt. I wonder why.
Either willingly or naively or deluding themselves, believing that they're doing something fiscally responsible. Part of that comes from the mind-boggling number of $2.6 trillion made up out of whole cloth. But another part of the delusion comes from the fact that so much of this bill is temporary. And we've seen this script before. In fact, we're talking about here in the 2017 bill, the Republicans put all sorts of arbitrary and artificial cliffs into the tax bill back in 2017. And yet here we are today pretending like those don't exist. Virtually everything that either had a sunset or is now being, if it had a sunset, it's now being extended. Tax increases that were to go into effect on a delayed basis are now being turned off. The real question is, why on earth would we think that the Republicans on the other side of the aisle would change their behavior at the end of these sunsets? Mr. Barthold, let me ask you this. Has JCT estimated the cost of this bill if all the provisions with artificial sunsets are indeed made permanent like they're doing to the 2017 bill?
Mr. Snyder, at present, we have not. Now,
Of course you haven't. Of course you haven't. Because you don't want to sunset any of these tax breaks that should be setting in right now. You want to make these permanent. So, what other of these temporary sunset clauses that you have in this new bill should we expect to be sunsetted? Get the fuck out of my face.
And reasonably, I can prepare and deliver to the members estimates of making permanent those provisions that have identified as temporary, but we have not worked on the interactions that would be involved. So each estimate would be as a standalone. If you were to make the exclusion for overtime permanent, what would that be? If you made the exclusion for tips, what would that be? But we have not worked on interactions.
So you haven't made the overtime thing and the tips things permanent. That these are some things that people who are working hourly wages, underpaid wages. You didn't find it important enough to make those things permanent. The people who are working on jobs that allow them to get overtime, you ain't find it necessary to make these things permanent, but you found it necessary to make the tax cuts for billionaires permanent. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's what you said.
Effects of how that plays in with both of them together, interacting with the changes in the standard deduction and the rate scale.
Is that something?
But I can prepare, and we will deliver to all the member offices during this markup, unless the markup concludes in the next 45 minutes. That information.
I'm confident it won't conclude in 45 minutes, but that would be useful because we have seen what they did last time. They're making permanent as if there was no cost. And just to be clear, if we can get those numbers on the traditional 10-year budget window, so we're seeing the normal.
Mr. Snyder, I don't have anything run out through 2035. Best I'll be able to do tonight is through 2034.
Well, maybe later we can look at that.
Yes, sir.
And looking at the numbers, some of the scores the committee has gotten in the past on these policies, it's pretty clear that we are, or the Republicans will try to make everything permanent. And the estimate, the Committee for a Responsible Budget is saying that it will cost well over $5 trillion. Over a 30-year period, the estimate is that these will cost $45 trillion, adding $45 trillion to our national debt that already sits at $36 trillion. That is a unfathomably large number. And just to put it maybe into a context, maybe instead of using dollars, we should be using astronomical units. Just as an example, the nearest star to us, Proxima Centauri, is 25 trillion miles away. You could travel to that star, but it would take 4 years traveling at the speed of light. Travel there and back, and you would have the size of the debt that we will have in 30 years because of this bill. So in a few short months, we're adding to the deficit, we're adding to the debt. The president's failing trade and economic agenda has already devastated the economy, putting small businesses over a barrel, raising costs for working families. Many economists are warning of the potential for an economic downturn or an impending recession. That really should concern us all. I want to take a minute to talk about the broader impacts of a potential recession on our economy. Mr. Barthold, in previous recessions this economy has endured, what were the impacts generally on revenues for the fisc of tax revenues?
During recessions, sir?
During recessions?
Generally, income tax receipts decline, sometimes quite substantially. Also, payroll tax receipts, as unemployment rates increase, payroll tax receipts decline.
So it's really more than just income tax. It's across the board, which should raise concerns for all of us in light of the chaos and havoc we're seeing from the president on the economy. It's not just me saying this. Goldman Sachs has said it. Bank of America has said it. So many economists are predicting that we are headed towards a recession.
Mr. Snyder, your time has expired by more than 1 minute.
Well, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Hi, I'm Brett. And I'm Jonathan. This is Darla. And this is...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthol, are you going to have will we have distribution tables before this hearing's over today?
Mr. Thompson, members of the committee, yes, my colleagues are trying to finalize the distribution.
How long do you think that will take?
90 minutes?
90 days?
90 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barthol, the bill that we're considering today, how many people will lose their health care if this bill becomes law?
I'll have to get back to you in a second after I check with my colleagues. I do have a note of some work
plus-
that we have
13
done.
plus million, close?
If by the bill you mean the actions under the entire budget resolution,
Correct.
which involves work from
Correct.
the Energy and Commerce Committee, I'm not familiar with what's happening in energy and commerce and the effects of that. Do
Does
know
the
some
bill-
of the effects within
Does
the
the
tax
bill that we're
provisions we
marking
have.
up today add to our national debt?
Again, the tax provisions only, Mr. Thompson, as I responded to Mr. Neal, over the budget period would reduce revenues by approximately $3.8 trillion in our estimation.
So a
it would
minimum of 2.8 trillion to our national debt.
3.8.
Does the bill that we're marking up today end tax on Social Security?
The legislation under reconciliation does not change any benefits or taxes paid into the trust funds for Social Security.
Thank you. So in 2024, for the first time, our interest expense exceeded our discretionary non-defense spending. In 2035, CBO projects our total defense and non-defense spending will be $2.2 trillion. $2.2 trillion. And our interest payments will be $1.7 trillion. That's a scary fiscal picture. Mr. Barthol, you reported the cost of this bill to Mr. Neal as $3.8 trillion. But we know that, as Mr. Neal and Mr. Snyder both pointed out, the real cost is more like 5.3 trillion. So that being said, I'd submit that even the 5.3 trillion number isn't the real cost because, and Mr. Bartholt, tell me if I'm correct, that the cost cited in the conversation that you had didn't include any additional interest the government will have to pay to service all this new debt. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Thompson. We do not report on changes in interest that will be required if the debt increases.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Barthol, why should our committee or why should the American people care about interest payments on the debt? What's the economic impact of the growth of interest payments?
Well, Mr. Thompson, the growth of interest payments, as you just pointed out, they're a cost to the federal government. They potentially crowd out other items that members might think are worthy in terms of fiscal activities of the federal government. It's an increase in government outlays, which either at some point should be offset by increased revenues or reduced spending, a combination of both.
Thank you. So make no mistake about it, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. What the committee is dealing with here is a deficit finance tax cut, which will cause soaring interest payments. This is a fiscal tenuous moment for our country. Our debt and our deficits are soaring, and our interest payments will as well, without a doubt. Crowd out any growth aspects you might hope to receive from this tax bill. We could have gone a different way here today. We could have worked together to protect 98% of Americans who earn under $400,000 a year. We could have ensured that they wouldn't receive a tax increase and work together for a responsible way to pay for the cost of that smaller bill. Instead, we're maxing out our credit card, passing the debt on to future generations, and then also applying for 3 more. This is the height of irresponsibility, and I can only hope we don't pay for this in the credit markets, although I remain hopeful. I am concerned. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure my friend and colleague, Mr. Thompson, would like to know what the interest rates in terms of U.S. Treasuries have increased over the last 4 years since President Biden was in office. Mr. Barthol, do you know what what our payments on our debt was when President Biden took office?
Mr. Arrington, I'm afraid I don't have.
Does roughly 300 billion ring a bell sound relatively close?
Is there anything in the
In other news, a 2025 DOGE-inspired initiative is causing a stir with the release of a viral
the current no tax on tips section that would stop a related party, like a family member, from calling a $20,000 gift payment a tip just to get the tax break?
Mr. Horsford, the legislation does have several guidelines. One, tips generally have to be qualified, have to be reported by an employer on a wage statement, W-2. Also, tips are only qualified tips if they're in industries in which tipping has been historically customary. So, for example, a hospitality industry. So, just any employee could not readily claim that some income was tip income.
Thank you, Mr. Barthold. And I do know that there are a number of necessary guardrails to ensure tips are not used as a loophole. And while I'm glad to see that the no tax on tips is in the bill, albeit temporarily, I would ask that my Republican colleagues join me to prevent tips from being used as a loophole. And so we'll be coming back to that later. Mr. Bartold, my concern overall is that this bill benefits the wealthiest. Millionaires are getting a tax cut while those earning under $50,000 per year are getting just pennies. Meaning the people of Beatty, Nevada, in the rural part of my district, whose median income is $24,000, are getting pennies while billionaires are getting gold bars. But I think there's even more to this story than that. Mr. Bartold, can you briefly describe for the committee what this bill does to the estate tax?
Under the legislation before you, Mr. Horsford, it increases the exemption amount to $15 million effective for gifts and estates for bequests in 2026, and it indexes that $15 million amount. That's an increase relative to present law. For 2025, the estate and gift tax exemption amount is $13.99 million, just under $14 million. It also is indexed. If it were extended with indexing, it would be somewhere in the $14 million range for 2026. So it's an incremental increase beyond simple extension of what was enacted in the 2017 legislation.
So, and how much did that cost?
The 2017 legislation, I'd have to look up. I don't recall offhand, but our estimate for the effect of the legislation that's before you is $211 billion over the period 2025 through 2034.
Thank you. And are those changes?
Estate tax. $15 billion. It's going to cost over 200 and something billion dollars. Add that to the debt to give rich trust fund people or people who are receiving the estates of the rich tax breaks. You know, they want to call it the death tax because the person who made the money already paid taxes on the money. So therefore, why would you charge taxes to the person who are receiving the estates? So we're going into debt to grant people who are receiving estates over $15 million to not pay taxes on these estates. Let's continue.
To the estate tax outlined here reflected in those distribution tables?
Because the estate tax is, this is a real wonky answer, it's a tax on a stock, a transfer of wealth. And everything else that we're looking at is really looking at flows, be it a flow of income or a flow of consumption if it was an excise tax. It's not really cricket to weave the two together. That's a long answer to say.
Well, it would be easier to weave the two together than do this gymnastics that you're doing now to say they're not related. Let's continue.
The answer to your question is no. Changes to the estate tax will not be reflected in the distribution tables that they'll be making available later in the day.
Thank you. So these aren't in the distribution tables, but the benefits certainly go to well-off individuals. Let me ask you this, Mr. Bartold. For 2022, the last year for which you have data, how many people paid the estate tax who had an estate of over $100 million?
I'll have to respond later to you on that. I know that we've done some analysis
I believe
on
it's
that.
approximately 200.
I will respond to all the members.
200.
Give them
200 people.
Doesn't this bill give those $100 million plus estates? Doesn't this bill give those estates tax benefits of millions of dollars?
Absent this legislation, the estate tax exemption would fall substantially. So yes, it would provide an additional exempt amount for all large estates.
So all large estates are going to gain more money. How much more money will large estates who already are tax exempt earn? Let's answer this question.
More modest estates.
So thank you. So clearly the estate and gift tax provisions benefit very wealthy taxpayers. Isn't it fair to say the JCT data underestimate just how much this bill benefits wealthy taxpayers then?
Again, as I explained, why we don't distribute the effects, but it does not reflect the effect of transfers of wealth. That's correct, sir.
So let's then turn to the other side of the distribution tables then, the lowest end of the income scale. Mr. Barthold, there are other committees that are also have instruction around the reconciliation process. And one of those committees, the Energy and Commerce Committee, has an instruction to raise $880 billion. How are they going about doing that?
Mr. Barthold, I'll let you respond to this, but we're a minute over, and I just let him respond, and then your time has expired.
Mr. Horsford, I'm really not up to speed on what's going on in the other committees. This committee's been keeping us fairly busy.
Okay, so he's a minute over time when he asks, how are we going to get those savings? Because he knows he's getting those savings out of Medicare, and all you're a minute over time, and I'm going to allow him to answer that. Well, he filibusters on the question. Oh, I've been so busy over in this committee, and yeah, I don't know what's going on in that. You should know how they're getting that money, though. It ain't about where you at. It's what have you done in trying to figure out how you're going to get that 800 and something billion dollars worth of savings. The fuck out of my face. Let's go to the next person.
Well, they're Medicaid cuts. It's the largest cut to healthcare in the history of the country. That's what's happening in the other committee. The exact same time this committee is marking up the biggest tax cut for billionaires. I yield my time.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana.
There was nothing to yield. Mr. Doggett?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, I just want to be sure that it's clear the enormity of what's at stake here today. Now, you've indicated, I believe, that the tax cuts you estimate at $3.8 trillion. Is that correct?
That's correct, as reported on JCX 22R.
If they're made permanent, it's $1.4 trillion more.
Have not made that estimate. We'll be getting supplemental
For a
information.
responsible federal budget has. And of course, that's not even considering interest. We had over $1 trillion in interest payments this past year, more than defense. And we're going to have hundreds of billions of dollars there. And just to understand how big that figure is, it's about, if you make these tax cuts permanent, it's about twice the size of the entire Social Security Trust Fund. That's what's at stake. It's more than the entire gross domestic product of Germany, the strongest country in Europe. Now let's talk about the enormity of the harm that is being done to people on their health care. Is it correct, Mr. Barthold, that this legislation fails to extend the enhanced tax credits that lower the cost of insurance for millions of Americans who purchase their own coverage through the marketplace?
That's correct.
And when the Republicans permit these credits to expire in a mere 7 months, what is the effect on health insurance premiums for those individuals that rely on the marketplace today?
Work that our staff has done in conjunction with the Congressional Budget Office suggests that the premiums will increase for individuals, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so to give tax cuts to the rich, you heard with your own ears, it will increase insurance payments, a health insurance payment for everyone. Did y'all hear that? I hope y'all heard that. They know this. And this is the big, beautiful bill that this grifter is over there in the Middle East making $1 billion deals for himself and his family. I think that this is a big, beautiful bill for you to pay more in health insurance costs to these for-profit health insurance companies who are making billions in profits for denying care. Do you understand where I started? Do you understand why I started where I started? Okay. This is a long game. They playing the long game. I'm going to play the long game with them. Let's continue.
To go up about almost 8%, I believe is the specific calculation that you did. And is it true that this failure on the part of Republicans will raise premiums not just for those, not that they'll raise them really for nearly everyone in the marketplace, not just for those who receive the subsidies.
That's correct. That's part of the analysis.
If
sir.
my understanding is correct, failure to extend this policy will result in an increase in the number of uninsured Americans. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. That's
Yes, sir. And I've received data. In fact, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask.
So only now has he admitted that this would increase the number of people who would be uninsured. How is this going to increase the people from now to be uninsured in the future? How could this increase uninsured people? Because people are going to get kicked off of their Medicaid. That's how. He's finally come out and admitted it. So they bust the bubble on his ass. So let's now we're gonna go free balls on it.
Ask unanimous consent to include this letter from CBO saying that 4.2 million Americans will lose their coverage in 7 months if you are successful with this bill.
Is it germane?
Well, I guess that's the question. And germaneness, Mr. Chairman, goes to another question I have for Mr. Barthol, because Mr. Barthol tells us he cannot tell us the macroeconomic effects today, cannot tell us who gets what out of this bill. We think it's mostly billionaires, but who gets what? Because, Mr. Barthol, you only got this full bill within the last 24 hours or so yourself, didn't you?
These 100% grass-fed beef sticks from Paleo Valley are 30 sticks for just $36 right now.
Well, Mr. Doggett, I think you know that we do work with the chairman
sure.
and as they develop policies.
Yes.
But yes, the
I'm
final
sure
legislation.
You didn't have the final bill till yesterday, and that's one of the other reasons it's so important to comply with all the rules of the House rather than to break them as has occurred today. Now, let me ask you also about another entirely different section of the bill concerning the energy ITC and PTC provisions, these investment credits that have been so important. If I understand it, over the past 15 years, when clean energy production and investment credits were being guaranteed so that someone could begin construction, that you consider the year facilities are placed in service, not the year that the construction began. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
And with all the unpredictability of Trump's up and down tariff taxes, the supply chain difficulties, and the natural disasters that are made worse by climate change, all this chaos, no project developer worth his salt can actually guarantee when their facility will be placed in service, can they?
there is more substantial uncertainty.
Under
Yes, sir.
current law, if a taxpayer started construction, say, on an offshore wind facility on January 1st of this year and maintained continuous construction, would they be eligible to claim the credits if their facility was placed in service in 2032?
Yes, sir, under the begin construction rule.
And if the proposal today was amended to maintain the 15-year precedent, these credits are based on when the construction begins, but Republicans still chose to phase the credit out, say, in 2028, would the taxpayer still be eligible?
Yes. No, sir, not if it's phased out.
Well, wouldn't it be based, if you maintain that the way it is?
Oh, under begin
It would
begin
be
construction. Yes, that's
Instead, under the text before us today, the value of the credit they'll be entitled to by changing that is zero, right?
yes, sir.
They get no benefit. We reject a 15-year way of handling these important facilities, many of which may already be under construction. They're doing their due diligence. They're proceeding with their construction on a continuous basis, but suddenly this bill will wipe them out. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I recognize Mr. Miller for 5 minutes. Mr. Miller is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. My friends across the aisle appear to be opposing tax cuts for all Americans just to spite President Trump. But Mr. Barthold, is it true that doubling the standard deduction in 2017 helped simplify the tax code and lower taxes for millions of Americans?
I'm gonna move forward. You can watch this buffoon take up for the rich on your own time. I think that there's someone who I really want to get to. It is a woman, and it may be her. I think it is her, who talk about the child tax credit.
By Republicans in this legislation.
This legislation for a temporary period would have a child tax credit at $2,500,
Yes.
so lower
It's
than
lower.
Del Benny. There's a phase in.
The families.
The gentleman yields back, and now recognize Ms. Sanchez for 5 minutes. Oh, excuse me, Ms. Del Benny. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bartold. I wanted to talk to you about the child tax credit. You likely recall the changes Democrats made to the child tax credit as part of the American Rescue Plan. Back then, we increased the value of the child tax credit to $3,000 per year and $3,600 per year for young children. Mr. Bartold, is that number, those numbers, higher or lower than what is proposed by Republicans in this legislation?
This legislation for a temporary period would have the child tax credit at $2,500, so lower.
Is lower. And Democrats also ensured by making the credit fully refundable that the full credit went to all taxpayers, especially the ones with the lowest incomes, the families that arguably need the credit the most. Mr. Bartold, does this Republican bill ensure that children in the poorest families receive the same assistance as children in families that make $400,000 a year?
No, Ms. Del Bene, there's a phase-in of the credit which is based on earned income. So it's limited by, the refundability is limited by the amount of the household's earned income.
Thank you. So no, under this bill, a family making $400,000 per year gets $2,500 per child, but a struggling family where maybe there was a job loss, or even a family when both parents are working full-time earning minimum wage, but are still scraping to get by, they just get a fraction of that. Mr. Bartold, does JCT know how many?
Okay, so they cut the child tax credit. I think it was from $3,000 to $2,500, and if you make less money, you get less of the $2,500 child tax credit. Additionally, that you would get if you made more money. So the millionaires and billionaires and people making over $400,000 can get the full tax credit, but poor people cannot. The people who need it the most cannot. This is what I wanted you to hear. This is the big, beautiful budget. Everything for us rich and let the rest eat cake. This is the let them eat cake budget. Let's continue.
Low-income children won't receive the full value of the $2,500, the $2,500 credit under the Republican bill?
I think I can provide the committee with an estimate of that. I don't have that at my fingertips, but I will get an estimate to the committee.
And it's true that some children, even if they have Social Security numbers, may not get access to the credit.
Again, for the point that you raised, Ms. Del Bene, because there's a limitation on refundability based on the earned income of.
How to avoid buying olive oil.
Okay, so we're going to get to the Social Security number of children. Why would a child have a Social Security number? Because to verify that this child who may be born to undocumented immigrant parents is a actual citizen. So they have no wages to report. So that they have a Social Security card that says that they are an American child. So will they be able to get the earned tax credit? I don't know. Let's see. Let me finish this commercial. They have a lot of commercials in here. They put a lot of commercials in here. I guess you guys said I can't get over their commercials and your commercials, but that's just life.
Some households where there's not full refundability.
Per child, but a struggling family where maybe there was a job loss, or even a family when both parents are working full-time earning minimum wage, but are still scraping to get by, they just get a fraction of that. Mr. Bartold, does JCT know how many low-income children won't receive the full value of the $2,500, the $2,500 credit under the Republican bill?
I think I can provide the committee with an estimate of that. I don't have that at my fingertips, but I will get an estimate to the committee.
And it's true that some children, even if they have Social Security numbers, may not get access to the credit.
Again, for the point that you raised, Ms. Del Bene, because there's a limitation on refundability based on the earned income of the household, there can be some households where there's not full refundability.
Lastly, the American Rescue Plan ensured that taxpayers would get delivery of the child tax credit on a monthly basis to ensure that funds were available to meet families' monthly needs. Does this bill do that?
It does not provide for monthly refundability, no.
And also under this bill, if a family has a baby on January 1st, does that family receive the child tax credit before the child turns 1 year old?
No.
But
and if a colleague did just pass me the information that they have on number of children with Social Security numbers who would not receive the full value of the 2,500 child tax credit, and our estimate of that for tax year 2026. So next year would be approximately 17 million children.
Thank you. Astounding number. And then if a family had a baby in November, would they receive the child tax credit before the child turns 1 year old?
Yes, yes.
So inconsistency depending on the time of the year, also in the legislation Republicans are proposing. So it certainly seems like the child tax credit, this bill is woefully inadequate, does not reach all the children and their families who have needs, and does not prioritize children and families who need it the most. Thank you. I yield.
Mr. Albany, would you yield?
I yield to Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. Mr. Barthold, my friend from Texas has made the point that middle-class folks are going to get something out of this and got something out of the last bill. Isn't it true that this committee can write a tax bill that benefits people in that proverbial middle class, people who make less than $400,000, without having at the same time to give a huge tax cut to the richest people in the country?
If they wanted to, they could.
Mr. Thompson, the members have often chosen to limit
Can we do that?
benefits.
Can we write a tax bill that targets the middle class people?
Of course, you can design policy to target as the members choose.
Without a big giveaway to the richest people who don't need the help right now.
As I said, decisions for the members to make, sir.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Ms. Sanchez for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Barthold. The title of Part 2 is Removing Taxpayer Benefits for Illegal Immigrants. But I think that title does not match the actual language of the bill. Mr.
Okay. So here we are. We have to put immigrants, illegal immigrants in the bills to make it seem like they're trying to protect you. But listen, this is in the bill. All of this stuff about illegal immigrants and trying to kick people off of their Medicare, Medicaid for, all these illegal immigrants. Okay, so what do they say about the tax part of the budget about these illegal immigrants? And why did they put this in the bill when, let's go through this.
Mr. Barthold, my understanding is that these sections make changes to whether lawfully present individuals can access premium tax credits. Is that correct?
Yes, Ms. Sanchez, that's correct.
So we are talking about lawfully present individuals.
Yes, Ms. Sanchez.
So lawfully present individuals are not illegal immigrants, are they?
No, they're lawfully present.
Okay, so the title, Removing Taxpayer Benefits for Illegal Immigrants, is actually false, patently. Yes?
Well, I didn't make
it's
the title.
inconsistent.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. If they're here legally, not that they are citizens, but all of this illegal immigrant shit is patently false. But they put it in the bill, since it's their old dog whistle. Trust me. I'm not, listen, trust me. This is about tax cuts for the rich and how they're using dog whistles to get tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. Let's not forget that Elon Musk's own brother said that he and Elon were here illegally because they overstayed their visa for, I think, years. But we're doing all of this to get him a tax cut. Let's continue.
Not prioritize children and families who need it the most. Thank you. I yield.
Mr. Albany, would you yield?
I yield to Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. Mr. Barthold, my friend from Texas has made the point that middle-class folks are going to get something out of this and got something out of the last bill. Isn't it true?
Prince.
Oh, Lord. I went back too far.
But I think that title does not match the actual language of the bill. Mr. Barthold, my understanding is that these sections make changes to whether lawfully present individuals can access premium tax credits. Is that correct?
Yes, Ms. Sanchez, that's correct.
So we are talking about lawfully present individuals.
Yes, Ms. Sanchez.
So lawfully present individuals are not illegal immigrants, are they?
No, they're lawfully present.
Okay, so the title, Removing Taxpayer Benefits for Illegal Immigrants, is actually false, patently. Yes?
Well, I didn't make
It's
the title.
inconsistent. Is it inconsistent?
I think you established that under the legislation, there could be some lawfully present individuals who are denied.
Do these sections make changes to illegal immigrants' eligibility? Are any of the categories of immigrants covered in this section those that are illegally in the United States?
Those such individuals already are not eligible, Ms. Sanchez.
Correct. Illegal immigrants are not eligible, but I'm asking whether or not the sections in the text of the bill that we are marking up today make any changes to illegal immigrants' eligibility.
No, they do
No,
not.
they do not. Are any of the categories of immigrants covered in this section those that are illegally in the United States?
No.
No. So the title is patently false and misleading. Do these legally present individuals pay taxes, generally speaking?
The lawful residents present in the United States can have jobs. They may pay payroll taxes. They may pay income taxes.
So generally speaking, if they're in the country legally and they're working, they generally pay taxes.
There will be some. There will certainly be some taxes paid. Yes.
Okay. So the title of Part 2, Removing Taxpayer Benefits for Illegal Immigrants, is patently false. It's misleading, but this section nevertheless is removing benefits for legally present individuals. And I would note that a similar change is made with respect to Medicare, again, pertaining to legally, lawfully present individuals. Is that correct?
I don't know about the Medicare piece, Ms. Sanchez, but yes, related to the provisions here in the Internal Revenue Code.
Okay, so they're saying they're taking away these benefits from illegal immigrants, but this section solely deals with lawfully present people who are paying taxes into the system and now are going to be denied those benefits. Really great work, guys. Mr. Barthel, can you describe the rules that the Republicans placed on the child tax credit related to identification requirements when they enacted their bill in 2017?
I'm going to tell you the answer. He has to look for it. And in 2017, only one, I think it's only one parent had to have a social security number, but now both parents have to have a social security number. I think that's the answer.
Pardon the delay. In the 2017 legislation provided that the child had to have a social security number.
The child had to have a social, so proving that the child is in fact a citizen. Can you explain the rule that has been added to this bill in contrast to that bill?
Both the child and the taxpayer and taxpayer's spouse have to have social security numbers.
So under this rule that's in the text of the bill today, a child with a social security number, a citizen of the United States, is going to be denied the vital support of the child tax credit that the child tax credit provides if one of the parents doesn't have a social security number.
That's possible, Ms. Sanchez, yes.
Okay, can the GCT, I don't think that's possible. I think that's the whole purpose of this section of the bill, is to penalize these children even though they're United States citizens. Can JCT provide this committee with a number of the citizen children that will be denied the child tax credit as a result of this provision?
Yes, but it'll probably take me a couple of minutes to find it.
Okay, I'll let you do that calculation, but I just want to make this last point in closing.
Okay.
In the 2017 tax bill, we were told many things about how great that bill was, and we were sold on the many benefits I might add that never materialized. One of which was that it was going to be so easy that people were going to be able to file their income tax on a postcard. Mr. Barthel, do people file their income taxes on a postcard?
Ms. Sanchez, no to the postcard, and
No to postcard.
And my colleague did provide an estimate that we have developed in answer to your question, and we estimate, again, looking ahead of year 2026, we estimate that approximately 2 million children with Social Security numbers will be denied the child tax.
2 million
Generally, this
kids
time
who
is
are
expired.
citizens of this country are going to be
My colleague's
denied the
time
child tax credit. And I would just say this bill is more inflated promises, but
My
the
colleague's
reality is
time has
pain for
expired.
American families and it's gain for millionaires.
My
And with that, I
colleague's
yield
time has
back.
expired. I now recognize Mr. Yakum for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Baltold, my colleague on the other side of the aisle just described the child tax credit provisions under the American Rescue Plan Act. How
I
long
don't
were
want to
those
hear from here.
provisions in effect for?
I want to hear from
400.
him.
Have you seen this?
Oh my God.
It's absolutely
I
insane.
apologize.
Look at the presentation on what's inside this can.
But how many, because initially we had heard about this.
My Republican colleagues are ignoring these struggles while showering those at the top with tax cuts once again. Now you're back.
The gentleman yields back and now recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Barthold, for, Mr. Barthold, how long have you been doing this?
This actually 2 days from today will mark my 16th anniversary as the Chief of Staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation.
And I think you can tell from the applause, the enormous respect that people have for your job. When did you receive this bill that we're asking you all these questions on, the full bill?
The final completed version of the bill was delivered to us when it was delivered to you yesterday afternoon. Now, to be fair, and as you know from your experience, we work closely with all the members. We work closely with the chairman and his staff. So we were aware of many of the
understandable, but I wanted for the viewing audience to know that when you actually receive this and are supposed to answer all these questions. I have some technical questions that I wanted to ask you, especially was interested in what you were saying, how in the bill sometimes things can get crowded out by the changes that occur from a 28-page to over 400. But how many, because initially we had heard about this Social Security tax on income and that it was going to be eliminated altogether, but how many individuals will still be subject to tax on Social Security income after accounting for the what's now called the senior deduction in this proposal?
Well, let's see.
All of them?
Under present law for 2026, we estimate that there'll be about 56 million tax filing units with Social Security benefits. 32 million have Social Security benefits in their adjusted gross income because there is the exclusion for a number of taxpayers. And about 27 million have Social Security benefits in AGI and owe some individual income tax. Under the proposal for 2026, about 25 million tax returns are estimated to have Social Security benefits included in AGI and owe any income tax. Now, that's in part because they have other income. About 24 million tax returns will have Social Security benefits included in AGI that exceed the $4,000 additional seniors deduction.
Let me see.
And also will owe some individual income.
So essentially, this bill doesn't do as President Trump promised.
Scholarship fund. Is that right?
Here we go.
So is there a provision within the tax code that would income amount for qualified students to receive
income tax credit that's equal to the aggregate amount of qualified contributions made by the taxpayer.
So 1 to 1.
One to
So if
one.
I give $1, I get $1 tax credit. Is that right?
The credit allowed cannot exceed the greater of 10% of the taxpayer's aggregate gross income. But yes, give $1, you get a credit for $1.
Now, could the taxpayer also receive a credit from the state on that same dollar that they donated?
The legislation does not bind state law in any way, so I guess that would be possible, Ms. Sewell.
So it's possible that that you could give $1 to these scholarship funds and get a dollar credit.
Actually, let me correct that. The legislation does try to provide that credit allowed to the taxpayer would be reduced by the amount that's allowed on a state tax return. So it's not.
So what about a deduction? Can you get a deduction, a state deduction for that same dollar?
Yes.
You can. So basically, a person can give $1 and get the benefit of more than $1 on their taxes if you combine both federal and state. What is the income amount for qualified students to receive these scholarships? Can a student whose parent makes over $100,000 receive one of these scholarships?
There are no restrictions on the students of these schools.
So I guess what I'm asking is, so the student's parent can make over $100,000 and they can still get a scholarship from the scholarship fund.
Yes.
So basically, you can give $1 to a scholarship fund, and then those people, the students who receive that scholarship, parents can have an income of unlimited amounts of money. Is that right?
Yes, as you've laid out the possibility.
So is there a provision within the tax code that would require that teachers at any of the private academies receiving these vouchers be certified or accredited?
Not aware of a code
No,
section.
There's
that
not.
does that.
Is there a provision in the tax code that requires these private schools to provide special education or to educate disabled students like you have to do in public schools?
Generally, again, no requirement.
Okay, so this is just further proof that transferring the Department of Education over to the states most definitely will ensure that there are no provisions required for students with special needs. You hear that fine and clear. So how you are going to educate your child with special needs is going to be on you. It's not going to be on the government. So like you who just said, he will probably introduce child labor laws, because he's not introducing anything to educate all of the students, since they have dismantled the Department of Education. That is why I wanted to let you hear that. I wanted you to let you hear that even these millionaires and billionaires that are going to be getting the full tax credit based upon their income, they will still get a school tax credit as well, even though they can fully pay for them. However, the poorest of the poor are not even getting the full child's tax credit. And good luck having your poor child go to school with these rich children who are on vouchers. Whose voucher do you think that the better schools are going to accept? Because it is their choice who they accept in their schools. Brown versus all of this civil rights shit, it means absolutely nothing to this president. So these links, inequality is the mission. Exactly. So there I couldn't find it when they were talking about the Medicaid. They have taken the point out where they will routinely test coal miners' lungs for cancers. They're going to take that out of the provision. Okay. But they want you to believe that, hey, big coal, this is a good industry. We're doing something to bring energy back to, yeah, but you're doing it under the guise of not giving a fuck about the people who actually had to go down and dig this coal out of the ground to allegedly save money. So these two hearings are in my description box. I kind of get caught up in these hearings because I really get caught up in these hearings because it's a lot of information that is pertinent to us in these hearings. So let me move on in my presentation. I just realized, I'm like, oh my God, you're still on the hearings? I just get and I've seen these hearings. Okay. So I got now is it so while we're talking about all these cuts and how fucked up regular Americans are going to be at the behest of giving tax breaks to the rich, I love this Lawrence O'Donnell piece. This is under, is it Facebook market, what is it? Is it Facebook marketplace, or is it our government? I forget, something like that. This is under, is it a Facebook marketplace heading? Let me see. What is the heading? Is it the Middle East or Facebook marketplace? That's the heading this is under. Let me share my link because I want you to understand how excited 45 and 47 is. He's willing to risk it all to get this $400 million palace in the sky. And this palace in the sky, come to find out, he first saw and took a tour of this airplane when it was at his golf course. This was the royal families of Dubai's or is it Dubai? Not Dubai. Saudi Arabia's plane. I thought that they were giving him a new plane. For some reason, I thought the plane was new, but this is their used wares. So I love the way Lawrence O'Donnell put it. Let me share my screen. They see how thirsty he is for their wealth. So they just hey, you can have our junk car. You can have we get a new plane every 2-3 years. Yeah, sure. Yeah, but it's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you to salivate at the things that we have and that is normal for us. Yeah, but you're gonna have to do something for this. Do you think he's not gonna have to do something for that? Let's continue. Here we go.
Dictators like that. Donald Trump has billions. The first official foreign trip to another country was once again to Saudi Arabia. Exactly what he did in his first presidency. Donald Trump, no doubt, took the opportunity to thank the corrupt dictator of Saudi Arabia, who American intelligence sources say ordered the dismemberment murder of Washington Post columnist Jamal Khashoggi during Donald Trump's first presidency, a murder that Donald Trump had absolutely no problem with at the time, because he said, of course, we have to keep doing business with murderous dictators like that. Donald Trump has billions of reasons to thank that murderous dictator, Mohammed bin Salman, who gave $2 billion to Donald Trump's son-in-law to play with. After the first Trump presidency, Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, started an investment firm with zero experience in investing.
Zero experience in investing. And he brought along his college friends, and they got $2 billion from the Saudis. Let's not forget that the murder that took place. I think it was a Wall Street. I forget what publication he worked for. But he went into a restaurant and never came out. They have footage of him going in and coming out. There have been investigations, and they seem to believe that OBM from Saudi Arabia was the one who financed it and said that this guy needed to be taken out. The same guy who he went to Saudi Arabia to visit, and he says, "Hey, they don't know if he really ordered the hit." And hey, and then strangely enough, after he gets out of office, who but Jared Kushner would get a $2 billion startup money from the same king of Saudi Arabia, or prince? I don't know what OBM from Saudi Arabia. I don't know his title. Let's continue.
And he immediately got $2 billion from Saudi Arabia, which means Donald Trump's daughter became the richest Trump that day, if she wasn't the richest Trump already through marriage. Those eager Trump sons, known not to be above jealousy, are busy this week trying to outdo their sister's take from Saudi Arabia. And Donald Trump is doing everything he possibly can to join in the exploitation of the American presidency for every billion it is worth to the Trump family. Donald Trump just offered a new defense tonight on social media for his desire to accept the biggest payoff in the history of the presidency, and possibly the literally biggest payoff in world history, a Boeing 747 that the corrupt dictator of Qatar, a principal funder of the terrorist organization Hamas, wants to give to Donald Trump. The first line of Donald Trump's exclamation point defense of accepting that plane tonight is, the Boeing 747 is being given to the United States Air Force, Department of Defense, not to me, exclamation point. And of course, no one contradicts Donald Trump better than Donald Trump. Here he is telling Sean Hannity on the Real Air Force One today, why wouldn't I accept a gift?
Some people say, oh, you shouldn't accept gifts to the country. My attitude is, why wouldn't I accept a gift? We're giving to everybody else. Why wouldn't I accept a gift?
He didn't say anything about the Air Force accepting a gift there. Why shouldn't I accept a gift? Donald Trump knows the Air Force part of the arrangement is a complete fraud. Donald Trump wants that plane so that he can have his own private 747 after he leaves the presidency. Donald Trump has already arranged for the Air Force to simply give that plane to the Trump Presidential Library. The Trump Presidential Library will obviously be a slush fund for Donald Trump's personal use. Contributions to the library surely will be solicited to pay for the jet fuel Donald Trump will use to fly himself around in that Boeing 747 for the rest of his days. It's all about Qatar giving a plane to Donald Trump for his personal use after the presidency. That's what it's for. That's what it's about. Donald Trump knows that, and the dictator of Qatar knows that. And that's why Donald Trump said, my attitude is, why wouldn't I accept a gift? Donald Trump is, of course, famously too stupid to keep his conspiracy story straight. The man is just too stupid to observe the theory of the conspiracy and say to Sean Hannity, my attitude is, why shouldn't the Air Force?
Today, I'm going to teach you the pink salt trick, or even better, natural.
Accept a gift. It's a 13-year-old 747, no longer good enough for the Emir of Qatar, where no one dares object to the dictator giving the plane to the author of the Muslim ban in the first week of the first Trump presidency. In Donald Trump's social media posting tonight, he insisted that the 747 is free in capital letters. But that is another one of those Trump lies in capital letters. When someone gives you a gift that you then have to spend several $100 million to make usable, or $1 billion, or $2 billion to make usable, that is not free. Every one of those billions of dollars it will take to make that plane a usable Air Force One will come from American taxpayers. And
I was just going to say free to who? Because don't they have to retrofit it with things, all of the, it's my understanding. I don't know if, I think it's my understanding that they actually have different jets and stuff that they can shoot off from Air Force One for protection. A retrofit this plane, won't they have to make sure that there's no proverbial kill switch on this plane that can take this plane down? Aren't they going to have to totally go through this plane steel panel by steel panel to make sure that this plane is even safe for him to fly on? He ain't thinking about none of that. He's not thinking about any of that. They could this plane could be sabotaged in any way, and who's going to pay to make sure that it isn't? The United States citizens. That's who's going to have to pay for it. Let's continue.
NBC News reports, quote, converting a Qatari-owned 747 jet into a new Air Force One for President Donald Trump would involve installing multiple top-secret systems, cost over $1 billion, and take years to complete. Accepting the 13-year-old jet would likely cost U.S. taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars over time, noting that refurbishing the commercial plane would exceed its current value of $400 million. The project might also not be completed by the end of Trump's term in 2029. The only company that could properly convert a 747 to use as Air Force One is the only company that has ever done it, Boeing. Donald Trump was very proud of the deal he made with Boeing during his first presidency to produce 2 new 747s to replace the current 747s used as Air Force One. Boeing has run into literally billions of dollars in cost overruns on those 747s and is years behind schedule on delivering them. Should Boeing now stop the work on the real 747s to then take on the project of rehabbing a 13-year-old 747 to serve as a so-called new Air Force One? It cannot be done. It will not be done. It won't happen. Donald Trump's dream of getting that 747 through the corrupt scheme he has come up with will not happen. There is too much pressure on it already. There is too much Republican opposition to that corrupt scheme already.
Do you know what eating cabbage can do to your heart?
Hold on 1 second.
Cabbage is a cruciferous vegetable that
see the
resembles lettuce.
I'm not a fan of Qatar. I think they have a really disturbing pattern of funding theocratic lunatics who want to murder us, funding Hamas and Hezbollah, and that's
funding Hamas and Hezbollah. 45-47, I had a disdain for Hamas until he suddenly recently went into talks with them, leaving Netanyahu out of the talks to free a hostage. Let's understand that it has also been weeks that they have been in discussion with Qatar to receive this gift. So how is it that the two things happen along the same timeline? He would cut off anything and anybody for his personal gain. including world leaders, including fights with world leaders that he is in on and striking Hamas and presenting it to us, the American people, like he's doing something that is valiant. As if unaliving all these people in Palestine was a valiant mission. He don't give a fuck about anything or anyone but himself. Let's continue.
That's a real problem. I also think that the plane poses significant espionage and surveillance problems. So we'll see how this issue plays out. But I certainly have concerns.
We probably ought to pass a law that requires the federal government to buy everything from and in the United States of America. I think this would be a good opportunity to do that. And I can think of other things, I bet the president can too, that Qatar can do to be helpful to us. If they'd like to be helpful, they could start by rooting out the Islamic radicalist terrorists who they shelter. I can assure you there will be plenty.
Who they shelter? Well, how do you think that 45, 47 can think of ways that everything we buy ought to be made in America when you can't even admit that he is making a bad decision, talking about what he can think about rules to make everything that we buy be made in America when he's accepting a gift from somebody who is sheltering, in your words, Hamas. You have nothing to say about the conversations that he's had with Hamas. You runny bitch. You sit up there and you brought your funky ass out there and encouraged those people on January 6th and went out there pumping your fist to that crowd on January 6th when you should have had your silly nerdy ass up there in the house affirming the election results. But no, you out there pumping your fist to a bunch of motherfuckers who later bust in there and had you running through the halls like a bitch. Nobody gives a fuck about what you say, Holly. And if this fucking bill goes through, I hope that is the final straw to get your punk ass out of office, bitch. Let's continue.
Plenty of scrutiny of whatever that arrangement might look like. There are lots of issues around that I think will attract very serious questions if and when it happens.
It's not going to happen. But America and the world are going to have another clarifying picture of Donald Trump emerge as the most corrupt president in history, desperately trying to obtain literally the biggest payoff in history. That image of Donald Trump being supplied entirely by Donald Trump's own stupidity comes immediately after Donald Trump has delivered to all Trump voters and to the world the very clear image of President Scrooge, as Republican strategist Karl Rove called him, after weeks of Donald Trump exposing his stupidity about tariffs and Christmas and Barbie dolls, the crazy Trump worldwide trade war that he is in the process of abandoning has exposed just how stupid Donald Trump is about who pays tariffs and how harmful the Trump tariffs are to all Americans and to Christmas in this country. The Trump tariffs are going to fade away. But the way Donald Trump defined himself in his mad pursuit of his failed trade war should become a dominant image of Donald Trump to the majority of Americans. And the obvious corruption of Donald Trump's sure to fail corrupt scheme to get himself a 747 will also live long after Donald Trump gives up on his mad dream of his 747 built for a dictator who funds Hamas. There's no such thing as blood money for Donald Trump. Oh, no. Hamas did what they did on October 7th in Israel, murdering hundreds of Israelis with the full financial backing of the dictator who wants to give Donald Trump a 747, the dictator who Donald Trump wants to accept a 747 from. And Donald Trump wants to take it because he doesn't care whose blood is on your hands when you are handing him what he lyingly calls now a free plane. This is a humiliation tour of the Middle East for Donald Trump, but he's too stupid to know it. Every previous president who ever visited with a Middle Eastern leader, beginning with Franklin Delano Roosevelt during World War II, has done so with dignity and never once suggested to any of those leaders that they could buy a president's affection and loyalty with anything. And so every one of the dictators who will be shaking Donald Trump's hand in the Middle East this week will be looking down at him as someone who lives beneath them, as someone who takes their secondhand junk, their secondhand toys. The president of the United States, who last week was telling American kids how many toys they could have for Christmas, is now humiliating himself with those Middle Eastern dictators by showing them just how much he covets their toys. If I had to name the worst lie Donald Trump has told, it was the one he told about 9/11 in his first presidential campaign, where on the debate stage in South Carolina, Donald Trump told the lie that he lost, quote, hundreds of friends on 9/11. I immediately tweeted that Donald Trump lost 0 friends on 9/11. No one else in the news media even noticed that lie. The next morning on Meet the Press, Donald Trump, possibly chastened by my tweet, which he used to read religiously in those days, reduced his hundreds of friends to many friends. No one on Meet the Press called him out about that lie. I immediately tweeted that that was a lie. Again, no one else in the news media cared or noticed it. Donald Trump lost 0 friends on 9/11. Donald Trump tried to steal the grief of thousands of people who lost loved ones on 9/11. He tried to steal that grief in South Carolina, where he assumed everyone there will think that as a New Yorker, he must have lost friends on 9/11. No, 0. Donald Trump attended 0 9/11 funerals. Donald Trump is now cutting funding for first responders on 9/11 who are suffering the life-threatening health consequences of the toxins that they inhaled after that event, cleaning up Ground Zero. Many of those first responders have died of cancer. The 9/11 families have released a message to Donald Trump tonight saying, we know the president is enthusiastic about Saudi economic investments in the United States, but the 9/11 families will not stay silent while the Saudis keep denying their involvement with the terrorist attacks that destroyed our families, said Terry Strada, national chair of 9/11 Families United. The president may want us to move on, but there is no chance of that happening until the Saudis cease their decades-long lies about the role that their agents and institutions played in the murder of our loved ones. 747 is the
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org.
I want to move on.
This is Democracy
to
Now!,
this right now.
democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country
Let's look at this Saudi trip, since we're on the Saudi trip.
around the world.
President Trump has arrived in Qatar after 2 days in Saudi Arabia. Earlier today, President Trump met in Riyadh with Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Sharaa, the former al-Qaeda leader who helped topple the regime of Bashar al-Assad last December.
Okay, the former who? Al-Qaeda leader? The former Al-Qaeda leader. So is he going to take sanctions off of Syria? Yes, he is. Yes, he definitely is. Where is he doing this at? In Qatar. Why in Qatar? Because he got a brand new $400 million jet. This is what the $400 million jet is buying. Let's continue.
During the meeting, Trump urged al-Sharaa to normalize ties with Israel and join the Abraham Accords. Trump also asked the Syrian leader to deport Palestinians he described as, quote, terrorists. After the meeting, Trump said, quote, we're currently exploring normalizing relations with Syria's new government, unquote. The meeting took place hours after Trump pledged to lift U.S. sanctions on Syria in a major policy shift.
In Syria, which has seen so much misery and death, there is a new government that will hopefully succeed in stabilizing the country and keeping peace. That's why my administration has already taken the first steps toward restoring normal relations between the United States and Syria for the first time in more than a decade. I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness.
Much of President Trump's trip to the Gulf has focused on securing new deals for U.S. companies. On Tuesday, the U.S. and Saudi Arabia signed a new $142 billion arms deal, and what the White House has called the largest defense cooperation agreement Washington has ever achieved. Trump claims Saudi Arabia has pledged to invest $1 trillion in the United States.
And with this trip, we're adding over $1 trillion more in terms of investment into our country and buying our products. And you know, nobody makes military equipment like us. We have the best military equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything, best submarines, by the way.
President Trump is now in Qatar, and then will head to the United Arab Emirates. He's facing increasing bipartisan.
Does the United States make submarines? How is it that the United States has the best submarines? I don't know. I have to look that up.
Partisan criticism over reports that Qatar's preparing to give him a $400 million luxury plane known as the Flying Palace. We're joined now by two guests. In Washington, D.C., Akbar Shahed Ahmed, the senior diplomatic correspondent for HuffPost, is with us. His latest piece is headlined "A Moment of Truth in the Middle East for Donald Trump and Steve Witkoff." His forthcoming book on the Biden administration in Gaza is titled "Crossing the Red Line." And here in New York, Sarah Lee Whitson is with us, the executive director of Dawn, an organization working to reform U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. We welcome you both back to Democracy Now! Sarah Lee Whitson, let's begin with you. Your assessment of what's happened over the last 2 days, both his visits with these three countries, he's about to go to the United Arab Emirates, just landed in Qatar, in Doha, but also what this means for Israel.
Well, this is a very volatile moment in the Middle East, and we've seen some pivots that we really haven't seen for decades in terms of independent U.S. decision-making in the Middle East. President Trump has ended sanctions on Syria. He's reached a truce in Yemen with the Houthis. He's declared that he's going to have diplomatic negotiations with Iran, all without the consent or veto of Israel, which previously existed. And meanwhile, he's dramatically expanding America's economic ties to the Gulf states, declaring that if you can pay, then you can play. The massive announcement of trade deals with Saudi Arabia, $600 billion, the largest weapons deal, $148 billion with Saudi Arabia, and really no talk at all of a normalization with Israel as any kind of a condition, including for the development of a civilian nuclear plant. What we still don't know is what Saudi's going to charge the United States in return, whether there's going to be a defense pact, which is, of course, what Saudi Arabia has long been looking for.
And Sarah, what about all of the CEOs of major U.S. corporations that have also headed to the Middle East as well for, during these days? What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, the days of Saudi isolation in the wake of the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, when some of these very same business leaders absented themselves from appearing in Saudi Arabia, are long over. And now I think American companies are looking to cash in on the billions of dollars of the Saudi Public Investment Fund, the Emirati Public Investment Fund, the Qatari Public Investment Fund. This is a boondoggle for American businesses because the Gulf states understand that in order to continue to secure U.S. protection, they must expand their investments in U.S. businesses.
And in terms of the ceasefire in Yemen that Trump has implemented, as well as other actions he's taken that seem to be marginalizing Israel and the Netanyahu administration, what do you make of that?
Well, I mean, the ceasefire with the Yemen and the Houthis is an excellent development. And I wish that every other American president had ended failed catastrophic wars after a mere 2 months, which is the deadline that President Trump imposed on this foolish incursion into Yemen, which has put us back exactly where we were before the incursion started. This was never a conflict that the United States was pursuing in U.S. interests, but clearly to support Israel and to protect Israel. I think it's a very important signal that President Trump is now making decisions that more closely align with U.S. interests than with Israel's interests. I think it's very notable that the Houthis launched an attack on Israel a mere day after this ceasefire was announced, making clear, underlining really, that the ceasefire does not include sustaining or suspending attacks on Israel.
Akbar Shahed Ahmed, you've written an extensive piece about the meaning of this trip. And again, at this point of this broadcast, President Trump's landed in Doha, but he just met with the Syrian president and said they're dropping all sanctions against Syria, which also includes, presumably, against he himself, against the Syrian president. If you can talk about the significance of this moment and what you thought was most significant in the meetings in Saudi Arabia with the Crown Prince and the investment, a massive meeting of hundreds of CEOs. You see Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman sitting right next to Elon Musk.
Right, Amy. With the meeting with President Shara, which is the first meeting between an American president and a Syrian president in more than 2 decades, that's a real signal that Trump, as Sarah Lee said, is pursuing a policy that's a little different than what the Israelis certainly would like. This is the culmination of a months-long battle within Trump's own administration that I've been reporting on, where there are still many neoconservatives, kind of pro-Israel hardliners, the folks who've been in the Republican ecosystem for many, many years, who were not supportive of this kind of policy on Syria. So for President Trump to be in Saudi Arabia, publicly embracing the Syrian president, not just saying hello, which is what the White House told us he was going to do yesterday, he actually had a more extensive conversation and has expressed a lot of hopes for U.S.-Syria engagement. I think that's quite striking, right? It's certainly showing you a U.S. approach that, as some regional sources have described to me, they see as more even-handed because they believe now, rather than under the Biden administration, certainly, but even administrations before that, there was a U.S. policy very much conceived not just in coordination with Israel, but often shaped by an assumption about how Israel would react, right? Which was kind of shaping how officials were having even internal conversations. I will hazard, though, I think what's really significant to remember is who's not being talked about. There was also some chatter that Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas might come to Saudi Arabia. That didn't happen, right? And so even while President Trump is in Saudi, is making these conversations about peace between the US and Syria, Syria and Israel, Gaza is still being pummeled. And we were still seeing a blockade of more than 70 days there, where 1 in 5 Gazans is facing extreme starvation. There hasn't been food, there hasn't been fuel, there hasn't been medicine, and all of that is backed by the US. So President Trump is putting forward this image that, yes, I'm not necessarily aligning with Israel at all times. At the same time, he's making significant concessions and approvals to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's plan to continue the war, continue pummeling Palestinians.
Of course, he is making concessions because the Palestinian land is a great waterfront property. Don't forget, he always liked to tell you that he is a realtor first. So let me share. Hey, Truth and Reason. Good to see you, girl. Did I see Truth and Reason? Yeah, there she is. Wonderful how them hillbillies who voted for Rump. I wonder what the hillbillies who voted for Rump think about his planes. Yeah, we talked about that plane. Let me see. That plane will probably only be finished when he is dead. But hopefully it's ready day after tomorrow. Boeing is already converting existing plane at great cost to replace Air Force One. What happened to those? The story that I played got you up to speed. They are behind on those planes. They're actually 2 new planes. Okay, so there's a couple more things I'm going to share with you. What is it? I think I've already played that one. No, here, Hamas and Gaza, Hamas, Gaza, and Trump pay to play diplomacy. Okay, let's hear about this. Now, you may wonder how this guy, he is a reporter. He is a reporter who actually met and spoke with and interviewed the Hamas leader. If you don't watch any link, I think you should watch this link because you know that how they say there are 2 sides to every story, and the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Well, 3 sides to every story, or however you want to put it. He has actually met with the Hamas leader, and a lot of people have like, how could you listen to their story? That's the whole point. They don't want the other story to get out here. There was another Palestinian reporter who was hurt in one strike, and then he was unalived again in this strike. Notice that they're not allowing any free press in to Palestine, and they are unaliving all of the press people on purpose. It is said, it is being reported in Palestine. Over, I think, 120 something reporters have been unalived there. So this is a reporter who has met with the Hamas leader. And if you want to frown on that, you got to understand who else met with the Hamas leader for the freeing of that hostage so they could get their plane. Okay, so this is who this guy is. Let me make sure it is sharing on my screen. Okay, so let's go into this story. Now it's going to tell you who 4547 put in there to talk to the Hamas leader. None other than whose college buddy? Jared Kushner's college buddy. So if you want to understand how this all worked out, now I'm gonna just play it. Let me play this.
Adam Bollard, who is the special hostage envoy for the United States.
All right, so rewind a little bit further back. In May of 2024, Joe Biden, who was president at the time, stands up in front of the American people at a press conference and says that there's a breakthrough on the verge that based on an Israeli idea that the Biden administration had come up with a framework for a ceasefire that it believed was going to be able to bring a resolution to the war in Gaza. And then Biden and his administration do not veto a UN resolution that happens. They were constantly vetoing all these ceasefire resolutions. They sit this one out. They let the United Nations endorse what Biden at this point then was calling the Biden proposal. They go back to Hamas and Israel. There's a little bit of back and forth. July 2nd, 2024, Hamas formally signs with the mediators a commitment to enter into a 3-phase ceasefire deal with Israel that was based on what Joe Biden called the Biden plan. Israel then proceeds to blow that deal up.
You don't have burnout. It's called cortisol addiction. Waking up at 3 a.m., unable.
And totally humiliate Biden. And instead of putting any consequences on Netanyahu, Biden continues the flow of weapons, and then nothing ever happens again.
Biden made me so sick. I just kind of like set this out. No comment. Because I grew up in a family that was super religious, and I just could remember my mom and being conflicted, but my mom did not see what was going on today with Israel. And I don't not support Israel. I don't support what the leaders are doing. That's what I don't support. So in the Christian faith, the only Christian faith I know of is this, you always support Israel. I can't support what the Israeli leaders are doing. There is a mindset in the Christian faith that can't separate the Israelis from what the Israelis leaders are doing. A lot of the people in Israel don't support what is going on in Palestine. So it got to the point with Biden that him calling these ceasefires, and then they don't cease fire, and him not putting any ramifications on them, that I got sick of being quiet about this situation, that I cannot with any great conscience go without speaking on. So I call a thing a thing.
Trump again emerges as, he quite likely is going to win. He starts saying on the campaign trail that, within hours of getting into office, he's going to end the war. Then once he becomes the president-elect, he starts threatening and says, mostly he was saying to Hamas, but it was clear it meant both sides, that if there isn't a deal before I'm sworn in and hostages don't start coming home, there's going to be all hell to pay. That actually meant something. So you then had Steve Witkoff, a Gulf billionaire buddy of Donald Trump's, gets signed on during the transition to be Trump's envoy. He starts attending these negotiations with the regional mediators from Qatar and Egypt alongside the outgoing Biden administration team. And there's a famous story where Witkoff basically says he's going to fly into Israel, even though it's Shabbat. And Netanyahu's people are saying, well, he can't meet you on this day. And Witkoff is saying, no, you are going to meet me on that day. By all accounts, it's quite clear from Hamas's side and Israel's side, had Trump not been elected, that ceasefire wouldn't have happened. But what's interesting is that the terms of the ceasefire signed on January 17th of this year, 3 days before Trump gets sworn in, was almost to the letter identical to the May proposal that Joe Biden had put forward. So there was nothing that changed except for the political pressure that was placed on Netanyahu by someone who wasn't even the president yet, in Donald Trump. Netanyahu, though, Sam, starts saying, yeah, we signed this 3-phase deal, but actually we're only going to respect the first phase of it. And actually, we're not going to fully respect the first phase of it because we're going to still keep bombing them during the ceasefire, but we're going to go through the motions to try to get as many Israeli captives out as we can. So for a month, that's what happened. You had these exchanges where the Palestinian side was giving over Israelis. The Israelis would then release a large number of, at the beginning, it was Palestinian children and women. There are 10,000 Palestinians that Palestinians consider to be hostages that Israel is holding. 2,000 Palestinians have been taken from Gaza just for the purpose of exchanging them in these deals. So as it's moving along, a couple of weeks into that first 42-day phase, Israel is supposed to send technical negotiators who are going to work out the deal, the details of the second 42-day phase. That second 42-day phase stipulated all Israeli forces are out of Gaza, all remaining Israeli captives are freed. Netanyahu had said, I'm not going to do this. He told Trump he's not going to do it. He told Biden he's not going to do it. Biden and Trump both gave him what are called side letters saying if Israel decides it's not in its best interest, it can continue the war. March 1st comes, end of phase 1. Israel makes clear it's not moving toward a phase 2. March 2nd, they impose a full blockade. Not an ounce of water, not a grain of wheat, no pill of medicine, nothing will enter Gaza. By the way, it's still that.
Still going on. This has been over 2 months
2nd.
now.
Right.
Yeah.
So then Witkoff and Bowler start kicking into gear because they start to get concerned that if Netanyahu just continues to go full scorched earth, that Trump's other agenda in the Middle East is going to be messed with. Like none of this is actually about the Palestinian people. It's about two things: getting the Israeli and the US citizen captives out of Gaza, whether living or dead, and bringing this to some resolution so Trump can go out about the business of the Trump family business and a little bit for the United States in the Middle East. That, let's just be really clear, that's what's going on. But Witkoff and Bowler then start saying, we should talk directly to Hamas. We have our own citizens there. Netanyahu's plan seems to be that it's okay if, captives keep dying. So they open a direct channel. Adam Bowler, by the way, is one of Jared Kushner's college roommates and a very close friend of Jared Kushner, the son-in-law. By the way, when I spoke to Hamas officials about it, they were saying to me, oh, did you see how Adam Bowler got smeared? But then he was brought back into Trump. Why do you think that is? They were asking me. And I'm like, you guys don't know? Like, you don't have an intelligence wing? This is a friend of Jared Kushner's. Like, he's a personal friend of the Trump family. You guys are following me here. That's what they said. They send like Jared Kushner's frat buddy to be the guy directly meeting with Hamas. So, you've got his golf buddy, Witkoff, and his kid, his son-in-law's college roommate are the lead negotiators now with Hamas. Yeah.
And the irony is there's probably like somewhere a finder's fee for whatever deal ends up coming in.
Yeah.
If they get there's total speculation, but we just saw Qatari, the Qataris offering a $400 million plane. Who knows what deal down the road they think is going to come out of this? But I want to take this moment. So Bowler goes and has a conversation with Hamas, and it creates a huge conversation. And he goes around the Israelis. And this is how he is met. This is on March 9th. Let's just start with Jake Tapper's introduction of Bowler. This is I found this fascinating because I had seen it contemporaneously, but after listening to your interview, I went back, and it's fascinating to see how Tapper introduces this guy.
Joining me now is the man who sat across the proverbial table from Hamas, U.S. hostage envoy Adam Bowler. Adam, thanks so much for joining us. Let's start on these direct negotiations with Hamas. First of all, obviously controversial to directly negotiate with terrorists. How much sign-off did you get from President Trump beforehand? And this is just my personal curiosity. As a Jewish American, did you have to steel yourself before sitting down to deal with people who are definitionally anti-Semitic murderers?
Well, I'll say meeting with.
Okay, all right. So I just wanted to
yeah.
They are not definitionally anti-Semitic murderers. I mean, just speak to. I want to get to the rest of the Bowler, but speak because I know that you asked Hamdan about what is the basis of this resistance movement? Do you hate? I don't know if you asked specifically. Do you hate Jews? But he addressed this.
I don't ask that because I'm not a child. I'm a student of history, and look, since 2017, the Hamas charter has stated quite explicitly that the official position of Hamas is that it will accept a two-state arrangement with Israel along the pre-June 4th, 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. That's been the position since 2017. What people like Jake Tapper and others who make these claims rely on is a combination of having swallowed far too much Israeli propaganda and statements that have been made over the years about Jewish people by various people affiliated with Hamas that Hamas itself doesn't deny. And if you actually pay attention to what they say, there have been several Hamas officials, including Abu Marzouk, one of the most senior officials in Hamas, in a recent court filing in Britain, acknowledging that there were things said that don't reflect the views of the organization. You can take that or leave it, but Tapper is engaged in reckless, irresponsible, erroneous journalism when he poses a question like that to Adam Bowler.
It's amazing that's also the first question too. No,
but this is typical. I mean, Jake Tapper has been, unfortunately, I used to have respect for Jake Tapper during Obama when it was, drone war stuff. Jake Tapper would ask good questions. Jake Tapper totally checked his principles at the door on October 7th when it came to covering this. He's been a rabid partisan. He's been part of a media operation that has normalized and facilitated this genocide. These people are not journalists. They've been propagandists in a very dark way for a U.S. facilitated genocide. I think we just have to say that very, very clearly. They have had people on that have said demonstrably false things about events that took place on October 7th, and they have never, ever retracted it, nor has the New York Times. And Jake Tapper was part.
And I definitely agree with him on that. I'm never going to support the Israeli government. It is an apartheid regime hell-bent on genocide. Hey, Miss Ray, thank you for coming over. It's always good to see you. Kushner's wealth comes almost entirely from the Saudis. And at least he put his he let his friends in on it as well. So there's a little bit more I want to
part of that lie machine that was meant to dehumanize Palestinians. But on the issue of Adam Bowler, they then have Adam Bowler sitting there. Now, I talked to Hamas. They found Bowler fascinating. They said that he was inquisitive, that he wanted to understand not just the events of October 7th and forward, but wanted to go back. He asked them about the foundation of Hamas, about their views on a wide range of issues. They felt like it was a very, very productive meeting. And they told me that Bowler kept saying that he really was surprised at what he was hearing in the room, that it's so different from what he had been told was going to be said in that room, and kept emphasizing that to them. And they told me something that hasn't been made public.
Shady Ray's sunglasses.
Hold on.
Break them or lose them. We'll replace them. Easy as that.
What Bowler told them is that the next step in this is going to be, we're going to set up a direct meeting between Hamas and Steve Witkoff, and we're going to discuss a much broader framework. And what Hamas was just stunned to see was Adam Bowler not just going on CNN, but going on Israeli television and stating that Hamas has put forward a proposal for a long-term truce of 5 to 10 years with Israel. So Adam Bowler, who is the special envoy on hostages for Trump and college roommate of Jared Kushner, goes in, meets with Hamas, the first time there's been direct talks between the American government and Hamas, and comes out of it with clearly a much more nuanced understanding, which is what you need in diplomacy, where Antony Blinken and others failed. Somehow, this guy kind of gets it and comes out and accurately says, this is what the position is of Hamas. It was an extraordinary moment.
Right.
Whatever the motivations are of Trump and company beyond it, from the position of Hamas, they're saying, look, we never heard of this guy before, but he seemed interested in actually
what's
what
your
we
read
think.
on that? Jeremy, what's your read on that? Just the idea that he's not a part of the national security kind of establishment West
Just want to be
exec
clear.
crew.
He is basically a healthcare VC type of person.
But I just think there's something really important to underline there. The rot at the core of the national security consultant class that basically was running the show for Biden, who couldn't string two sentences together. They begin to believe their own BS, or whatever they're spewing to the public is so disconnected from the reality that you have the Sigma Chi bro come in and just have some common sense reaction. Like there's two elements that I think are really important to kind of flesh out is that, one, these people maybe have more of a layman's kind of reaction to what's happening here. And two, Trump has this transactional element to him where there's some hope here in the sense that, you know, he has these Arab Americans for Trump that reportedly maybe made some connection. I take Barack Ravid's reporting with a boulder of salt, but I'm just trying to say that, like, I want to get there soon, but just that with the Qatari plane and everything like that, Trump may be wanting to look at this from a business, you scratch my back thing, as opposed to an ideological Zionist perspective, where maybe we do have a shift there.
I mean, you guys remember that movie from, I mean, we're all relatively similar generation, that movie Dave, where the guy who looks like the guy who looks like the president becomes president when the president becomes incapacitated, and then he has his friend, his personal accountant, comes to the White House and balances the budget. It was like, I think it was a 90s movie. In a way,
I get some bad news for you about everybody in this office except for me. But in terms of like being aware of anything in the 90s, but go ahead.
All right. My apologies. I was trying to be generous toward you, Sam, but it's okay.
Oh, no, me. That's that was late in my life when those.
I said relatively, which is sort of. Okay,
I was talking about these guys are too young for that. They don't.
Maybe
remember
Emma's parents told her about this movie.
Exactly
It's going to be a totally embarrassing moment for me. I apologize. I've outed myself. But it's a movie basically about what happens if a normal person is put in charge of the United States and has to figure out like the problems of the day. And in a way, if like ordinary common sense people sit in a room and they're sort of listening, they come up with a different set of ideas than the class of people that Emma's referring to, the people that are paid by the makers of tanks to think, you know, like that go in and out of government and think tank world, like the Blinkens of the world, you know, or the consulting world or whatever.
Let's listen to 2 minutes of this of Bowler, because this comes out in these 2 minutes or so when he's talking to Jake Tapper. Now, of course, in the days after this interview, Bowler was attacked, and
well,
really
the Israelis go nuts, and Republican senators then start to say to Trump, you know, we want him gone. And it seemed like they were going to kick him under the bus, but then Trump was like, no, actually. And while we're talking, Bowler's on his way to go.
Well, I want to get to that, but let's look at this clip. This is from March 9th, that same interview.
Situation, I do think there's hope. I think that Israel has done a wonderful, masterful job eliminating Hamas, Hezbollah, a number of other enemies in the state that makes things possible that weren't possible before. And I think you could see something like a long-term truce where we forgive prisoners, where Hamas lays down their arms, where they agree they're not part of the political party going forward. I think that's a reality. It's real close.
Do you have plans to sit down with Hamas again?
You never know. You know, sometimes you're in the area and you drop by.
All right. It's a very unique pop-in.
We got to go back. I want to get to the part where the Israelis were upset. Maybe it was a little bit earlier than this. I'm sorry.
It starts small, doing what you can when you can.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't know where
to help other Americans. And so it comes part and parcel of the job. I knew that I was going to meet Hamas as a result of it, and we discussed it. Then I think when you walk and you sit in front of somebody and you know what they've done, it's hard not to think of it. I wouldn't say it's the most productive. The most productive is to realize that every piece of a person is a human, and to identify with the human elements of those people and then build from there. But it definitely feels a little odd knowing what they really are.
So thank you for your candor. So
Not odd knowing what Israel is. You know, they are white as the driven snow. Let's continue.
So you did get sign off from President Trump ahead of time, though?
Of course.
Yeah. What was the result of the meeting? How close are you to a deal to get the American hostages, living and dead, murdered?
Okay, I guess I jump forward again. I'm sorry. I just jumped forward to 250.
Looking for the Ron Dermer part.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's a very unique pop-in, I suppose. So you talked about the job Israel has done in trying to negotiate the release of the hostages, living and dead. Axios' reporter Barak Ravid is reporting the top Israeli official, Ron Dermer, strongly discouraged you from talking directly with Hamas. He said it was a tense phone call. Tell us about that. Do you understand why Netanyahu, Dermer, others might be upset?
I do understand. I spoke with Ron, and I'm sympathetic. He has someone that he doesn't know well, making direct contact with Hamas. Maybe I would see them and say, look, they don't have horns growing out of their head. They're actually guys like us. They're pretty nice guys. So he doesn't know me, and there are big stakes. He lives in a country where if it sets certain precedents, then it will hurt or help a lot of other people. So I understand the consternation and the concern, and I wasn't upset. At the same time, we're the United States. We're not an agent of Israel. We have specific interests at play.
Since when?
And we did communicate back and forth. We had very specific parameters by which we fell. And the reality is what I wanted to do is jumpstart some negotiations that were in a very fragile place. And I wanted to say to Hamas, what is the end game that you want here? Not the dream end game, but what do you think is realistic at this point? Because until we know that, it's very hard to reach some sort of truce or some sort of end to hostility. So in the end, I think it was a very helpful meeting. It was very helpful.
Well, I don't understand how helpful any of this is because they have not addressed the fact what's going on in Israel up into this minute. This link is the last link in my description box. Go over there and see how it all pans out. So what I would like to show you what's going on in Israel current day, today. Let's see how all of this makes any difference. It does not. Let me show you what's going on in Israel reporting on today. Let's check this out. And no one is addressing all of the people who are going to be taken out. The few remaining people that there even may be will be taken out of Israel. Is this the one? What is today's date? Yes, today's date is today. Today's date is today. Okay, this is the one. Oh, wait a minute. Let me do what I'm supposed to be doing. Hold on. Let me share this link with you guys.
In
Here
Jabalia
we go.
City and its refugees.
Let's start from the
Democracy
beginning.
depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This report, I'm Amy Goodman. Israel is intensifying its assault on Gaza as President Trump visits the Gulf region. At least 70 Palestinians, including many children, were killed earlier today when Israel struck 5 residential buildings in Jabalia City and its refugee camp. On Tuesday, Israeli warplanes dropped 9 bunker buster bombs on the.
Wait a minute. Did she say that they struck a refugee camp? So why would anybody be talking to Israel? Because we see what it is. We see exactly what it is. They don't want anyone to survive in Palestine. Nothing. Let's continue.
The European hospital complex, killing at least 28 Palestinians and wounding dozens of others. Israeli.
And what's strange to me is they are giving no justification for this. No one's asking them for any justification. They're not even trying to say, oh, well, somebody struck at us. Nothing. The only justification is the one that they have said, that they want to rid Palestine of the Palestinian people. understand that. And they're setting off these types of bombs. And the world is silent. And
Official.
And
claim the
45,
target of-
47, God forbid that students have something to say, as they have in all wars throughout the American history. And he is trying to deport them, put them in jail without due process, because the least of us are the only ones who are just disgusted with what's going on, as the powerful sit around and make deals with one another. Let's continue.
Of the attack was Mohammed Sinwar, a top Hamas leader. Hamas has denied claims it operates out of hospitals. Meanwhile, mourners gathered Tuesday in Khan Yunis for the funeral of the prominent Palestinian journalist Hassan Asliya, who was killed in a targeted strike earlier in the day while he was being treated at Nasser Hospital for wounds from a previous Israeli airstrike. He was the 215th media worker killed by Israel. This is the Palestinian photojournalist Samir al-Boushi.
This is a violation of the sanctity of journalism and of our rights. The vest and helmet we wear no longer protect us, unfortunately.
Doctors in Gaza are condemning Israel for targeting 2 medical facilities Tuesday. Dr. Ataf Al-Hut is the director of Nasser Hospital.
I came to the hospital not knowing whether to mourn the martyrs, treat the patients and injured, or the staff who no longer feel safe. How can I protect in my capacity as the director of this place? We are speaking to a blind world that sees an amputated child, sees the limbs of children, and does nothing. I speak of women who were killed and exterminated. We speak of elderly people. What more is required of us now?
At the United Nations, the UN Emergency Relief Coordinator Tom Fletcher called on world leaders to, quote, prevent genocide, unquote, in Gaza. He slammed Israel's 10-week blockade, which has resulted in more than 500,000 Palestinians facing starvation in Gaza.
We have life-saving supplies ready now at the borders. We can save hundreds of thousands of survivors. We have rigorous mechanisms to ensure our aid gets to civilians and not to Hamas. But Israel denies us access, placing the objective of depopulating Gaza before the lives of civilians.
Fletcher also denounced a U.S.-backed Israeli plan to have private security contractors run aid operations in Gaza. Meanwhile, in London, the British High Court began hearing a case Tuesday accusing the British.
That's how they're going to depopulate Gaza. Make sure that there are no more civilians. Let's continue.
Government of violating international humanitarian law by exporting F-35 fighter jet components to Israel. The case was brought by the legal group Al-Haq and Global Legal Action Network. President Trump has arrived in Qatar after 2 days in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, we saw, I played that for you earlier. Also, in that last video where the guy was explaining how Jared Kushner's buddy and was the one who was instrumental in talking directly to Hamas to free that last American Israeli soldier. Also, earlier in that video, you may want to check out the fact that why they are so upset about that attack that happened in October of last year is because that was the most successful attack that they have to date of the Palestinians striking back at them. And they had no clue that it was going to happen with all the Israeli forces and all the money that is put into the Israeli army. They had no idea that this, they had no clue about this. And it was successful because the Palestinians who have no money, no army, no air force, no anything, did this by taking components from the bombs and shells and stuff that Israel had struck on Palestinians. They took the components of these uh, weapons and made new weapons themselves. So that's why, it's just crazy. What's going on over here is just crazy. That's all I got to say about this. Hey Jill, how you doing? Yes, I'm still live. What are you having for lunch today, Jill? Um, I see you're thinking about lunch. Let me see. Did I play this? Yeah, I played this. U.S. meets with Syria. I played this. One last thing I'm going to leave you with. This before I leave you with the last thing. I want to share this with you for sure. Here we go. Republican House Speaker busted for Medicaid lies as brutal cuts officially unveiled. We talked about this earlier. So, yeah, they said what they said, but the facts have been revealed.
Big beautiful bill and its big beautiful BS, including much of what we have expected and have been reporting on a couple times a week for the past few months now. So they've been saying, we're not going to cut Medicaid. We're not going to touch Medicaid. Turns out, no, they're cutting Medicaid, and they're cutting it in the way that we expected they would. It's imposing new limits on Medicaid benefits to unemployed adults, requires more frequent eligibility checks as part of a reform package that would save $715 billion on federal health spending over a decade, mainly by cutting billions and millions of people from the program, while subjecting those who are miraculously still able to get Medicaid to a lot more bureaucracy and paperwork, with the express goal of making it so onerous to comply with these requirements that many people might give up or might make a mistake and get forced off of the program. When the Republicans talk about how bad bureaucracy is, it's always struck me as a little bit ironic, because they sure love to deploy weaponized bureaucracy when it gets the poors and the peasants off of the government programs they've paid into their entire life. And so, as we previewed yesterday on the show, it's expected that the better part of 9 million Americans will soon end up with no Medicaid, what they now have access to. And we're going to jump into some more of the ways that they're doing those cuts. New community engagement requirements, commonly known as work requirements.
Today, I'm going to teach you the pink salt trick, or even better, natural
requirements, so that unemployed adults without children or disabilities would have to prove to state governments they're either working, volunteering, or taking classes at least 80 hours a month. Enrollees would have to verify their eligibility twice a year instead of once, and states would have less flexibility to fund their programs by taxing healthcare providers such as nursing homes that are major recipients of Medicaid spending. So why do you do this? Well, again, more requirements, more chance for people to fall through the cracks or get bumped off of the program. Also, it advances the constant refrain from the right that poor people are the laziest people in the universe. Every dollar spent on them is wasted. They are moochers. By the way, let's give more billions to Elon Musk. So the rhetoric is all in line for the right. The only real issue from the point of view of some Republicans is that these cuts don't go far enough. Chip Roy says, I sure hope House and Senate Republicans, our leadership, are coming up with a backup plan, because I'm not here to rack up an additional $20 trillion in debt over 10 years or to subsidize healthy, able-bodied adults, corrupt blue states, and monopoly hospital CEOs. So there,
So, what I want to know from Chip Roy, what do you have to say about the welfare queen who is getting all of these uh, contracts from the Department of Justice and NASA? What do you have to say about that welfare queen who is littering our oceans, our lands with rocket debris and God knows what else? When his bogus ass rockets have been exploding all over the United States, what are you saying when the oversight for this company have been wiped out, and so he has nothing to face for all of his failures in using the tax dollars for his little pet projects, since he is such a great businessman. Why are we financing a businessman's business? Why are we ensuring that he gets contracts all over the world for his Starlink and all of this type of stuff? What does Chip Roy has to say about that?
We're not doing enough to demonize the poor. He's still calling them moochers, basically. And he's still calling blue states corrupt, even though blue states give out more than they take in federal dollars. Red states take in more than they give. So really all of the rhetorical cards are falling in line here. And Jordan, I'm only gonna throw out one more stat before we go to you. We do all of this. Cut 9 million people off their health insurance. Many of them will get sick as a result of this.
We know now that it's more than 15 to 17.5 million people. Let's continue.
Of them will end up dying needlessly due to this. And in return, over 10 years, we'll save $715 billion, which will pay for less than half of the additional military spending they've already announced for just this year alone. So seems worth it to me, Jordan. What do you think?
Yeah, John.
What I think is, I'm gonna answer for Jordan. What do you think? I think that they want them to die. I think that they think that is the best use for poor people to do, is absolutely die. And I think that if people don't get their asses off, get off of their asses and vote in this next election, I think we're doomed. That's what I think. So this link is in my description box. The last link, I will go out with you. I thank you all for showing up. Please make sure you hit the like button. If you want to support this channel, it's $ Ronnie Q. I want to leave on this. I see that they have Christine Nome in a hearing today, having to hush her up and all of this type of stuff. She's over talking. I like the way the black woman that what is her name? That I showed the other day. That's not a question. That was a comment. I reclaiming my time and just kept on talking. Got the better of her. So let me Murphy on Trump's Middle East trip. There was something else that I wanted to show you about the Middle East deals. If I can find it during this. Hold on. Let me play this. Let me get back to the beginning and let me share this with you.
Mr. President, usually public corruption happens in secret. The politicians that do it, they know it's wrong to accept money in exchange for favorable government treatment, and so they hide it until they're found out. A textbook example would be Louisiana Governor Edwin Edwards, who in the 1990s was quietly taking bribes from businessmen who wanted to get licenses for riverboat casinos. In the late 1990s, Edwards was convicted of the crimes of extortion, racketeering, money laundering. The way in which he was doing it was like out of a movie. In one instance, a businessman handed the governor a suitcase full of $100 bills totaling $400,000, all in order to get a 6-0 commission ruling in favor of this casino. Eventually, as with most all corrupt officials who are taking money privately, Edwards was discovered, he was disgraced, and he went to jail. As we speak, our president, Donald Trump, is going to the Middle East on a public corruption tour. He's no less corrupt than Edwin Edwards of Louisiana. In fact, he's way more corrupt. Edwin Edwards took $400,000. Well, in the Middle East, Donald Trump will cement deals totaling in the billions in exchange for favorable treatment by the U.S. federal government for these Gulf countries. The key difference is that Donald Trump isn't hiding it like other corrupt officials are. He's not ashamed. He's not doing it in secret. His corruption is wildly public. And his hope is that by doing it publicly, he can con the American people into thinking that it's not corruption because he's not hiding it. But what he's doing in reality is no different than any other corrupt public official who does it in private, other than the fact that Trump's corruption, his foreign policy corruption, is just so much bigger in scope and the impact that it has on the American people than anything a corrupt mayor or a corrupt governor may have done. Trump's first major foreign trip, and he just landed, is to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE. Not because these are our most important allies in the world, not because these are the most important countries in the world, not because he's going there to talk about making the Middle East more safe and more secure. No, his first trip is to these three countries because these are the three countries that have agreed to pay Donald Trump money. Donald Trump is going to collect tribute, and it's all just out in the open. Frankly, it's pretty easy to see this coming. Recent former presidents, Republicans and Democrats, have always very seriously and studiously avoided even the appearance of a conflict of interest. President Bush placed his assets into a qualified blind trust where investment decisions were made without his knowledge or input. Both Biden and Obama divested all of their assets except for cash and mutual funds. They didn't enter into any new business ventures while in the White House. In contrast, Trump has refused to abide by these standard ethics rules. His family runs his business, but nobody honestly believes that the kids are really in charge. President Trump is still calling the shots. His interests are not in a blind trust. He's made no pledge that he won't do new deals, even with foreign entities, while he's in office. In fact, he is doing deals seemingly every single week. He's open for business, and every foreign government knows it. In fact, it appears that right now the Gulf states are trying to outdo each other to up the price of buying an American president. And because Trump is greedy and he's insecure, he wants to fit in with the billionaire class, he is traveling to the region with his hat out for further solicitations. So let's ask, what is the going rate right now for a Gulf country to buy access to Donald Trump, to get favorable treatment from the federal government? For Qatar, we recently found out it's a $400 million luxury plane. This plane has been opulently configured for royal use. It's not a gift to the US government. It's a personal gift to the president. The terms of the arrangement apparently include a stipulation that after Trump leaves office, it will be transferred to Trump, to his presidential library, which means Trump gets the so-called floating palace for himself. This is outrageous. We've never seen anything like this before in American history. A foreign government gifting a $400 million luxury plane to the President of the United States. This is spelled out as blatantly unconstitutional by our founding fathers. They wrote into the Constitution a specific clause called the Emoluments Clause, which prohibits federal office holders from accepting gifts from any king, prince, or foreign state without the consent of Congress. Like, how much clearer could it be? It's unconstitutional. It's illegal. The founding fathers knew it was an evil to have members of Congress or the President of the United States accepting expensive gifts from a foreign nation who in exchange want favors from the U.S. government. Donald Trump's acceptance of the luxury plane from a foreign monarch is basically the corruption that our founding fathers were seeking to prevent. But that's not all he's getting from Qatar. The Trump Organization recently signed a $5.5 billion golf course and real estate deal with Dar Global and Qatari Dar, a firm established by Qatar's sovereign wealth fund. $5.5 billion while Trump's in office. It would have been unthinkable for any previous president to enter into a $5.5 billion business deal with anybody, never mind a foreign government, while they are in office, and it still should be unthinkable. Now, Qatar is a U.S. ally. It's a very important ally, but they're a complicated country. They have their own interests, some of which do not overlap with ours. A foreign government like Qatar should not have a $5 billion chit hanging over the head of a sitting U.S. president, and they should not be gifting him a $400 million plane. That should kind of go without saying. For Saudi Arabia, the price is also in the billions. Soon after leaving the White House, in Trump's first term, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, created a private equity firm and got a $2 billion investment from Saudi Arabia. The board of the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund questioned whether this was smart to invest that much money in a totally unproven fund, but the Saudi crown prince himself overruled the board, undoubtedly seeing the political advantage of investing directly with the Trump family. But this was only the beginning. The Trump family has put things into overdrive during the second term. Within his first 3 weeks of office, Trump convened a meeting at the White House with the head of the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, not to discuss matters of state, but to negotiate a deal between the PGA and the Saudi-backed LIV Golf Tour. You want to know why? To try to bring PGA tournaments back to Trump golf courses. Convened a meeting in the White House with the Saudis in order to enrich himself. In addition to the $5 billion Qatari real estate deal, the Trump Organization is also partnering with a Saudi firm on a $1 billion Trump-branded hotel and tower in Dubai. The property's website, it's just like, this is like unbelievable. The property's website, this is a Trump financed property along with a Saudi investment fund, offers free 10-year golden visas to the United States, hinting at the opportunity for investors in Trump's property to buy residency in the United States and a pathway to citizenship. For the UAE, the price is somewhere north of $2 billion. Last week, Eric Trump and World Liberty Financial co-founder Zach Witkoff spoke at a conference in Dubai on crypto called Token 2049. As an aside here, it's just so fantastic and bone-chilling how transparent these guys are in their use of public positions to enrich themselves. I'm going to tell the story of Trump's stablecoin and the corruption with the Emiratis, but let's just pause for a second and consider the fact that the Trump family could have partnered with anybody in the world on their new crypto venture, World Liberty Financial. But of all the people in the world to partner with on this new crypto venture, they chose the son of Trump's Middle East envoy. Trump's Middle East envoy, the guy who's making all the decisions on U.S. policy in the Middle East, just to make it crystal clear to the Gulf countries that when they deal with World Liberty Financial, Trump's crypto venture, that they are dealing directly with the people responsible for making U.S. policy in the Middle East. It's just stunning. Literally, the sons of the president and the sons of the Middle East envoy running a crypto venture and then going directly into the Middle East in order to find their first investment. And guess what? Miracle, they found it. MGX, an investment firm backed by the Emirati government at this conference, announced that they had looked at all the crypto companies in the world that they could partner with to invest $2 billion in the crypto exchange Binance. And they selected, wait for it, drum roll, the company run by the sons of the President of the United States and the U.S. Middle East envoy. $2 billion. Now, World Liberty's role in this transaction is not that complicated. It's kind of similar to a bank. MGX, this Emirati firm, deposits $2 billion with the firm and in return receives the stablecoin to be used on these crypto exchanges. The firm holds on to these dollars, invests them, and keeps the profits for themselves. So the Trump Witkoff company just gets basically a gift of capital. And if they just use that $2 billion to invest in treasury bonds, it would profit around $85 million a year from these investments alone. And the money goes directly to Trump, just directly to Trump. It's literally not complicated. Emiratis, World Liberty Financial, Donald Trump. This isn't 1990s Louisiana. Nobody's hiding it. On World Liberty's website, they say an entity affiliated with Donald J. Trump owns 60% of the equity in the company. And because of this deal, Trump and Witkoff can further capitalize because Trump's stablecoin just became the fifth most valuable stablecoin in the world because of the Emirati investment. And if the plane and the real estate deals and the private equity fund investment and the stablecoin weren't enough for you, Trump has found one last way for Gulf money to flow seamlessly into his pocket. It's called the Trump meme coin. What's the business model here? Trump gets a huge payment whenever he releases a batch of these meme coins, which, by the way, have no underlying value other than just the demand that people have for Trump's coin. And then each time a Trump coin is bought or sold, a small fee is routed directly to the company owned by Trump. According to one analysis, nearly $325 million in fees have been accrued since the coin was launched in January. Just 3 months, 4 months, 4.5 months, $325 million worth of fees. Trump hides the buyers of the coin. In this way, the meme coin is kind of a little bit like Louisiana corruption. But we know that the majority of the buyers aren't Americans who want to help Trump make this nation great again. The majority of the buyers of Trump coin are super rich foreigners, princes, oligarchs, authoritarians, who are buying the coin in order to get in good with Trump or to get something in exchange. Now, one great thing about buying the coin is that you get access to Trump and the White House. And again, they're not hiding this. 2 weeks ago, Trump announced that he would host a private dinner at the White House with seats reserved for exclusively for the top 220 Trump coin holders. In 2 days since the announcement, Trump's company made $900,000 in fees because everybody, mostly foreigners, many of them probably in the Gulf, were buying up the coin as quickly as they could in order to get one of these seats. If a mayor of a small town was selling meetings at City Hall for $1,000, he would be run out of town on a rail. But that's exactly what Donald Trump is doing in the Middle East and all over the world, as foreign buyers line up to buy the meme coin, guaranteed private access to Donald Trump at the White House. You cannot make this up. Now, the obvious question for the average American is, okay, what does this mean for me? Like somebody living in New Britain, Connecticut, might think it's kind of gross that Trump is lining his pockets as president, but they want to know, how does this actually affect me? Well, the most simple way to think about this is that if the guy that you elected to protect us and make our lives better is spending most of his time alternating between playing golf and cutting deals for himself, he's not protecting you. He's not spending any time trying to lower costs or defeat our enemies. Corruption, it can be a full-time job for Donald Trump. And that's a pretty lousy deal for the American people. But more importantly, when our foreign policy is for sale, we are less safe. Let me give you an example relative to the trip that Donald Trump is on right now. These countries aren't padding Donald Trump's pockets because they like him. They are paying him in order to get things from the federal government, from the US government, without having to make any actual policy concessions that would benefit the US people. Before anybody could begin to process the brazen corruption of the UAE Trump-Witkoff crypto deal, reports very quickly emerged that the Trump administration was considering changing regulations to make it easier for the country of UAE to purchase highly advanced semiconductors from US manufacturers. This was a huge priority of the Emiratis, but the restrictions are on the UAE for a reason. The UAE has a very troubling and very close security relationship with China. And so the reason why we didn't allow US companies to sell semiconductors directly to the UAE is because we believe that it would very easily become a conduit to China getting their hand on these advanced semiconductors and being able to leapfrog the United States in the business of advanced AI. But all of a sudden, once the cash payment to Trump through the crypto venture was announced, Trump signaled that he was willing to throw our security concerns out the window and transfer this sensitive technology to the UAE, even though it's likely that China will get their hands on this technology, allowing China to put themselves in a position to leapfrog us in the race for advanced AI. That would be a disaster for the American people, but that's what's happening. We might hand AI leadership to China because that's the price of Trump getting paid. And as long as he gets paid, he doesn't seem to care about the impact on regular Americans. The White House is open for business, and the Trump family is proudly advertising to the world where to send the check. They aren't trying to hide it. A $400 million luxury plane gifted to the President of the United States, right as he is going over to negotiate potentially sensitive security arrangements with the Gulf countries. Every American, every Republican, every supposed national security advocate in the Senate should be outraged by this. We could look the other way, or we could join together, Republicans and Democrats, to stand up for this country and do something about it. I've joined with Senators Schatz and Coons and Booker to introduce a resolution condemning the acceptance of the plane. It's a blatant violation of the Emoluments Clause. We could stand together as the Senate to vote for that resolution. I've introduced legislation to make it illegal for presidents or members of Congress and their family members to profit off of crypto coins while they hold federal office. We could join together in that effort. I will personally seek to block any arms sale that is announced as part of this trip with a country that is personally investing in Donald Trump and his family. I will force a full Senate debate and a vote on these sales. Foreign leaders need to know that there will be a price for participating in the corruption of the American presidency. This level of corruption is so gross that even Trump's most hardened MAGA sycophants are turning against him. I didn't think I'd see the day, but people like Ben Shapiro and Laura Loomer, who fawn over Trump, can't believe he is so crass as to think that it's okay to accept planes as a gift in exchange for U.S. national security concessions. This isn't America first. This is not what he promised the American people. This is Trump first. He is willing to put our nation's security at risk, take unconstitutional bribes, just so he can fly himself and his Mar-a-Lago golf buddies around the world in gold-plated luxury planes gifted to him by foreign governments, all while at the same time, he tells Americans that they should be okay buying fewer school supplies for their kids or fewer birthday presents for their grandchildren because he's driving prices up for non-billionaires in this country. All while at the same time, he's kicking 13 million people off of their health care. Trump lines his pockets. He corrupts our foreign policy to enrich himself while driving up prices and stealing health care from average Americans. It's a national security disaster, and it's a moral abomination. I yield the floor.
Okay. There's that. There's one thing I want to share with you. I want you to see some of the gifts that 4547 is over there receiving while he is, hey, Bernice, while he's saying that your child, your daughter is going to have two dolls. Let's see. They talked about the golf thing. He wanted to lure people back to his PGA, the PGA back to his golf courses, because after that January 6th thing, so many corporations were hands off of him, including the PGA. So who starts up a golf franchise other than I think it was the UAE have this whole live golf tournament, golf, what do you call that, the golf whatever franchise, and who starts playing at 4547's golf courses? None other than the Middle East golf franchise. So let me share this. Maybe you will be able to really understand and to see some of the things that 45 and 47 is negotiating and getting. I think I'm sharing my screen now. This may be the last. I got some breaking news, though. I really have some breaking news about gangsters, game recognized game.
The plain old grip. It's a volt over President Trump's, quote, corruption tour of the Middle East. That's what people are calling it, including longtime Republican allies of Donald Trump. So this is where we start on the right. The National Review, one of the most conservative magazines out there, says it's a plain old grift. It's a poison plane. And welcome to the swamp now under new management. That's a taste of what you might call the intellectual side of conservative politics right now. Writers.
This is the conservative media, not the left, the conservative media. Let's continue.
Editors at a place known for supporting the MAGA agenda on many issues, including crackdowns on immigration, saying enough is enough when it comes to this kind of what they call grift. Trump is making his first foreign trip of this second term, but it's being overshadowed by plane debacle. Indeed, for some, it's hard to watch him dismount from the U.S.-made Air Force One without thinking of his plan to personally pocket a foreign-created Air Force One if that plan continues to get off the ground. This was him landing in Saudi Arabia. Separately, the Trump family organization continues to pursue billions of dollars in real estate and associated deals in that country and region. He's greeted by their leader there, but the outrage is dwarfing the trip because leading into the trip, first with journalistic reporting and then with the president confirming it, so there's no debate, no contested story here, the news has broken that Trump wants to take a $400 million luxury jumbo jet from a foreign country of Qatar. You're seeing some of the inside luxurious accommodations here as it stands. This would be then further updated and retrofitted as an American Air Force One. Qatar is where he's
instant relief for snorers in 2025.
Hey, stop using stupid nose things for snoring.
With President Trump on a 4-day visit this week through Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates, his family's expanding business interests in the Middle East are facing fresh scrutiny. The Trump organization has plans for luxury skyscrapers, golf courses, and a deal involving cryptocurrency in the region. CNN senior investigative correspondent Kyung La has more.
A close look at the Trump Organization portfolio finds the Trump family's business ties to the Middle East have more than tripled since his first term in office, according to a CNN tally. Even after Trump retook office, the Trump brand has been out promoting flashy new construction projects in countries President Trump is visiting this week.
On behalf of my family, we love Dubai. We love the Gulf.
In Dubai, a new Trump International Hotel and Tower. In Saudi Arabia, a new Trump Tower in Jeddah, and 2 projects in Riyadh.
We are going to redefine luxury anywhere in the world.
His sons sealing deals for projects around the Middle East.
A project unlike any other.
In Oman, Don Jr. and Eric Trump met with the Crown Prince last summer about a Trump-branded resort being developed with the nation's tourism arm.
Trump International Hotel, Oman.
In Qatar, a Trump-branded golf club announced just last month involves a firm that's headed by a Qatari official and backed by Qatar's sovereign wealth fund. The Trump Organization spokesperson says the company does not conduct business with any government entity, adding the Trump branding agreement on the Qatar project is with a builder, a separate company. Eric Trump is
all of this. Do you guys see all of this? Okay, so I just want to make sure we are clear on what's going on. The presidency is open for business, and isn't it spectacular that they want to tout themselves as the richest country in the world, but they cannot bring none of this luxury to the United States, because what do they do to the people of their own country? They try to deprive them. They don't want to raise the minimum wage over $7.25 an hour. So they want to be the luxury brand, but they cannot produce any of this luxury in their own country. Let's continue.
is currently in charge of Trump org decisions and has promised to keep them separate from his father. But the president still owns a company, so he stands to make money on any successful deal, whether he's involved or not. The Trump Organization.
We do believe that Eric Trump is the brainchild.
Has said Trump would put his assets in a trust managed by his children.
We'll make sure that there's no conflicts, and we'll have those signed off by the best legal teams in the world.
During his first term, Trump's company pledged to make no new deals overseas, but not this time around. And it's not just Trump's real estate deals. An Abu Dhabi-backed fund is using a cryptocurrency from the Trump family crypto firm World Liberty Financial for a $2 billion investment. Critics say the result, the public can't separate Trump, the president, from Trump, the businessman.
Is he making the decision from the basis of what's in the United States' interest, what's in the American people's interest, or is he looking to benefit his business partners, his own business, his own bottom line?
The White House rejects those questions.
It's frankly ridiculous that anyone in this room would even suggest that President Trump is doing anything for his own benefit.
Trump says his business relationships aren't just for the billionaires, but for Americans.
It's an honor to have such a great investor investing in our country.
One publicized early win came from this Emirati billionaire, Hussein Zajwani. He built a Trump-branded golf course and villas in Dubai years ago and spent New Year's Eve at Mar-a-Lago. He's promising to invest $20 billion in U.S. data centers. I sat down with Zajwani earlier this year. The election of Mr. Trump impacted the decision to invest.
Yes, impacted from point of view that we think it's going to be more pro-business. And if that happens, of course, we will invest.
How important is the Trump name to your business, to your brand?
It's very important. Those villas we have done, we made money out of them, and customers are happy and we are happy and he's happy.
And Kyung La joins me now. Can you remind people the claims that President Trump made heading into this trip?
Well, he's summing it into one word, Anderson: jobs. Now, President Trump says that he will bring in more investment into the United States by traveling into the Middle East as Donald Trump, because he is so well known because of those relationships. He is estimating that just based on the meetings that he is having this week, that he will be able to create 2 million jobs, without getting specific as to how he's coming up with that number, Anderson.
All right, Kyung La, thanks very much.
I wanted you to see that. Isn't it curious that this businessman wants to come over here and create jobs and invest in the U.S., but because of his association with Trump in luxury, a luxury building that made him money. Well, isn't it curious that he's not bringing a luxury building over here to the United States? He's creating a data center. A data center. Who's in data in the United States? The people who were set in front of his new administration, the tech bros. So he is in fact helping to enrich the tech bros. All of this jobs, and he's doing all of this for jobs. You can't see who all of this is being done for, and the American people have nothing to do with any advances of any of these deals that are being made. Nothing. This is personal wealth. The wealthy patting the back and patting the pockets of the already uber wealthy, as he takes Medicaid away from the poor people. This is what I want you this is what I want you to see with your own eye. Now, there is a new report. I'm going to end with this. I swear I'm going to end with this. There are new reports out. Let me, oops, I dropped that link. That is on CNN. I didn't put it in my description box, but there is a new report out that the president of El Salvador has links with gangs in El Salvador. The people who did the report on this were alerted that there were arrest warrants out on them for reporting this. Let's go over and see. They're saying that he himself had close ties with a gang. Okay, and I found that CNN thing is still in here. So while you guys listen to this, I'm going to put that CNN report about the family wealth back in the chat. Let me make sure I'm sharing. Okay, so you can't say you didn't find out some news over here. It's plenty of news. So let's hear what Bukele. Journalists expose Bukele's ties to gang. Okay, so let's see what happens.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to a journalist from El Salvador who's left the country, along with others, from the digital news outlet El Faro, after the Salvadoran president, Nayib Bukele, threatened to arrest them all. The outlet reported, quote, a reliable source in El Salvador told El Faro that the Bukele-controlled Attorney General's office is preparing at least 7 arrest warrants for members of El Faro following the publication of an interview with two former leaders of the 18th Street Revolucionarios on Bukele's years-long relationship to gangs. Bukele has run the country under a so-called state of exception since 2022, supposedly in order to weaken these same gangs. And Salvadoran authorities have detained nearly 80,000 people accused of being in gangs, largely without access to due process. Human rights groups report at least 250 people have died in El Salvador prison since Bukele's so-called war on gangs began. This comes as Bukele is working closely with the Trump administration to jail immigrants sent from the United States at CECAT, El Salvador's notorious so-called terrorism confinement center, the mega prison. In a moment, we'll be joined by El Faro's digital editor in exile. But first, this is a clip from one of El Faro interviews with a gang member. In it, we hear how just 1 month into the state of exception El Salvador back in 2022, despite having an arrest warrant being recognized as a clear leader of the 18th Street Revolucionarios, Charlie Cartagena was detained and then released after a mysterious phone call. This is Cartagena.
I'm telling you all this. That's a substation in Antigua Catalan. So that's not a jail. You're really in there, and they had already taken my photo before. They were writing it up. I only heard when he told him, the manager there. Did you already post the news, he said? Not yet, I'm about to post it. Cancel it, he told him. Cancel it, not right now. And they stood there. Why? And this and that. And he said, oh well, those words are coming from up top.
from up top.
There's nothing we can do. And suddenly the call came in, man. I mean, the call came in and they just stared at me and said, take the handcuffs off him.
Under President Bukele, the fall of El Salvador's murder rate has been accompanied by a rise in forced disappearances. This point came up in Alfaro's interview with a former Barrio 18 gang member who goes by Liro Man, explaining how they carried out orders for handling murders allegedly under the direction of the chairman of Bukele's Social Fabric Reconstruction Unit.
Was that, look, man, gosh, talking to you about these points is very delicate, man, because it's like making myself worthy of something that maybe I do know, but I can't tell you because that's how it is. Do you understand me? I'm not going to tell you. There's never been a homicide, but I was said with Marroquin, if something is done without a body, there is no crime. That tells you everything. That tells you everything. Without a body, there is no crime.
No body, no crime. For more, we're joined now from an undisclosed location by Nelson Rauda Zabla, digital content editor for El Faro. Nelson, along with 6 other colleagues, faces potential arrest warrants for their reporting on Bukele's dealings with Salvadoran gangs. His new opinion piece for the New York Times is headlined, "The World is Finally Seeing How Dangerous Bukele Really Is." Nelson, welcome to Democracy Now! Explain why you and your colleagues have left El Salvador and the significance of this video that you released, what it says about the president of El Salvador.
Good morning, Amy. Thank you very much for having me. Well, you're talking about America's prime security consultant at the moment. The President Bukele is a man who says to be working for the security of Salvadoran people and has offered to solve the world's security problems. Not long ago, he offered to lead a mission to Haiti. And he's selling the services because he supposedly has the solution for the world's security problems. What we're doing is piercing that bubble. We're telling a story that's so different from that narrative, from the propaganda, because the man who says he has the solution for the gangs problem has actually made secret dealings with him all throughout his rise through political offices, way before he was a president, but even now that he is a president. So, yeah, we're dealing with the consequences now. A Salvadoran prison is the last place that you want to be in. So I exited the country. I left El Salvador one day before the publication, and this is something that we have done routinely in El Faro to exit the country, not only us, but other journalists in El Salvador, leaving the country to wait for the retaliation or the consequences or the reaction of the government from afar, from a distance. So we left the country, and yeah, right now, we don't know when we'll be able to come back. We don't know. We have our whole lives in El Salvador. We have families and our job is there and houses, but we're trying to make sure that we're safe first. And I think that's the significance. That we would not be facing this price if what we published was not as important as it is. It's telling the world that the president who says he's has the panacea for security has actually been making secret deals with gangsters, with organizations that the U.S. considers terrorists. And when they tell it all, the videos have a great impact in Salvadoran society. They have over 1.5 million views in a country that's inhabited by 6 million people. This has really pierced through the bubble. We've seen analysis that says that more people saw the videos than people voted for the opposition in the last Salvadoran election. So that's the story we're telling, and we're grateful to be able to tell it, because American people should know that their government is doing dealings with someone who has been making deals with criminals.
And Nelson, it's not just your reporting on this, but back in 2021, the U.S. Treasury Department itself sanctioned 2 Bukele officials, accusing them both of negotiating with notorious local gangs in an attempt to seal a secret truce and shore up political support for Bukele. Can you talk about this, and who exactly is one of those officials, Carlos Marroquin, and his connection to the gangs and Bukele?
Carlos Marroquin is Bukele's designated man to deal with the gangs. He has done this job for Bukele before he was the president. He did it when he was running for Salvador mayor, and he has stood throughout. But we found now that Carlos Marroquin, in at least 2 different cases, personally transported gang members with indicted with arrest orders to the border with Guatemala. And we know this because Carlos Marroquin confessed it in an audio that we published, an audio that he sent to a gang member and that we published back in 2021. So I think Bukele's negotiation with the deals It's not something, it's not a reported story. It's a fact. It's a fact that's been proven not only by journalistic investigation like the one that we made ourselves, not only by the U.S. authorities like the State Department and the Treasury Department sanctioning not only Marroquin, but also Osiris Luna, who is the director of prisons, and also proven by a Salvadoran criminal investigation that is now thwarted because Bukele's party removed the Attorney General that was investigating him and his party and his officials and put in place another one, the one that's made arrest warrants against us. So you're talking about a dictatorship, and you're talking about CNN reported last week that Bukele's brother, Ibrahim Bukele, said in an email that he wanted the return of 7 MS-13 leaders, and that in exchange he would be able to offer a 50% discount in the price that El Salvador charges to have Venezuelan prisoners and other prisoners deported to Secot by El Salvador. Why is the Bukele government so invested, so interested in having these gang leaders removed when it's them that they let them go? That's the government has accused us, and a lot of the speakers for the government have accused us of collaborating with the gangs when it's so blatantly obvious that we wouldn't have been able to arrest to interview Charlie if they wouldn't have released him. He was in jail. He was already arrested. He's supposed to be in jail. The only reason that we were able to interview him is that the government released him. And the fact having him on camera is a living proof that Bukele dealt with the gangs. And this goes so much against narrative that he is, this protector of Salvadoran people, because he has been making secret dealings behind their back. And we're just putting that to light.
Well, we only have 30 seconds, but what has been the response by the people in El Salvador to the revelations of your news site?
El Salvador is in a great state of turmoil now. One of the reasons being this publication, but there's so many problems. I just want to say before I finish that I'm here speaking because there are many others that cannot speak, because Alejandro Enriquez, who was arrested last night in El Salvador, cannot speak right now, because Roberto Jaco, who died in a prison last night after being arrested last week after being arrested by the government, can't speak right now, because the Pastor Angel Perez cannot speak right now. We're telling a story in the words of say.
We have to go, but we're going to continue this conversation in Spanish at democracynow.org. Digital editor for El Fado. Democracy Now! Is fun.
Okay, there you have it. That is the report. Where am I? Here I am. There you have it. That is the report. I don't know what happened. I hope you guys were able to hear that. I don't know what happened. Since we're still here. Robert Kennedy is being questioned. Let's watch a little bit of this.
Okay, well, whatever. I'm going to try to ask my questions as kindly as possible. I want to thank you for being here. I'm going to try to ask my questions as kindly as possible. Do not take them personally. In the past, I believe...
I won't take your kindness personally.
Okay, well, whatever. You know what they say, if you can't take a joke, don't go into politics. So let me start by saying, in the past, I have believed very strongly in the mission of the Department of Health and Human Services. Funding this department should be one of our highest priorities, because if it's run correctly, it has the power to save lives, advance life-changing research, and protect the health and well-being of our families, especially our most vulnerable, our children, our seniors. But to be straightforward, as my colleagues know, in other words, my, I am deeply wary of giving $1 to this administration under the current leadership, especially because it seems to be a disregard of science and, most importantly, ignoring the body of government that appropriates funding. That's us, the Congress. In just a few short months, we've seen a level of chaos and destruction. I compare it to a tornado hitting a populated community. Without the consent of Congress, which appropriated funds with Elon Musk's chainsaw, medical research has been gutted, clinical trials have been halted, billions of research grants have been yanked without warning, preventative health programs, those that keep people healthy and out of hospitals, have been slashed to the bone. And I'm from Florida, where we have one of the largest senior populations in the country, and I'm particularly alarmed. Alzheimer's, cancer, heart disease, these are not abstract concerns. Research has been stopped. These are everyday fears of millions of Americans, including my own constituents. And so we've seen the firing of thousands of scientists and other professionals. All this to give tax breaks to our healthiest or wealthiest citizens, who are also probably our healthiest citizens. And to me, that is unconscionable and dumb. So this should not be a partisan issue, really, because Doesn't matter what political party you are. People want to and should be healthy, but the Trump administration, ideological, dismantling the Republican infrastructure must go in a different direction for me to vote for your budget. Now I have a few questions for you. I think you said that the decision for all these cuts was done by a varied amount of people. Were any of the cuts made before you were sworn into office? Were you handed? Do you remember that? Were people fired before you was?
He's a junkie. He may not remember.
What did you say?
I think so, but I can't tell you.
He's
Let
a
me ask you this.
junkie. He
Was
can't
any member
remember.
of Congress or
What's that?
anyone on this committee consulted before the cuts were made? And could you tell me who you talked to here?
I mean, I stayed pretty close touch with Bill Cassidy during.
Okay, well, I'm asking if anybody here. You're asking us for money. We appropriated the funds. Did you talk to any of us, Democrat, Republican? You know what? There are actually some very bright Republicans, I will say that, on both sides of the aisle. So the answer to that question is no. So your decisions, were they based on merit or generated by an algorithm? Did somebody get Elon Musk's computer and say, okay, just make 20% cuts? You know,
I mean, I disagree with your entire characterization. It
Well,
was like the recitation of a narrative that, everybody knows out there. And it's the Democratic Party narrative. It's just not true. We weren't cutting thousands of scientists.
All right,
we weren't cutting clinical trial. I mean, everything you said was essentially
okay. All right, that's my
And
point.
don't take that personally.
So don't take it personally, Mr. Secretary. How many employees have been let go so far?
I don't
How many
know.
employees have been let go so far from your?
About 10,000 left, took the fork in the road, about 10,000 more.
And how many are on administrative leave now,
20,000 people.
waiting
No
to be fired in
scientists.
June?
Well, that would be the second 10,000.
Okay, so and are they currently being paid?
Yes.
Yeah, so they're being paid to do nothing.
Well,
Yes.
there's a lot of them are supposed to be coming in still.
But they're coming in to do nothing because they're not allowed to work.
Oh, no, we want them working.
Are you empowered to reverse these decisions?
Yes.
I don't know.
And how was the 15% indirect research cost cap decided?
15%.
Research, there's now a 15%.
That's pretty much about 2 to 3 points above industry standard. So we were just, I mean, if you're the Gates Foundation and you give a scientific grant to Stanford, you're giving them a 10% indirect
So
research.
you base this on the Gates Foundation?
All of the Rockefeller Foundation, all of the other foundations that give to biomedical research.
One more question.
You're asking me a question,
You've
but you
done
won't let
ve-
me answer it,
You've
Congressman.
done very well, very, very well. I just want to know, are you going to, can we trust you? If we put money into the budget for you, you're going to spend it the way we've directed it?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I know nothing.
Most people.
All right, guys. It's been a great pleasure spending the hump day with you guys. Hope you guys hit the like and subscribe, like and share button. And if you want to help out the channel, $ Ronnie Q. I will be doing my next crafting event soon. I have it picked out, ready to go. And I will be dropping the supply list, and we will be going at my next craft event. It's something that you all will be able to use. But I, as you know, I have stepped up the crafting game a little bit. So be prepared. All right, guys. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. And I am out of here. Let me see. Let's end with this. I don't know. I can't cruise. I don't know. Bye, guys.